across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
Stark falls to Storch. Brilliant ball that is from Nick Stark.
Oh, what a catch! Stephen Smith, that is remarkable.
Bowls in, lifts him up to deep mid-wickets. Fly, my pretty.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee. Henley Homes, hard to beat. And Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
Day 2 in Mackay presents an opportunity for Australia to drive the nail in and potentially win within the 90 overs scheduled for today. Tom Morris with you, Simon Katich with me. It's Great Barrier Reef Oval in Mackay for the second test between Australia and Bangladesh. The situation of the game is Australia is 8 for 165 with 2 wickets remaining, leading Bangladesh by 101 runs. The not-out batters at the moment, Nathan Lyon, 10 from 28 balls, and Cameron Green, again the backbone of this Australian innings, 51 from 81 deliveries, has looked largely untroubled as the Aussies have a strong advantage. It could have been a lot better yesterday, but nevertheless, it was a day of cricket that they would be largely pleased with. 18 wickets fell in 74 overs, which presents another conversation, a broader conversation, which I'm sure we'll have at some stage today as Pat Cummins and Mitchell Stark warm up alongside Josh Hazlewood. Alex Carey does his keeping work, and of course Nathan Lyon and Cam Green will be out in the middle batting in 29 minutes time. Simon Katich, morning to you.
Good morning, Tom. Good morning to all our listeners.
It's a day that the Australians would think they have a real chance to win by an innings.
Yeah, I think so. I think, they would have loved to have won that last sort of 40, 45 minutes yesterday, because the way it was going with that partnership of 77 between Smith and Green, it looked like those two were going to get through to stumps, and then the dismissal of Smith, which could have been, could have gone either way. It was a line ball just clipping off stump. He gets through with Green, and all of a sudden Australia come back today thinking that, this test is done by an innings. But as it stands, Bangladesh fought back well with those late wickets, and I thought Shariful Islam was very good with his first ever fifer. Ended up with 6 for on the back of Mitchell Stark earlier in the day. So great day for the tall left armers swinging it with the breeze coming across the ground. But Australia in a dominant position, and I wouldn't be surprised if this test is over today.
So between Shariful and Stark, they picked up 12 for 47.
It's remarkable.
I'm not sure there's been a better day in Test history for left-arm seamers.
Probably not. I mean, there's probably been some big days for left-arm spinners in the subcontinent where wickets crumble and start turning square. But, to see 2 tall left-arm seam bowlers do so, and, probably more swing, really. It was Stark swinging it early, and Islam swung him as well. I mean, his first ball to Bo Webster was a beauty as well, swinging back. So, that's the dynamic of having a left arm in your team. I thought it was a good move by Bangladesh to bring him in. I thought they missed a trick, though, playing Taijul Islam, and they should have played Eberdot. I thought he was pretty good in Darwin, and they sort of lacked that 4th seam option after the sort of initial new ball sort of burst.
3 broad conversations for you, or 1 broad conversation for you and 2 specific ones. Let's start with specific. Cameron Green in form. What have you learned about the way he's been playing in Darwin in the second innings and also yesterday?
Well, it's amazing turnaround, because he was under the pump in the second innings at Darwin after missing out on day 1 in that test. But it shows a lot for his temperament that he's been able to trust what has worked for him at the level below. He spoke before this test about sort of going full circle. He tinkered for a while. And it sounds like a few of the batters in this team tinker a bit, probably because they go through patches where their techniques get tested, and you can understand the coaches wanting to work on things. But I think ultimately, once you get out there in the middle, you've got to trust your technique, and you've got to trust your judgment in that split second, half a second. And I think that's what it looked like he did in Darwin. He brought that confidence into here, got through a tough little phase yesterday where wickets fell early and the new ball was swinging, but I think he's handled himself really well, probably temperamentally more than anything, because he's still the same player. He hasn't really changed anything technically, but what he's probably done better than a few of the others is his footwork's been that little bit sharper, particularly driving the ball.
There was one particular shot yesterday where he guided the ball backward of point for 4, and that is a man at the top of his game. He saw it so early, he leant into it. He initially said 2. There was a deep point and it raced to the boundary. Made me think, this is the Cameron Green that Australian cricket needs. There is no more important cricketer for the future of this team than Cameron Green for his skill set, his dedication to the role, but also his leadership. So this has been an important series for Australian cricket, not just this 11 in and of itself.
Very much so, and I think you make a good point about that shot because...
You remember it down there?
I remember it clearly, and I remember clearly hearing in the stump mic too. And that's a great indicator that he's not trying to overhit the ball. And we spoke about it last week. You know, the modern game is a high boundary percentage game, and part of the art of batting for long periods of time in Test cricket is identifying when you don't need to be looking for the boundary because the percentages are in the bowler's favour. And I reckon he's identified that in the last little bit. There was a couple of other clips sort of through mid-wicket, which is not an easy shot. If you're not balanced, you can't play that. And he played a couple beautifully yesterday that went away for 4. And to me, that's a good sign that his front foot game is starting to get into a really good space and he's confident in his game. So let's hope that he can eke out a few more today with Nathan Lyon and finish not out as well, which I think is important for him moving forward, that he doesn't just throw his wicket away.
Marnus Labuschagne has scores of 1, 31 and 4 this series. It looked like yesterday the end of Marnus Labuschagne's Test career for the moment. Is that too harsh?
No, it's not harsh at all. And the reason being is that this is over a prolonged period of time. The numbers don't lie. He's been in the pressure cooker now for 3 years, and we all know what happens when the pressure cooker starts to steam up. You've got to get something out of there. It's cooked. And at the moment, it just looks like mentally. And the problem I see, and we've talked about this a lot, analysing his game, and it's been over a couple of years now. I remember analysing it in Perth when he was really defensive, and it was hard because Bumrah had bowled really well, and the conditions obviously weren't easy against new ball, but that's what you get in Test cricket. So you've got to counter that. And technically at the moment, his footwork is not allowing him to get into strong positions, 1, to defend the ball, and then 2, to attack it. And that's leaving him really vulnerable to be able to put any sort of pressure back on the bowlers. They're dictating terms, and he's there just hoping that he can survive. And that's not a good place to be as a number 3 in Test cricket.
Yeah, he appears suffocated by the scenario that he's in, the situation that he's in. So that is a big question mark over the Australian top order. Broad question for you. Is it good for Test cricket that 18 wickets can fall in 74 overs, particularly given last year we saw 2 two-day tests?
Well, this potentially, if it finishes today, is the 3rd two-day test on these shores in the space of 9 months. Because it started in Perth, then went to the MCG, and if it happens here, which is quite likely, that can't be a coincidence. When I saw that wicket yesterday, never in my wildest dreams did I think there would be 18 wickets fall on that. The sun was out, it was a beautiful day, mid-20s, slight breeze. Yes, there's 4 mil of grass on it, but that's normal. Like, that's what you expect. So disappointing because, as I said earlier, Steve Smith and Cameron Green were 45 minutes away from getting through to stumps. Come back, that's 13 in the day. You go, you know what, that can happen to an overseas team that doesn't handle the new ball, and Bangladesh are a short batting team in stature in terms of with the extra bounce. That plays a part, but yeah, disappointing that that's Test cricket at the moment.
I'm looking forward to your pie today to analyse why wickets are falling more regularly in Australia in particular. So in 2025 in Melbourne, the Boxing Day Test, 20 wickets on day 1. In Perth, as you mentioned, 19 wickets. This was 18. And then against India in Perth, the summer before, 17 wickets. So this is a trend now that's become consistent. Kat, look forward to your calling across this day. Simon Katich joining us in commentary alongside Justin Langer, Bharat, Sundaresan and John Donehue. Our experts are here for AIA, protect what matters most. AIA, do it for life. And SEN Test cricket for Goodwee batteries. You're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. After the break, we're going to catch up with Mitchell Starc alongside Bharat after his 6-wicket haul yesterday.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test cricket.
Audio. It's more powerful than you think. What you hear can take you far from here. Can move you to dance, to run, to tears. It's all in your ears. For advertising with the power to connect with customers in your area, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. CRA.au.
This Father's Day, forget socks and jocks. Get Dad something better with better sense at Chemist Warehouse. For the Revhead Dad, BMW M50mm range is just $29.99 each. Outdoorsy dads will love Bulgari Man Wood Neroli 60mm, just $49.99. Or choose Azaro The Most Wanted 50mm, only $69.99. And stylish dads can spritz on new YSLY Ice Cologne 100ml, now $149.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
Everything grows better with nutrient water.
Everything grows better with nutrient water. From irrigation and filtration to pumping and lawn care essentials, Nutrient Water has you covered. For the best water management solutions, your local Nutrient Water store has the solutions to help everything grow better. Order online at nutrientwaterstore.com.au or find a store near you. Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Everything grows better with nutrient water.
Bye 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 bye. It's not the footy without a 4 and 20.
New job, new course, tree change or sea change. Go to the job site that gets you. View Jobs, Australia's home of regional jobs. Whether it's a builder in Ballarat, nurse in Newcastle, or whichever town you're listening in right now. When you go to viewjobs.com.au, you can find your next local role in the region you love or take the next step with new skills. View Jobs is where locals level up. Australia's home of regional jobs. viewjobs.com.au.
Every detail about Porsche has to be just right down to the way you pronounce their name. It's this unrelenting attention to detail over 35 years that Porsche demanded when selecting Charlie Battisti & Co. as their certified collision center for Porsche. So should the unthinkable happen, Charlie Battisti & Co. will restore your vehicle to Porsche's exacting standards. charliebattisti.com.au, Melbourne's finest facility for the repair of prestige German vehicles.
In this week's Round 24 edition of the Metricon AFL Record,
we speak to 300-game milestone men, premiership teammates Bradley Hill and Jack Gunston.
At Carlton, the long shot got the job. We explain how Josh Fraser became the overwhelming choice as permanent senior coach of the Blues.
And we look at the top 10 and potential wildcard finals matchups.
Metricon AFL Record, available at all games in Round 24 for just $6.
Can't get there? Visit aflrecord.com.au to have one delivered.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
Another beautiful day for cricket here in Mackay. Blue skies, a little bit of cloud cover, and we are just about ready to go for Day 2 action. Australia lead by 101 runs, and this is SEN Test Cricket. For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. John Donehue with you. Bharat Sundaresan will be alongside me very shortly, but a little bit earlier this morning, Mitchell Stark caught up with Tom Morris and Bharat Sundaresan. Let's have a listen to it now.
Mitch Stark, thank you. As always, for speaking to SEN Test Cricket. 24 hours on, what do you make of conditions and just where this test match is?
It was a long sleep. It was 24 hours.
Oh, sorry. You know what I mean.
I think there's been a lot made about the 18 wickets and the pitch. I would say it's been a very good day one wicket. I've said it. A few people have said it. I think it's very similar to what we expect from the Gabba. Obviously, we're in North Queensland. You get that greasy foot marks day one, perhaps a little tennis bally, but a pretty good surface. And then as the day goes on and as the test goes on, it gets a bit firmer and faster. And I thought we saw all those characteristics yesterday. obviously being a smaller ground, you've got that the breeze come through the middle and it helps the left armers from one end. And there was some good bowling. There's obviously some runs to be had if you work hard, and there's a partnership with Steve and Cam, and Cam's following on from last week where he was fantastic with his 100 and had a process that's working for him. So I love to be more than 100 ahead, but we are ahead, and it's all being equal, it's a good way to finish day one.
Last week when we spoke, Mitch, you spoke about how, based on how the Bangladeshis were batting, it felt like old school test cricket, the kinds we don't see very often. What we saw yesterday seems to be in vogue, really. We saw a couple of them last summer as well, where a lot of wickets fall on day one and the test finishes in 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, I think there's some tea times booked from some of the commentators now, but it's our run rate was quite high as well, so it certainly wasn't that old school patient cricket, if you like, and likewise that probably changed our approach in our bowling to day one. Obviously more assistance than what we had in Darwin, being bowling first here and getting that ball up there. They were basically half volleys, I would say, the balls that I bowled. I thought we bowled pretty well, and probably arguably better in Darwin than what we did here, and here we've got the results. So that's purely taking conditions into account. Obviously the team that we're playing and being a shorter batting unit held some catches and sat here with a lead of 100.
We heard you say in the stump microphone just before you started yesterday you're going to try to bowl fuller. You said they were half volleys. Was it actually an aim to bowl really full like that?
Yeah, there's going to be assistance bowling first, and there was swing. I think we saw last week that they were pretty patient and they left balls away from the stump. The balls it wasn't a fast wicket in Darwin. The ball was bouncing over the stumps, so the way they play and the height that they were pretty comfortable in their approach, and fair credit, they played really well. So for us, it was to try and bring those stumps into play. For me, I'm always a bit more of an aggressive, bit more of a fuller bowler than the other two. And that doesn't really change for me throughout the years. It's trying to bring the stumps into play, see if there is swing, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Did you have a word to Bo Webster about his drop catch, given it didn't really cost you anything?
Looked like he was on the lead in the forward 50 trying to take a mark, but I think Kez said enough for that. That was picked up on the stump mics, but he was pretty relieved when we got him out anyway.
You spoke about the match situation earlier, mentioned 101 runs ahead, but just how Cam Green's been batting, there was a lot of focus on him, amongst others as well, going into the last test. 100 there, and feels like it just continued in the same vein.
Yeah, he has, and whether he pays attention to outside noise or not, there certainly was some around our group. So for him to obviously last week play the way that he did was fantastic to see for the youngest guy in our group. But for someone who's probably been under a little bit of, whether he's put the pressure on himself internally or not, he played the way that as a free-minded test batter. So fantastic for him. Found a process with a couple of partnerships last test match, and then again he's carried on from that with the partnership with Steve. There's certainly been assistance throughout the whole day yesterday, but he found a process that he could either forget about a play and miss and just keep his approach simple for a guy, he's the youngest in our group, but look, it's fantastic to see his last couple of weeks, and hopefully that bodes well for a big summer.
You also reached a significant milestone yesterday, going past Dale Steyn. Now you're in the top 10. Does it feel a little surreal when you look at that top 10? There's you and there's someone who you consider a very close friend also there, just a few rungs above you, Nathan Lyon?
I'm going to throw him under the bus here. How did you put it yesterday? He said, I've made the first step on the ladder, but he's still looking down at me. He's got no right to reply, so we'll leave it there. No, it's cool. With obviously the 4 and throwing 5 with Scotty's been around a long time now as well. The 5 of us spent a lot of time together, so to have had the success that we all have had together, hopefully we can cap it up with another win this week. But it's cool to do these sort of things with your mates.
Just one final one. Not everyone gets to be interviewed by their partner when they get to that milestone. It was quite an awe moment, for everyone. What did it feel like for you?
I love that this has got all the traction.
It's unusual.
It is.
I've been in the commentary box with her on the mic before. How'd she put it? Bring your husband to work day. No, it was different. I think the first one was always going to be awkward for us both, but broke the ice now. So, she's doing a fantastic job. So, yeah,
beautiful. Go well today.
Thanks, guys.
Mitchell Stark a little bit earlier catching up with Tom and Bharat Sundaresan, who joins me in commentary. Hello, Baz. Morning to you. Another glorious day for cricket, but how much cricket will we get?
That's the question. I mean, will cricketing logic prevail and this test match be finished sometime today? We're coming to the ground this morning. That was on all our minds. That was a discussion in the cab about how long this test match could go on for, and you look at it in two different ways. The only way it goes into day 3 is if somehow Cam Green and Nathan Lyon bat for an entirety of this session, which would mean that lead would be in the 200s, and who knows if Cam Green cuts loose. We have seen bits of it before from him in the past. It could even be bigger. And then you still need Bangladesh to survive 2 sessions and bat much, much better than they did in the first innings. Or the other way is, if say they do come this morning, Shariful takes another couple of wickets, or they just roll Australia over within the first half an hour or so, then you're expecting Bangladesh to bat for a large part of today to even go past Australia and set a reasonable total of some sort, which again on the basis of how they batted in the first innings, which it doesn't fill you with too much promise. Yes, they did bat for 140 overs in Darwin, but different conditions. They were on top in that game, so it'll be a different challenge for them. What they have shown so far is a lot of spirit, a lot of fight. We saw it with the ball yesterday, but can their batters do it again? Because the Australian fast bowlers will be fresh. Mitch Stark coming off a 6 for 12. Josh Hazlewood, I thought, bowled beautifully. Didn't get the rewards at times. I mean, he did pick up a couple, but he bowled better than you feel his figures show. So I don't know, Johnny. Something in me. I mean, it would be disappointing if it does finish today. And for me, I don't know how you viewed it. There was a time when if you got a day like yesterday where nearly 2 innings were complete, it would be exciting because it happened so rarely. Now, I mean, when you look at the frequency of these kind of days, I mean, just look at the last 7 test matches we've had in Australia, right? Perth was a 2-dayer, Melbourne was a 2-dayer, largely, and now you have this one which looks all set to be a 2-day. So half the test matches are finishing in 2 and 2.5 days. So it's a bit disappointing, especially considering, at least at the MCG, you could argue the pitch had a big role to play in how that game played out. But here, just even speaking to the curator here this morning, it's not the pitch's fault. I mean, the breeze beautifully assisted the left-armers. That's why they made the most of it and bowled beautifully to get the 12 wickets that they did, Mitchell Stark and Shariful Islam. But you just put it down to batting era and a generation of batters who, against the moving ball, either don't have the temperament or the patience, or I don't know, both, and technique to survive or to even make a good fist of it. And that's why we're seeing so many of these collapses. And both batting lineups overall really let their teams down.
I'm hoping we get more than a 2-day test. Maybe I'm just the eternal optimist. I just feel like Bangladesh can't bat as badly as they did in the first innings. So let's wait and see. But 101-run lead for Australia right now, so they're ahead in the game. Who knows what could happen? We've got to get to a break, Baz, because the players are out just on the dugout. They're ready to go. The Australians won't be far away either. SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee batteries. You're in safe hands with Goodwee. And for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Tom Morris and Justin Langer to take you through the first bit of play next.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
When you drive an Isuzu D-Max, you'll find adventure is everywhere. With up to 3.5-ton towing capacity and 2.2 or 3-litre engine options across the D-Max range, you're sorted. Anytime, any task. Since 2008, thousands of Aussies have relied on their Isuzu D-Max to go their own way. And they'll tell you, adventure is everywhere. Go find yours in the Isuzu D-Max. Visit your Isuzu Ute dealer today.
The 40 Winks House of Temper sale is here. Upgrade your sleep experience with up to 50% off our range of Tempur mattresses and bases. The exclusive Tempur Cool Quilt Pro combines cooling technology with plush cushioning. Elevate your entire sleep experience with a Tempur adjustable base. Discover the Tempur Symphony Pillow for personalised support and chat to our sleep advisors in-store to find your perfect match. Hurry, sale ends Sunday. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. 40 Winks, serious about sleep. This Father's Day, forget socks and jocks. Get Dad something better with better sense at Chemist Warehouse. For the Revhead Dad, BMW M50mm range is just $29.99 each. Outdoorsy dads will love Bulgari Man Wood Neroli 60mm, just $49.99. Or choose Azaro the Most Wanted 50mm, only $69.99. And stylish dads can spritz on new YSLY Ice Cologne 100ml, now $149.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
My day. Wake up 7 a.m. Log on to 39 emails. Reply to 21 of them. Attend 3 meetings. Lunch. 2 more meetings, 12 phone calls. Run club at 6 p.m. 7,642 steps for the day. Stretch. 5 minutes. Dinner. Your life runs on numbers. So should your fuel. High protein, macro balanced, flavour packed ready meals by Strength Meals Guy. Only at Woolies.
Everything grows better with Nutrien Water.
Everything grows better with Nutrien Water. From irrigation and filtration to pumping and lawn care essentials, Nutrien Water has you covered. For the best water management solutions, your local Nutrien Water store has the solutions to help everything grow better. Order online at nutrienwaterstore.com.au or find a store near you. Everything grows better with Nutrien Water.
Everything grows better with Nutrien Water.
If you've ever wanted to volunteer at a major sporting event, this is your chance to make a real difference. The Special Olympics Australia National Games are coming to Melbourne from October 19 to 23 to help create an unforgettable experience for over 850 athletes. More than 800 volunteers are needed across operations, ceremonies, athlete support and more. Sign up today and create an unforgettable National Games for athletes, families and supporters. Visit nationalgames.specialolympics.com.au.
We start with the maiden, start to Crawley.
If you're a sports nut, there's nothing worse than missing something incredible. But with the SEN app, you don't have to. Catch up anytime on the SEN app. There's expert analysis, the latest news, shows, podcasts, and of course, all your favourite live sporting action. Anytime, anywhere, no more misses. Download the SEN app and listen back today. SEN, your home of sport.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
Day 2 from Mackay. Great Barrier Reef Arena. It's a picture. It really is. SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee. Game-changing batteries. And for Makita, powerful, reliable and tough. So Cam Green and Nathan Lyon walking out to bat. And again, sunshine draping this glorious oval, the 4th venue that has hosted Test cricket in Queensland. Brisbane Showgrounds for Don Bradman's debut, the Gabba we know about, Cairns as well, and now here in Mackay. Our call team, Bharat Sundaresan, Simon Katich, John Donehue, and Justin Langer not far away from joining me for what should be an intriguing day of cricket. Cameron Green again sets himself up, if he can bat with a tail, to justify his position in this team at number 5. And Nathan Lyon at number 10 is 10 not out. The lead is 101, 8 for 165. 2 slips in a gully to start with Hassan, who has been expensive so far in this innings. None for 56 from 12 to begin proceedings from the commentary box end. Justin Langer for the first time today joins us. JL, I was watching you run across the oval there, bit of a puff.
Morning, Tom. I fit as a fiddle, mate.
No issue.
Good crowd, mate. Good crowd here against, mate. Like yesterday was brilliant.
Yeah, good. Yeah, big crowd, isn't it? Probably 6,000 or 7,000.
Yeah, it's been, and the atmosphere yesterday was brilliant, wasn't it? It was great. So, good crowd again today. Great day. Set up for a nice day of Test cricket.
So, first slip, second slip, and a 4 slip in place. Hassan bowling to Green. Green watches it go through to the keeper. What's your prediction for today? How do you see it playing out?
Oh, well, one thing's for certain about Test cricket. Who knows? None of us could have predicted 18 wickets yesterday. It was an amazing day of cricket on a very good batting wicket. So, who can tell? I'm not one for predictions.
Yep.
All I know is that both teams have to fight. Both batting units have to fight a lot harder than they did yesterday. We didn't see a lot of that. We saw a bit from Cameron Green, who's still in now and batting beautifully. We saw a bit from Steve Smith. But other than that, the bowlers dominated the day.
The field is spread aside from those 3 men in the cordon. Hassan to Green. It's very wide of the off stump.
I think one of the interesting things here today, Tom, is that Cameron Green, he's played 30-odd tests now, but this is a really unusual situation for him. How he's going to go about it. You know, you come in, when you're batting in Test cricket, you want to accumulate, you want to bat for as long as possible. He's got Nathan Lyon at the other end. They've got the field spread. So this is all really good experience for him. He's still only 27 years old. Great experience how he's going to navigate this little period.
And they're giving him the single wherever he wants it. Deep cover, deep backward point, long off. Hassan bowls to Green, defends into the offside square of the wicket, no run. So how would you play in this situation?
Well, I think they would have talked about it. There was a bit of confusion last game in Darwin and a bit yesterday with Nathan Lyon. Nathan Lyon will have confidence in himself. There's no doubt about that. So they would have talked about it. They're good communicators. I always believe in batting partnerships. And I talk about this as a coach. I talk about it as a player, that the more you can over-communicate, the better. So talk it through, talk situations, and you've even seen there, Nathan Lyon's really following through at the non-striker's end, which tells me that they've said that, well, I'll take as much as I can, maybe until Josh Hazlewood comes in.
So halfway through this first over on day 2, Hassan bowling to Green, defends into the gully region on the bounce of the fielder.
And also, Bangladesh know they've got to take early wickets now. If Australia are able to get another 50 or 60, it's pretty much game over. I mean, with these conditions, the Australian bowlers, they've all got their tails up. They've got so many options with Green and Bo Webster. Obviously, Nathan Lyon didn't bowl a ball yesterday, so they're going to have to get these early wickets to give themselves half a chance in the Test match.
The lead is 101, 22 degrees in Mackay. Beautiful conditions for cricket, as JL mentioned, and batting. The field comes in to save the single. Green on strike, onto the legs, leg by, down to fine leg. We'll leave Nathan Lyon with 1 ball to face. First runs of the morning.
What's really interesting, it's only 22 degrees, but it's 77% humidity up here, which suggests, I don't know the science of it, but it's going to swing around. The ball's going to swing around, and we saw that all day yesterday. It wasn't necessarily like we've seen in other pitches around the world where like a lot of wickets fall where it seams around. Yesterday, most of the wickets fell when the ball was swinging. So, yeah, that's that humidity up here. As pleasant as it is, I'm sure must have some impact on that ball swinging.
It swung for a long time yesterday as well, didn't it? Both left armers. Yeah, 12 wickets between them.
Even this morning, Hassan's length has been a bit short, but when he has those couple, he's bowled a bit fuller. We're seeing some swing here already this morning.
3 in a gully in place for Nathan Lyon, who's on 10. He faces up now and he defends down the pitch for no run. 1 run from the first over off the legs. 8 for 166. Australia on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. It's just a beautiful ground, isn't it, JL? Just lovely to watch cricket.
Yeah, we were just talking before, weren't we, Tom, about this facility here and maybe opportunities down the track and the history, the future with the Gabba. But think, and the same as Darwin last week, just how blessed we are in Australia with these facilities. I mean, this is an amazing cricket ground. We walked across it this morning on the way to get changed, and it's like a bowling green out there. It's actually rock hard. We saw how fast the outfield was yesterday. We saw some drone shots yesterday, and it's just a magical facility. So, yeah, beautiful ground, and they'll be hopeful they play a lot more cricket up here.
Yeah, they certainly want to play cricket here in the 2032 Olympics. Presuming there is cricket in those games, as they expecting there will be. Shoreful to begin proceedings from the other end. He's bowling to Green, full. He wants 2 to mid-wicket. Nathan Lyon's off the mark. He turns blind, but it won't matter. Green comes back for a couple. His first run's off the bat, and he moves to 54.
Good cricket, and you heard as soon as it was the ball swung in, very full, but he just pushed it with this field all on the boundary. Besides the 3 slips and the shortish cover, every other player is pretty much on the boundary. So that's good cricket. Cameron Green's an amazing athlete. It takes him about 6 steps to get between the wicket or the pitch. And, good start. Good start, Cameron Green.
So Shoreful picked up Head. He got Labuschagne. He got Smith. He got Webster. And he got Stark yesterday. Now he bowls to Green. He's hit on the pad. Trickles away for no run. And then the other question I had for you as a former captain and coach, how does the Bangladesh captain play this situation with the field spread?
Yeah, again, he knows that their main danger here is that Green gets away and starts, and there'll be a point to this morning, no question, where Cameron Green will start playing like a T20 game. If he gets going, and he's a very powerful white ball player, that he could take the game away. So that's why the field's spread, and he'll be looking to bowl as many balls at Nathan Lyon as possible. Even though Nathan Lyon has actually looked comfortable last night and this morning, he'll be looking to bowl as much to Lyon and Hazelwood as possible.
Shoreful bowls to Green. No. Guides it to deep backward point, decides against the single.
Yeah, maybe they're suggesting here that we saw in the first over, it looked like Nathan Lyon was very comfortable to get up to the other end, but against Shoreful, who's bowled beautifully, swung the ball left arm, maybe Lyon doesn't feel as comfortable against that. He's been successful against the top order, so we saw that then. Cameron Green pushed it out to deep point, only a single, so he's decided, I'm going to take most of the balls from their most dangerous bowler, and then Nathan Lyon maybe can spend some more time at the other end.
Left arm over the wicket. Shoreful bowling to Green. Inside edge onto the pad. They'll scamper through for 1 into the covers, which will leave Nathan Lyon 2 balls to face.
It's well bowled again, like we saw all day yesterday. That fuller length, just swung in late. Cameron Green got an edge onto his pad there. But very well bowled. And that's all the danger balls yesterday, weren't they? The full ones, Stark. Caught it slip, LBW. We saw Shoreful yesterday. LBW bowled. So that length is proving to be really hard work here.
I'd love to see some data from CricViz or whoever provides it on how much swing there was yesterday compared to other test matches in Australia.
Oh, it was stark. Literally, it was stark yesterday, the difference of how much it swung.
Line on strike. Shoreful bowls to him. Pitched up. Driven through mid-wicket. Lovely from Nathan Lyon. That'll roll away for 4. That is how quick this outfield is, as JL mentioned. His first boundary of the morning. And it was glorious. The lead's 109.
It was like a puck on an ice rink, wasn't it? It is literally so fast. Good shot, Nathan Lyon. Now, that's no mean feat. We talked a bit about it yesterday when Steve Smith was batting. It's the hardest shot in the game is to play the on drive. His went just to the left of mid on there. Beautiful balance. I was speaking to Lino before the game and he goes, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about it. He said, if they're looking for an opener, I might put my hand up. So always the confidence.
He did a lot of work on his batting, didn't he?
Yeah, at one point, yeah, he does. And he's got 2 shots usually, the hook shot and the sweep shot. But there he's just beautiful on drive.
Change of field, another man on the onside. Lyon lets this one go outside the off stump. 7 runs from the over. 8 for 173. The lead's 109 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
G'day, Alex Carey here. At home, we use the Goodwee ESA home battery system. It's a game changer. Don't wait for the drop in the federal rebate. Find your nearest installer now at goodwee.com.au. You're in safe hands with Goodwee.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. At Tyre Power, you get the power of plain speaking and friendly advice from tyre experts. It's advice you'll understand and trust. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodbury, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Tom Morris with you, Justin Lang with me for AIA. Protect what matters most, do it for life with AIA. Hassan bowls to green and he lets it go outside the off stump.
Would have been asked 30 times this morning, from the catering staff to the security people to some of the people we're signing autographs for. Oh, what's going to happen today, JL? And there's already signs this morning. This pitch looks pretty good, like we expected yesterday. It's fast outfield. You know, the instinct is it's going to be Australia come out and they just roll Bangladesh again. But we saw how well they batted in Darwin just a few days ago. So you know, who knows what will happen? I think you asked with the first question, prediction for today. And no, not one for predictions. You never know with Test cricket, but certainly some good signs at the moment.
Hassan bowls to green. Green defends into the offside, decides against the single that would have otherwise been easy down to long off.
A good length again, that full length was a bit short last year. And compared to Darwin, Hassan, you know, none for 57 off 13.2 overs. A little more expensive. Good young bowler, but that last, his first over there was a little short, that one there. It means he's asking questions. It was full, it would have hit the stumps. It's good bowling.
Green faces up again. Hassan bowls to green, cuts away, wants two between deep backward point and deep cover, but he'll get four. He has melted that and dissected the gap. 59, Cameron Green.
Yeah, great shot. A shot of a man in form. A terrible delivery, short, wide. Even we saw Nathan Lyon yesterday being able to dispatch that sort of rubbish, but again, it goes Cameron Green. He's played all round the wicket this innings. He pulled well yesterday, hit through mid-wicket, and there he's cut it in front of point, which is a sign of a really confident player and a very good player.
Hassan's gone for 61 from his 13.3 overs. 8 for 177 here. Hassan bowls to green. Green defends to long on and decides to take the single, which will again give Nathan Lyon 2 balls to survive.
Or score.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. Like, we're talking about Cameron Green. This is a nice little partnership now. They're playing well together. Whenever Nathan Lyon's at the crease, he's always scoring runs. He's 14 off 31 balls at the moment. He's always looking to score runs. So you asked what the Bangladeshi captain would be talking about is also keep him under pressure, bowl like you would to a top order batter, because all these runs are all adding up to make it more and more difficult for Bangladesh.
Partnership's 29. Hassan to line, outside half of the bat, and find a single into the covers. I'm not sure they wanted to do that because it leaves Cameron Green 1 ball to face at the end of the over.
And you heard Nathan Lyon through the monitor there, or through the radio, saying, oh, sorry. I would have thought about it. That puts a little bit of pressure on Cameron Green here. What does he try and do? Does he try and hit it for 4 or 6 and take those runs? Or, because now you'll see Bangladesh are all come in. They're all around him now to take away those easy singles that they've been willing to give up. Not this ball. Where's he going to bowl? Should be a high bouncer, actually, to keep. So Sharaful gets 6 balls at Nathan Lyon.
Hassan delivers to Green. It's full. It's driven through extra cover for 4. That is textbook Cameron Green. He's at the top of his game. He moves to 64. And Australia's made it an enterprising start to day 2. 8 for 183 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
This Father's Day, forget socks and jocks. Get Dad something better with better sense at Chemist Warehouse. For the Revhead Dad, BMW M50mm range is just $29.99 each. Outdoorsy dads will love Bilgari Man Wood Neroli 60mm, just $49.99. Or choose Azaro, the most wanted 50mm, only $69.99. And stylish dads can spritz on new YSLY Ice Cologne 100ml, now $149.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Australia's lead now 119. SEN Test Cricket for Goodbury, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Sharaful continuing. 6 for 42, his figures. 3 slips in place and a short leg and a short mid-wicket for Nathan Lyon, who tries to play to the leg side but hits the thigh pad and trickles away.
It's a really strange short leg he's got there. He must be 5 metres from the bat. Usually they're just under the nose of the batter, but he's a long way back. Not sure he's waiting for that one that he's going to flick off his hip. But with this extra bounce, I'd like to see that bat pad in a lot closer. Maybe a little edge onto the bat or edge onto the thigh pad rather than a full block. Because if he hits it there, he's going to hit it really hard at him. It'll take a screamer to take it.
He's 3 pitches away, isn't he? From Nathan Lyon, who is facing Shuraful and is defending to the onside. So if Matthew Hayden's at gully and Mark Waugh's at second slip, what are they saying to you if you're at short leg and you're that far away from the batter?
Oh, the captain, they're saying get in under his nose. But again, it must be a plan. It must be a plan that they're thinking that he's going to try and whip it off his hip rather than just pop up into the air. So they've obviously thought about this, but it just looks like a very strange pitch, very square, almost just to the left foot of the square leg umpire. But a long way back.
Lyon's 15 from 34. Shuraful bowling to him, short, Lyon ducks underneath it nicely and then practices a forward defence.
He's usually a compulsive hooker, Nathan Lyon. Again, they would have done all their planning. The thing about the game of cricket now is there's nowhere to hide as a batter. The opposition knows everything about you. If they do their homework, and I'm sure they would be. The best coaches, the best analysts are doing all their homework, and they know he's usually a compulsive hooker, Nathan Lyon. So expect a few bounces. They've only got the fine leg in there. And he's coming round the wicket. So to keep attacking the stump. Shuraful's decided to come round the wicket to Nathan Lyon. The objective here, like you often see Mitchell Starc do, is to just attack those stumps from a different angle.
Shuraful bowls to Lyon. Lyon's hit on the pad. There's a big appeal for LBW. Kuma Dharmasena says not out. Height, you heard, as one of the concerns. The DRS timer counting down, but they're not going to go upstairs. It's not an easy angle to pick up LBWs from, JL.
No, it's not. And I mentioned it yesterday. I don't like him coming around the wicket. I think while the ball's still swinging, we're looking at that. Yeah, it looks high. Looks high.
It's on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Shop the Chemist Warehouse fragrance sale. Going over.
Because when all the danger's been all this game and the bowlers are attacking those stumps, so it's missing easily over the leg stump.
Shuraful bowls to Lyon. Lyon again hit on the thigh pad, and again he can't find a way down the fine leg.
And there's exactly my point. That one's hit the bat onto the pad, onto the thigh pad, and he's so far back. That would have been an easy catch had he have been at the regulation bat pad, but he's standing just behind square leg. We've got it. So again, we can see his left foot is on the crease line, so he's behind the arm. It's a very unusual position. Had he been in a regulation bat pad, there he would have taken an easy catch.
Lyon survived 5 balls this over. It's a 5-4 field, 2 slips in the gully in place. Point dropping back to the boundary for the last ball. Shuraful bowls to Lyon. Slightly uppish, but straight to mid-on. It's a maiden. Shuraful has a couple of words to the Australian off-spinner. 8 for 183 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Test cricketers don't leave performance to chance. Neither do mining or maintenance crews. That's why professionals choose Makita. Powerful, reliable, tough. Book a demo today.
Imagine homes where luxury isn't an upgrade. Build a solar all-electric Henley home with up to $95,600 of standard inclusions others call extras. Imagine luxury at no extra cost with Henley Homes.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodway game-changing batteries, and from Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. 18 runs from 4 overs this morning for Australia without the loss of a wicket. The lead is 119 and a change of bowling, JL.
They're left arm orthodox. Again, interesting how Cameron Green's going to play this. He'll fancy himself here. The ball's didn't really spin much yesterday. But I tell you, the really positive sign here, though, Tom, is that Australia have already scored 18 runs in 4 overs. The wicket looks really nice to bat on.
The field is spread for Tyrell, who bowled 5 overs yesterday. Green defends on the front foot, no run.
Looks like a nice wicket. We talked about the outfield.
That's where we need Bharat, who's normally translating this for us.
Hindi into English.
Yeah. Not a strength of ours, JL.
No.
Tyrell bowls to Green on the back foot, nudges it down to deep wicket. He wanted 2 initially, and he'll settle for 1. So comfortable with Nathan Lyon facing the left arm finger spinner.
It's one of the interesting things coaching in the IPL is often, and you see it in the EPL, I've always been curious how some of the foreign coaches communicate because of the different languages, and often when you're coaching in the IPL, you always need someone to translate. Most of the Indian boys can understand most English, and some of them can talk pretty good English. But often I'll say to one of our Indian coaches, mate, just let's make sure the messages are really clear. So it's actually a really fun part of coaching in different parts of the world. As silly as that sound, that language barrier.
Tyrell bowls to Lyon, defends the onside, no run. I'm watching the Jose Mourinho documentary on Netflix. I'm not sure if you've seen it, it's only just come out. And one of his first jobs was to be a translator in, I think it was in Spain. That's how he got himself going.
Yeah, I've just watched that. It's a very good doco, yeah.
Tyrell bowls to Lyon, who defends again. What did you learn about Jose Mourinho?
Well, interestingly, you asked me a question this morning about privatisation, and it's one of the...
Tyrell approaches, bowling to Lyon, Lyon defends.
One thing I learned, obviously, it's private ownership in the EPL, and what I was fascinated in is the fallout between Abramovich and Mourinho after the second year, when the owner wanted to have a fair say in what teams were being selected, who were they going to draft in.
Yeah. Tyrell Lyon defends again, falls short of the man at silly mid-off. We'll pick this conversation up in a moment. 8 for 184 Australia on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Ever feel like you're ready for more but not sure what's next? Maybe you've outgrown your job, or you're ready for something that matters. At Victoria Police, get more out of your everyday. With hundreds of career options, who knows where the job could take you? Wherever you go, you'll be part of a community and team that has your back. Your life outside of work is supported too, with 9 weeks annual leave. If you're ready for more, search Police Careers. Victoria Police, recruiting now. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Australia 8 for 184. All the replays today for Chemist Warehouse on the replay screen. Shop the Chemist Warehouse fragrance sale. Cameron Green is 65 not out from 97 ball.
Isn't it brilliant now, some of the way the media world's working? Some of those documentaries are fantastic. I mean, there was a lot made of the documentary that we made in the Australian cricket team, and
Shoreful bowling to Green, left arm over the wicket, short one, ducks underneath it.
So yeah, and there's some really interesting stuff you can. And so what else did I learn about Mourinho? I thought how much he cares about his people. Yep. I love that. How confident he was in his ability. You know, and some would take that as arrogance, but you've got to be successful in anything. I think you have to have a degree of that, and we're humans, so we're all really everyone's got insecurities, right? But he would not. The way he mastered that was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And he knew his game. He just knew the game. He knew the game so well, didn't he?
A special one, as he called himself in his first media conference at Chelsea. Shoreful bowls to Green, who pulls it away down the leg side. They want 2, fielded at fine leg. Green will come back on the arm, long strides, and makes it relatively comfortably. Moves to 67, 8 for 186, a lead of 122.
Brilliant running between the wickets, Cameron Green. He's got 2 where a lot would only get 1. He's an incredible athlete. You see him fielding in the slips, in the gully. He's got a huge wingspan, and he moves so well. You know, he was a great AFL footy player as a kid. He's quick. You know, he can bowl 140 k's an hour, and to see him run between the wickets like that's great cricket. And there's a lot talked about the batting around the world at the moment. Just the little basics like that, running between the wicket, and have such an impact on the opposition.
Shoreful bowls to Green, lets it go outside the off stump, and it carries through to the keeper above his head.
We heard Ricky Ponting say this morning, one thing we loved about Cameron Green was how he's really confident in his defence, and you have to be confident in your defence in Test cricket. So defend well, run hard between the wickets, watch the ball closely, get a nice balanced stance, all those little basics which are, whether you're playing Test cricket or T20 cricket, are fundamental to having success as a batter in the game of cricket.
This partnership's now 38 for the 9th wicket. You know, Bangladesh's best partnership was for the 10th wicket. Australia leading by 122. Shariful bowling to Green, defends on the front foot for no run.
And it's interesting, these later partnerships, we've heard a lot, we saw it in Darwin, new ball. When it gets through the new ball on these pitches with these outfields, there's plenty of runs to be had. And we're seeing that now. I mentioned a minute ago that this looks like a very good batting wicket. With the fast outfield, nice batting wicket. When Bangladesh and Australia get to bat, perhaps in the second innings, if they can get through the new ball and their openers and their top three can get through the new ball, it's a whole different ball game.
It's a big if based on what we've seen so far, isn't it, though?
Oh, after the first innings, yeah. I mean, that's what one of the big questions was this morning. Will Bangladesh get through today?
Second last ball of the over. Shariful to Green, lets it go on length. Just last one on this coaching. So you watch Mourinho, I'm sure you've studied other coaches around the world. Are you still tinkering with your style as well, based on what you've seen from the best around the world? Because I'm not sure the Mourinho style would necessarily work in cricket like it would in football. I mean, you might have a better idea.
Yeah, I think you're always adapting. There's no question. I remember one of my greatest moments was having lunch with Sir Alex Ferguson before the 4th Test match of the last Ashes I coached over there, and it was just fascinating. The old school coach. But the basics are all the same, really. But you're always adapting, you're always learning. You do as you grow. I was a different batter as a 20-year-old than I was as a 38-year-old when I finished. So you're always adapting, and that's why it's nice to see things like those documented. You can always improve on.
Shariful to Green, lets it go. The lead 122. 8 for 186. There'll be a change in commentary. Justin Langer out. Bharat Sundaresan in on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
G'day, Alex Carey here, proud ambassador for Goodwee. Goodwee provide market-leading batteries for homes and businesses right across Australia. So visit goodwee.com.au to find your nearest installer today. You're in safe hands with Goodwee.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. Because many Tyre Power owners are part of the local community, you can trust our family to look after yours. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 1321 91 for your local independent owner.
8 for 186 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Bharat Sundaresan alongside me now. Tajul bowling to Nathan Lyon. The lead 122. Catches in place. First slip. Lyon wanted a single to backward point. He couldn't find it. My new ball partner, Bharat Sundaresan. Baz, morning.
Morning, Tom. Morning to the listeners. Yeah, 2 steps behind, he said, asked Shariful to be at mid-on.
Tajul bowls to Lyon defence. I should just said to Justin Langer, we hit Bharat here to translate all the stories for us.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing Shanta wants him to do is just get through the overs a bit quickly.
Short cover, still limit off, first slip, in place. Tajul bowls to Lyon, that is shorter. Lyon looks to whip it to the leg side. He can't beat the man at mid-wicket.
Yep, so... Yeah, just keep landing it on that good spot. He says?
It's good stuff. Tajul to Lyon defends on the front foot, no run.
There you go. Sure. The Bengali listeners to us are agreeing with everything they're saying and I'm saying.
Tajul Lyon, shorter again, bit of bite in this pitch, and he plays off the back foot to cover.
This is the point maybe, look, after being bowled out for 64, nothing matters, but if they're missing that 4th seamer, Shanto said he's more comfortable having 2 spinners.
Yeah. Tajul bowls to Lyon defend on the front foot, no run. A maiden, 8 for 186, leads 182. We're here for Henley Holmes, hard to beat.
This Father's Day, forget socks and jocks. Get Dad something better with better sense at Chemist Warehouse. For the Revhead Dad, BMW M50mm range is just $29.99 each. Outdoorsy dads will love Bulgari Man Wood Neroli 60mm, just $49.99. Or choose Azaro the Most Wanted 50mm, only $69.99. And stylish dads can spritz on new YSLY Ice Cologne 100ml, now $149.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
8 for 186 Australia. This lead is now 122 and they've looked relatively untroubled this morning. Green and line. From first home buyers to investors moving ready homes to new build and knockdown rebuilds, Henley is hard to beat.
And the moment Cam Green looks the hardest to beat he has been since probably his 100 against New Zealand in Wellington. So short of everything he's doing in the middle.
They've put on 21 this morning without losing a wicket. Shuriful bowler to Green, front foot into the covers, a bit of confusion. The field is spread. They weren't quite sure whether they were taking the single or not. And they decided against it.
That's the only issue, if anything, these two have had. Nathan Lyon just walking down the pitch now. Have a chat with Cam Green, who's looking away. Cam Green was zone zen mode.
Maybe they're thinking there was two at one point.
Yeah, that's what it was.
But the amount of deep covers 20 metres in. Shuriful to Green, pitched up. There's a big appeal to LBW. The ball's gone down to third man. They'll come through for a single. It was a vicious Yorker. Searing.
I think they should just review it regardless. Yeah.
And upstairs they go. Wow. Green was off his feet.
Brilliant Yorker from Shuriful. I mean, his one-day skills.
To the umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original on-field decision is not out. I've checked the feed placement and it's a fair delivery. Can I have a look at front on, please?
And Richard Illingworth. Wait for the replay. So they were very convinced that that was out. Probably it was also the way in which Cam Green went down.
The ball going to third man is in Bangladesh's favour.
It is. Yeah, if it had gone to fine leg, you're right.
Yeah. Might have just flicked the toe on the way through. We're just waiting for the replay and the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
Kumar Dharmasena and Nitin Menon just having a chat.
Shot the Chemist Warehouse fragrance sale.
I'm sure they have been.
Here we go, took us through this pass. Oh my God.
Beautiful Yorker. I think if Cam Green hasn't got bat on it, could be in. Oh, it's the front leg. Oh.
It's the front toe.
It's a front toe.
That's out.
I think that's out.
Yeah.
It's clearly at the toe there.
Yeah, I think that has to be out because that's cannoning into off and middle, you'd think, with the angle. Incredible Yorker. Just came from nowhere from Shuriful.
Amazing delivery. This bloke, Paz, have you never played Test cricket in Australia before? Was about to have seven and potentially 8.
Yeah. Just got the toe off his toe. That makes sense. It's the edge of the big, and it's pitching in line for sure. There you go. Yeah, that's out.
Impacting line.
That's sitting middle of middle. What a delivery from Shuriful Islam. Just when I said Cam Green looks pretty impregnable at the crease, he looks set for a second straight Test century. Shuriful Islam has probably produced the ball of the game.
Yeah.
To break this partnership, to get rid of Cam Green. Incredible figures for the left-arm fast bowler. Don't forget, his best figures coming into this Test match were 3 for 28. Now he's got 7 for 44, and with 4 balls still to go and Josh Hazelwood in his sights, he could well finish with some incredible figures if these aren't impressive already. So Cam Green, well played, like he did in the second innings in Darwin, kept this innings together just when Australia looked to be running away with this game. Shuriful Islam's produced a Wasim Akram style in-swinging Yorker.
It takes something special to make a bloke who is 67 not out from 105 balls in the form of his life. Fall over at the crease and hit it on the front toe with a ball that is... How old's this ball now?
48 over.
48 overs old. That's a sand crusher to die for.
Yeah.
Proper delivery.
He knew it, didn't he? He was charging down. And good on Bangladesh and their captain to have reviewed it.
So Hazelwood on strike, facing Shoreful. 3 steps in the gully in place. Shoreful bowls. Hazelwood drives through the covers on the up. This game continues to surprise. Hazelwood will turn for 3. Might even get 4. No, they'll come back for 3. And he's off the mark. The lead is now 125. That was a shot.
It was a shot. Trademark Josh Hazelwood. If there's one thing trademark about his batting, it's that square drive that he plays. Is always moving towards leg stump Josh Hazelwood. So creating room, getting out of the line, getting away from the line of the ball. It was perfect length for him to just push it into the cover. So Shariful will still back himself to get rid of Nathan Lyon and finish with an 8 for in this very over. It was a no ball as well. So, and it's been given 4.
Oh wow!
Was it a no ball or was he just putting his hand up? Or just not a no ball. Apologize. Just waiting for the third umpire to clarify. So it is 4. So Josh Hazelwood hits a boundary, but Shariful wouldn't mind it. Because he's got Australia's number 11 back on strike.
So the ball didn't hit the rope, but the fielder must have been touching the rope when he flicked the ball back.
His trailing foot.
Yep. Yep, definitely.
Assuming this is going to be much fuller. All he has to do is to slip in that Yorker again.
Sounds simple enough,
He
does.
does.
Sure, full balls to Hazelwood. Short, ducks underneath it.
Or pull a couple of bouncers and then slip that Yorker in. It'd be interesting if they give the ball to Tuskin Ahmed at the other end. After the little run-in Josh Hazelwood had with him, literally. A proper tackle. Yeah. Who do you think would... They have paid it.
Yeah. These are the best figures for any Bangladesh bowler in an away test.
Oh, good.
And no Bangladesh bowler ever away from home has taken 8 for. But there's only been 1 8 for in the history of Bangladesh Test cricket. That was Tajul himself 12 years ago against Zimbabwe. Shuriful bowls to Hazelwood, he ducks underneath it again. So this is history. And Darwin was history from a team perspective and an individual perspective, but this is something else as well.
I think this will go down as the best bowling performance by a Bangladeshi in Test cricket. When once again you put everything into context. I know some might argue the recency bias, but for a Bangladeshi fast bowler to come all the way to Australia, never played a Test match here. He's played 1 T20I before this on Australian soil in the 2022 World Cup. So this is it's been a bowling masterclass. Mitchell Starc set the tone.
1 ball remaining in the over. A wicket and 4 runs from it. It leads 126. Australia 9 for 190. Shuriful to Hazelwood. Pitched up and Hazelwood's good enough to defend it to mid-off. End of that over. A successful one for Bangladesh. 9 for 190. We're here for Henley Holmes. Hard to beat. Johnny D's up next.
Test cricketers don't leave performance to chance. Neither do mining or maintenance crews. That's why professionals choose Makita. Powerful, reliable, tough. Book a demo today.
Imagine homes where luxury isn't an upgrade. Build a solar all-electric Henley home with up to $95,600 of standard inclusions others call extras. Imagine luxury at no extra cost with Henley Homes.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. We're here for Henley Holmes. Hard to beat. John Donehue, Bharat Sundaresan with you. Morning to you, Bharat.
Hi, John.
Tajul's going to continue now into Nathan Lyon, who's forward and defending the offside. So, lead of 126 for the Australians. Tajul in and bowls now to Lyon, who's back and pushing out to point and takes the single. So
126, let's say they get to 135 as a lead. Sends Bangladesh back in. Wonder how they're going to approach it, the Bangladeshis, after what we saw on day one.
It's just day two. Just, I guess the blueprint they provided themselves from how they went on that pitch in Darwin.
Hazel on the wicket now to the left-hander. Hazelwood forward defending the run.
And we've heard from a lot of experts and the curator himself this morning talk about how this surface is akin to the one at the Gabba.
Yep.
And generally, the Gabba gets better to bat on from day 2, day 3 onwards. So
Hazel bowls. Hazelwood turns this one to the leg side, sends Nathan Lyon back. They don't take a run.
So there's every reason why they can't just reproduce something similar to what they did over in Darwin. They about 140 plus overs there.
Hazel bowling again to Hazelwood, who's just propped on the crease and defends this one down back to the bowler.
So even if they can back themselves to about 100 overs, the lead that Australia have amassed is not a huge one.
Last ball of the over, Tigel into Hazelwood, forward defence. No run. We'll pick this conversation up after the break. It's the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Australia lead by 127.
Every detail about Porsche has to be just right down to the way you pronounce their name. It's this unrelenting attention to detail over 35 years that Porsche demanded when selecting Charlie Battisti & Co. as their certified collision centre for Porsche. So should the unthinkable happen, Charlie Battisti & Co. will restore your vehicle to Porsche's exacting standards. charliebattisti.com.au, Melbourne's finest facility for the repair of prestige German vehicles.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodweek, game-changing batteries with Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. John Donehue and Bharat Sundaresan with you. 9 for 191, Australia.
And it looks like Shariful won't get his go at an 8 for because, like I said in the last over, Tuscan Ahmed, who had that run-in with Josh Hazelwood, has been given the ball, the senior fast bowler, to mop up the tail.
Tuscan steaming in from the grandstand end, bowling over the wicket to Nathan Lyon, who's back and pulling out to mid-wicket. We'll get 2. Good running from the Australian pair. So lead up to 129. I guess from a Bangladesh perspective as well, they will hope. They've got literally nothing in runs out of Litton Das on this tour so far. So he's got duck in his knocks so far. If they can get more out of him, he's world class. Then maybe he will help them get up past this total.
Like I said, 100 overs is what, knowing Phil Simmons, is what he would have told them, or what he would be telling them right now.
Line taps away. Tuscan on his way in over the wicket, bowls to him, squares him up ever so slightly, and he pushes out to cover, no run.
And that way, that's the only way you can keep yourself in the game. But don't forget, Bangladesh are ahead in this series. They cannot lose this series. But one thing we have seen from them, especially through this bowling performance, is they are not ready to just sit on that 1-0 lead and go, oh, well, we've already done something unthinkable in Darwin. We'll just take our foot off the pedal. They haven't done that at all.
Tuscan bowls over the wicket now to Lyon, who's flicking. In fact, he's driving straight over the head of the bowler. In the air, racing down to a long off fence. Shariful reels it in. And they'll get a couple. They'll come back for 3. There's a nice punch from Nathan Lyon in the air. He's confident with bat in hand, as we know. Leads up to 132. So you were talking there, is it the end of the over? No. You were talking there about the fact that they've got a 1-0 series lead. I don't think Australia have lost a series in Australia since 2020-21 when India won out here. So it's been a long time since they've lost a series on Australian shores.
Yeah, the last time they lost a series on Australian shores, one of us wrote a book about it.
Yeah, well, there you go. You should know all about it.
Maybe there's another book loading if Bangladesh pull it off.
I don't remember writing that book myself.
Oh, right.
Are you sure? No, that was you much more of a wordsmith than I am. Tuscan comes in now, bowls to Hazelwood, who's opening the face and guiding this one backward of points for a single.
Interesting call to take Shariful out of the attack. Unless he's going to swap him around to this end. He was just red hot. I mean, he's been red hot throughout this game. Yes, he bowled the longest spell this morning. But after having knocked out Cam Green, would have been breathing fire, I would have thought, to finish off this innings. But Tuskin's conceded 6 runs. He's been down on pace. It's just bowled length balls, which these two have dealt with very comfortably.
2 balls to come in the over. Tuskin hustling in, bowling now to Lyon. Short ball, he pulls strongly over the leg side. Nathan Lyon, that's his signature shot, and he hits it for 6. One of those, you can't bowl there to Nathan Lyon.
Yeah, poor bowling from Tuskin Ahmed. I just said there's been nothing in terms of effort or intent in this over. He's just bowled short of the length deliveries over and over again, and this one was a long up, really sat up.
And that is right in his wheelhouse.
It is perfect height for Nathan Lyon, chest height to just swivel and hit it all the way for 6. So, and the sweep shot and the hook shot, 2 shots he backs himself up with the most. And yeah, this decision to take Shariful out of the attack, even more dubious all of a sudden.
As he follow it up now. Lyon on 27. Tuskin in, last ball, he goes again with the pull, but he doesn't connect with this one. So he's happy to take it on if he can. It's no ball, so yeah, it was supposed to be the end of the over, but we'll hold on that. 9 for 203.
Yeah, that's
big front foot.
Clearly didn't like being hit for 6, so that's the line, said the slip cordon, but an extra effort. He was 136 kph, one of his quicker deliveries in the series, but clearly that's because he was bowling from halfway down the pitch.
Yes. So last ball of the over, Tuskin bowling to Nathan Lyon on 27. Short again, and this one in the air with the pull shot to the leg side. It's going to race away for 4. The extra ball brings extra runs. And Nathan Lyon into the 30s. Australia going along very nicely. End of the over for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. 9 for 208.
G'day, Alex Carey here. At home, we use the Goodwee ESA home battery system. It's a game changer. Don't wait for the drop in the federal rebate. Find your nearest installer now at goodwee.com.au. You're in safe hands with Goodwee.
Imagine homes where luxury isn't an upgrade. Build a solar all-electric Henley home with up to $95,600 of standard inclusions others call extras. Imagine luxury at no extra cost with Henley Homes.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee. Game-changing batteries and for Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough. We're here for Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Hajjul Islam to continue, bowling to Hazelwood, who's down slog, sweeping to the leg side, and it gets to the fielder, who just keeps it in. Is that nominal out there? I think just keeps it in the field of play, and it's just kept to 1.
17 runs from that last over from Tuskin Ahmed. Mominullah, the fielder there, outfield. So yeah, bizarre bowling change and bizarre bowling from Tuskin Ahmed. All the experience in the world.
Shariful was probably there thinking, what's going on here? Tijal bowls to Lyon, floated this one up, defending the offside. It does strike me as odd that you've got a hot hand who's taken a wicket already this morning. You're trying to put pressure on this team, and you take your hot hand off.
No, there's just 1 wicket left.
Tijal to Lyon on his hip, turns it leg side, no run. I mean, every run Australia gets here it makes things harder and harder for Bangladesh the way they batted in the first innings. So 145 run lead now.
Yeah, already looks more significant than 127 before the start of that over.
Yeah. Shanto's just moving some players around. Tijal over the wicket again. Floats this one up to Lyon, who opens the face to point. No run. A lot of screaming out there coming through our effects, Mike.
A pretty vocal captain, Shanto. We picked up over the course of today.
Lyon on 31. Leads 145. Tijal comes in, bowls to Lyon. Forward, defending out to cover, no run. He can be a thorn in the side. I mean, he's not like a typical tail-ender, Nathan Lyon. He's hard to dismiss. One more to come in Tajal's over. Bowling now to Lyon. Flatter this time. And back defending for no run out to cover. 9 for 209, 51 overs. Australia lead by 145 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
This Father's Day, forget socks and jocks. Get Dad something better with better sense at Chemist Warehouse. For the Revhead Dad, BMW M50mm range is just $29.99 each. Outdoorsy dads will love Bilgari Man Wood Neroli 60mm, just $49.99. Or choose Azaro the most wanted 50mm, only $69.99. And stylish dads can spritz on new YSLY Ice Cologne 100ml, now $149.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
SEN Test Cricket for good week, game-changing batteries with Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. So just the one over for Tuscan Ahmed. Spin at both ends now. Mahedi Hassan Miraz has got the figures of 1 for 4. So spin heavy.
Yeah, just bowled that one over where Alex Carey gifted his wicket to him. But yeah, the bizarreness of that bowling. I guess he wanted to give Shoriful a break because he'd been bowling all morning and he is coming off an injury.
First warning, skipper. First warning, 60 seconds over. First.
Shanto very vocal at first slip. So Mahedi bowling now to left-handed Hazelwood, outside edge of the bat along the ground to Mominal at backward point. That was interesting.
First warning for taking too long to start that over.
Really? Okay. Mahedi in and bowling now to Hazelwood, who's back and trying to drive, but not able to get it past the fielder. Now, we don't have sight of a scoreboard here, and I don't think it says it on Crick Info, but the over rate, I think, has been an issue.
The over rate stop clock rule.
Mahedi in again around the wicket to the left-hander, forward defending.
So this is the new rule, of course. The stop clock has been brought in, so you need to start a new over within 60 seconds of the previous one ending. So they've got one warning.
Mahedi around the wicket, bowling to Hazelwood. He's forward defending, no run.
And if they get another warning within the first 80 overs, so it's based on per 80 over blocks, so they will concede a 5-run penalty.
Wow, okay. Mahedi bowling again to Hazelwood, and again he's forward, defending for no run. So is this a new rule that's been brought in to just speed it up a little bit?
Yeah. So this is part of the latest addition to the MCC law changes.
Hazelwood waits, Mahedi bowls, and Hazelwood's forward, defending, no run. So a maiden over for Mahedi Hassan Miraz, lead of 145, 9 for 209 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Test cricketers don't leave performance to chance. Neither do mining or maintenance crews. That's why professionals choose Makita. Powerful, reliable, tough. Book a demo today.
Imagine homes where luxury isn't an upgrade. Build a solar all-electric Henley home with up to $95,600 of standard inclusions others call extras. Imagine luxury at no extra cost with Henley Homes.
SEN Test Cricket for good week. Game-changing batteries. Tajul going to continue bowling to Lyon, who hits it in the air down the ground. But one bounce to the fielder and scampers through for 1. So Nathan Lyon up to 31 now. His highest score in Test cricket is 47. And our man Matty Donald tells us that he holds the record for the most Test runs without a 50 by some margin. 1,651 Test runs. The next best was Waqar Yunus with 1,010.
He also holds the record for someone who's spoken about not having made a half century more often than anyone else.
So he's desperate for it. Maybe today's the day. Tygel bowling now to Hazelwood, who tucks this one in behind square, no run. I think sometimes he thinks he's a better batter than a bowler, Nathan Lyon. At times.
I wouldn't go that far. He has worked a lot on his batting the last few years with his brother Brendan. Does a lot of coaching.
Hazelwood waits, Tygel bowls to him, slog sweep high up in the air, a catching opportunity should be taken, is taken. Shadman takes the catch at short mid-wicket. And the Australian innings comes to an end on 210 and a lead of 146.
Nathan Lyon just scampered off. He would look at this shot from Josh Hazlewood and say, another time number 11 has let me down just when I looked poised to make that maiden half century in Test cricket. The Australian innings has come to an end. Josh Hazlewood was looking to play that slog sweep, connected with one, but this time got into a really awkward position. All he managed to do was hit it up in the air. And Shoriful Islam leads the Bangladesh team off the field. What a moment for the 25-year-old from Panchagar. Been a tough life for him. Grew up in a little town with no electricity. Had to get on a push bike and get to the next town, which is half an hour away, to watch any kind of cricket that he could get his hands on, because that town had electricity.
Yep.
To come from that, he could grow up with no real access to proper bowling shoes. To come to Australia in a test match for the first time and take the best figures for Bangladesh ever in an away test, 7 for 44. And Phil Simmons is there, 7 for 48 I must say, and Phil Simmons is there to congratulate him. Just a pat on the back. But this will be a spell we'll be talking about for a long time, and that Yorker that he bowled to Cameron Green this morning to take his 7th wicket will be one we'll be talking about for a long time as well.
So very quickly, just running through the Australian scorecard. Travis Head bowled by Shoriful Islam for 22. Matt Renshaw early, he went early for 8. Tuscan Ahmed got him caught by Tanzid Hassan in the slips. Marnus Labuschagne out for 4, bowled by Shoriful. Steve Smith, LBW to Shoriful for 42. Cam Green, 67, LBW to Shoriful. Alex Carey out to Mahedi Hassan Miraz for 5. Bo Webster, first ball duck, LBW to Shoriful Islam. Pat Cummins caught behind by Shoriful for 0. Mitchell Stark out for 1, bowled by Shoriful. And Nathan Lyon ended 32 not out. Josh Hazlewood out for 6, the last man to go. Australia all out for 210. We mentioned Shoriful Islam 7 for 48 from his 15 overs. So Bharat, 146 is the starting point now for Bangladesh, and then what they can build on the back of that. Your quick summation before we get to a break.
Well, to make sure that this test match does get to day 3, we are looking at Bangladesh batting most of 2.5 sessions, which on the back of how they went in the first innings looks improbable at the moment. So Australia, well, they would be happy with the 146 run lead, but probably not chuffed with how a lot of the question marks that they brought into this game, into this series in regards to batting, have remained unanswered. But from a match perspective, from a series leveling win perspective, they'd be more than happy with where they are, and they'd back themselves to seal the deal within the next few hours.
Australia's lead is 146. We're here for Henley Homes, from first home buyers to investors, move-in ready homes to new builds and knockdown rebuilds. Henley is hard to beat, and it's SEN Test cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. Tom Morris is going to take over on the start of the Australian innings. On the other side of this,
2026 is the year to upgrade to your ultimate fishing weapon. And Bar Crusher, Australia's leading fishing boat builder, has the perfect weapon for you. Come see for yourself and check out the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats on the market, with industry-leading design excellence and quality. To find your nearest dealer, to build your dream boat, head online to barcrusher.com.au.
G'day, Alex Carey here, proud ambassador for Goodwee. Goodwee provide market-leading batteries for homes and businesses right across Australia. So visit goodwee.com.au to find your nearest installer today. You're in safe hands with Goodwee.
Right now, you can get 3K off select model year 26.5 Everests. Plus, you'll also get the first 5 general services free at participating Ford dealers now. Visit ford.com.au for details.
This Father's Day, forget socks and jocks. Get Dad something better with better sense at Chemist Warehouse. For the Revhead Dad, BMW M50mm range is just $29.99 each. Outdoorsy dads will love Bulgari Man Wood Neroli 60mm, just $49.99. Or choose Azaro the Most Wanted 50mm, only $69.99. And stylish dads can spritz on new YSLY Ice Cologne 100ml, now $149.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Imagine homes where luxury isn't an upgrade. Build a solar all-electric Henley home with up to $95,600 of standard inclusions others call extras. Imagine luxury at no extra cost with Henley Homes.
Test cricketers don't leave performance to chance. Neither do mining or maintenance crews. That's why professionals choose Makita. Powerful, reliable, tough. Book a demo today.
Audio has the power to light a fire in you. It also has the power to literally put one out. You've just heard it. Now see it at Commercial Radio and Audio, CRA.au.
G'day, Alex Carey here. At home, we use the Goodwee ESA home battery system. It's a game changer. Don't wait for the drop in the federal rebate. Find your nearest installer now at goodwee.com.au. You're in safe hands with Goodwee.
Test cricketers don't leave performance to chance. Neither do mining or maintenance crews. That's why professionals choose Makita. Powerful, reliable, tough. Book a demo today.
Green faces up again. Sun bowls to Green, cuts away, wants 2 between deep Blackwood Point and deep cover, but he'll get 4. Trueful to Green, pitched up. There's a big appeal to LBW. The ball's gone down to third man.
I think they should just review it regardless.
Yeah, that's out.
What a delivery from Shariful Islam.
Hustling in, bowling down to line. Short ball, he pulls strongly over the leg side. Nathan Lyon, that's his signature shot, and he hits it for 6. Hazelwood waits, Tiger bowls to him. Slog sweep high up in the air. A catching opportunity should be taken, is taken. And the Australian innings comes to an end on 210 and a lead of 146. Australia put on 45 runs for the last couple of wickets this morning from 12.3 overs. Cameron Green top scoring with 67. Nathan Lyon not out 32 from number 10. Valuable runs for the Australian off-spinner, particularly given it in bowl in the first innings. And Shariful Islam 7 for 48 from 15 overs. A remarkable bowling performance from the Bangladesh left armour, who has never played Test cricket in Australia and has only ever played one T20 in Australia for that matter. Simon Katich is alongside me, Tom Morris, for first home buyers to investors, move-in ready homes to new builds and knockdown rebuilds. Henley's hard to beat. Australia all out 210, a lead of 146.
Good morning, Tommy. Good morning to all our listeners. Yeah, excellent lead this of 146 for Australia. And what a wicket it was. Cameron Green played beautifully for 67, but the young man, Shariful Islam, bowled an absolute beauty in swinging Yorker, pinned him on the toe. Can't believe it wasn't given out live. It looked absolutely dead from behind.
Yeah.
And
did he get the 2 noises maybe?
I obviously thought it must have come off the bat, but you see the replays, he was nowhere near it. But it was a great piece of bowling and deservedly ended up with 7 for.
Probably the ball of the game, I think Bharat called it.
Oh, definitely. That was an absolute beauty.
48 overs old, that ball. Yeah. Green's in his 60s.
Yeah.
And him on his feet.
Yeah, no, it didn't look like getting out. He played well.
Okay, so this lead is 146. 2 ways to look at it, Kat. Either Bangladesh crumble and this is over today, or they dig in against the flow of the game and set Australia a tricky score that might be difficult tomorrow.
as a Test cricket purist, I hope they dig in, and I hope they bat like they did in Darwin. But my gut feeling's telling me they might get into some strife, particularly if the ball swings, as we saw this morning. It's quite warm, but that old ball was still swinging. I think the wicket's fine. Like, the ball seemed to be coming on the bat nicely today. There have been some beautiful shots. Outfield's rapid. So I think the keys, as we saw in Darwin, the Australian first spell of these bowlers is always very, very good. So if they can weather the storm like they did in Darwin, that just gives them that little bit of a breather with the middle order not getting exposed to a new ball. And it's basically 30 overs of hard work. If they can nullify the first 30 overs of this new ball, we saw batting look a lot better once it got to that sort of 35, 40 over mark. So the opener's got a key role here. King pair for Shadman.
Yeah.
But he's down the other end. They've rotated. So he's got a breather. And Townsend, he faces up.
So Townsend in the first innings was caught by Webster, also for a duck. I mean, I'd like to be a fly on the wall for that conversation between these two openers.
Well, he could have been out. Nathan Lyon dropped him a point, and he ended up getting a very, very good 100. So
that's right.
He's just got to get through that little nervous phase early, which everyone goes through.
So Mitchell Starc has taken a wicket in the first over of an innings 28 times in Test cricket. He's bowling to Townsend now. Townsend drives it down the ground. It was pitched up almost like a low full toss in the end. Pat Cummins won't be able to chase that down. A boundary to long off.
I bet Shadman right now is thinking, I wish I'd faced the first ball again, because he would have been off the pair and away. So well placed there by Townsend. It's easy to miss out on those. You're not expecting it. Full toss. Mitchell Starc's tried to swing that first ball, but nicely played. So good start from Bangladesh. They needed that just to maybe settle the nerves early, particularly when you've had a tough first innings.
Only James Anderson has more wickets in the first over of an innings in Test cricket. He did it 29 times. Starc has 5 goes to equal him. Townsend defends down the pitch for no run.
Yeah, another good sign there. Right on the money from Starc, but very compact in defence. We saw this only a week ago. Maybe the expectations in the first innings, a few nerves batting on day one. Hopefully they've settled now. And from a contest point of view, we see this test, it deserves to go further than just 2 days. It's not a 2-day wicket this, but we find ourselves in this position again, Tommy.
Yeah. Been here a bit before, haven't we, Kat?
Yeah. And
Perth, Melbourne.
Recently too.
Yeah.
Only 9 months.
It's regrettable, and it's not the groundsman's fault at all. Starc bowls to Townsend, pitched up again, driven to mid-on, no run. I asked for your pie chart at some stage today. That's coming this afternoon.
No worries. Yeah. Thought about it.
Essentially, the broad headline is why a test match is finishing in 2 or 3 days.
I haven't plugged it into AI either.
No. Are you an AI guy?
Well, funnily enough, I wanted some analysis of an action, and I threw 3 or 4 videos. I didn't throw it in because I'm not that technologically advanced, but got my wife to throw it into AI, and what it came back with was very, very good.
Really?
So what I'd sort of seen to my naked eye, I wanted sort of confirmation maybe, and it came back really well.
So in short, yes, you are an AI guy. After that, Starc to Townsend, bowls shorter the length, playing a miss outside the off stump. It is incredible that you can just plug something in, and it doesn't always work perfectly, and you've got to double check it a lot of the time, but most of the time you get something back that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Claude or ChatGPT, using all over the world now. Scary, really. I use it daily. I just used it before. How many wickets for Starc in the first over innings, and AI comes back.
Yeah. That's a remarkable record, that Mitchell Starc, and that's why he's so highly valued. And you don't get too many guys that can do what he does with a new ball at this sort of pace consistently.
Penultimate ball of the first over. Starc to Townsend bowls, pitched up again, driven to mid-on again, no run.
And just signs here that the ball potentially just coming on the bat a bit better, because that shot yesterday would have been a lot harder to play with that just holding in the surface a bit more and grabbing the surface with the tennis ball bounce, whereas today it just feels like when it has been fuller, players have been able to drive nicely. Even Nathan Lyon's sort of straight drive through the line of the ball down the ground, that's a pretty good example. That would have been a harder shot to play yesterday.
20 wickets in 86 overs this test match. It's a frighteningly, disturbingly quick rate of victims as Townsend drives to cover for no run. They survived the Mitchell Starc first over. That's a relief for the Bangladeshis. None for 4 they are, trailing by 142. Our experts are here for AIA. Protect what matters most. Do it for life with AIA.
New job, new course, tree change or seat change. Go to the job site that gets you. View Jobs, Australia's home of regional jobs. Whether it's a builder in Ballarat, nurse in Newcastle, or whichever town you're listening in right now, when you go to viewjobs.com.au, you can find your next local role in the region you love or take the next step with new skills. View Jobs is where locals level up. Australia's home of regional jobs. viewjobs.com.au.
Bangladesh no wicket for 4. Shadman will be on strike to Josh Hazlewood to begin the second over of the innings. He was caught in the gully for a golden duck yesterday morning. Quite a bit's happened since then. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, extra cover, wide mid on and forward square leg. The men in the ring for Hazlewood, bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. Shadman works it to the vacant mid-wicket region where Pat Cummins fields left-handed. And then goes to throw it right-handed. For a single, so he's off the mark. It should be a batting day, Cat.
It should be, and that was a good sign there because Josh Hazlewood was right on the money first ball. Looked like it was shaping back in, trying to pin him in front. But Shadman was up to it and worked it nicely into mid-wicket. But even just, you can hear them tapping down on the crease. It just sounds a lot harder, the surface. So just wonder whether that moisture has come out of it early yesterday and a bit more heat on it now this morning. It's baked it.
Hazlewood bowls to Townsend and lets it go outside the off stump. It would just be good for the test match, and we shouldn't take Bangladesh lightly. They beat Australia in Darwin, but if they're trailing by 141, if they can get to 300 or 350 and let's see the Australians chase something, it'd be good for Mackay cricket. It'd be good for this region and Cricket Australia in the series, wouldn't it?
Definitely. And I think, people don't want to see one-sided contests. Yes, it's great Australia fighting back, but at the end of the day, you come to watch something live because you want to see a good even contest and not know what's happening next. Yeah. And that's the hard part when it's so one-sided on day one and it's swung so heavily in Australia's favour.
Hazlewood bowls to Townsend. Inside edge on the pad. Thick inside edge. There was a gap between that bat and pad that Hazlewood would be looking to exploit. Hands on heads in the cordon.
Yeah, just going at that one probably a little bit too hard. It wasn't quite there to drive. It was a good length from Hazlewood. And inside edge onto the pad. So where they controlled their hands really well against the new ball in Darwin, just a little bit loose at the moment. Need to tighten that up. Keep them in tight. Let the ball come to them.
Hazlewood bowls and Townsend leaves outside the off stump.
That's much better. Hazlewood sensing that maybe he wants to feel bat on ball early, a few nerves around after missing out in the first innings, decides to go wide out in the channel. So clever bowling, but that's where it's good batting. Just let it go. Let the bowler come back into the stumps and bowl to you. There's plenty of time. You can bat all day if he wants.
And probably tomorrow if he wants to as well.
Well, it's no greater incentive than being in this situation. You've got an open licence to bat for 2 days.
Yeah.
Are you good enough to do it?
303 test wickets for Hazlewood. Bowls to Townsend, who leaves again outside the off stump. 1 short of Kemo Roach, 3 short of Fred Truman. It's getting to that stage now for him where he'll start to tick him off. Whereas Mitchell Starc, having ticked off Dale Steyn the other day, he's 441 now. He's got a long gap until he gets to Courtney Walsh from 519, and that is probably a better sign because it means you're getting right into the upper echelon.
Oh, he's right up there. But yeah, Hazlewood, if he can stay fit this next 12 months, this time next year he could be ticking off 400.
Townsend 100, then a couple of ducks. Faces Hazlewood, solid in defence. More compact than earlier in the over. 1 run from it. Hazlewood has a bit of a word on the way through. None for 5 from 2 overs. Simon Katich is here for AIA. Protect what matters most. Do it for life with AIA.
Test cricketers don't leave performance to chance. Neither do mining or maintenance crews. That's why professionals choose Makita. Powerful, reliable, tough. Book a demo today.
Right now, you can get 3K off select model year 26.5 Everests. Plus, you'll also get the first 5 general services free at participating Ford dealers now. Visit ford.com.au for details.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodway, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. It's a bit of a delay here as Mitchell Starc fits his boots on. Great atmosphere inside this ground. Hope you're enjoying the SEN cricket coverage. Tom Morris with you, Simon Katich with me, as Bangladesh trail by 141 runs. The hill is packed, and this hill isn't just a token hill. This is from, at the moment, fine leg to long on. It's a long bank of grass with marquees and sausage sizzles and a burger that I had yesterday, frozen drinks. Great atmosphere for kids and adults alike. So Starc will continue. 6 in the first innings, bowling to Shadman. For the first time in the second innings, he looks for a single into the offside. He won't get that.
I'm surprised the supreme athlete in you, Tommy, allowed yourself to have a burger, given what you're preparing for on Thursday.
I'm tapering, Kat.
Tapering, okay, fair enough.
Tapering ahead of the Legends game. It's a great event to raise money for prostate cancer.
Excellent.
And been lucky enough to ask to be played, which is a bit ridiculous, really, but I said yes. I'm not quite sure. I think a steak's all right, isn't it, Kat?
Yeah,
I'm
joking.
No donuts, that's for sure. We're a beautiful.
Yeah, what you want? You're a youngster.
Oh, not that young. 35. Starc bowling to Shadman. Left arm over the wicket, delivers. Shadman, leading edge, again and out. Caught at backward point. Marnus Labuschagne dives forward and takes a relatively simple catch. Twice in the same test match, Shadman has turned his hands on the ball, and on both occasions, he's spooned it up to the offside. Starc has his measure, and Bangladesh lose their first.
Well, they say lightning never strikes twice, but that's almost identical to day one. Gets himself in an awkward position. And Labuschagne does the rest at gully. Yesterday it was green. Today Labuschagne, Mitchell Starc. Might not have been his first over, but he's not worried. It's in his second. And Bangladesh now 1 for 5.
Just watching it back on the replay screen, the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Shop the Chemist Warehouse fragrance sale. He just looked all at sea, didn't he?
Yep, tough series for him. Just gets himself really square on to play that. He needs to be playing that side on, and problem is he's jumping around, worried about the pace and the bounce, and an ugly dismissal, really.
So Shadman finishes this tour with scores of 20, 25 not out, a first ball duck, and 1. So what's that? 46 runs, 3 dismissals. He'd be disappointed.
Yeah.
But it brings Mominal to the crease. He's got an excellent overall record. 13 test match hundreds, an average of 38. Also a left-hander. Starc has 7 for the match. He's bowling now to Mominal. And the batter, he's bowled! 2 and 2 balls! He wasn't sure whether to play or not. Starc has it on a string.
And he's on another hat-trick. How good is he? Like a fine wine. What a weapon he is. First ball, expecting the ball to swing. No, it wasn't. 3/4 seam, just keeps darting back into the top of off and hammers into it. And Mominal, who was so good in Darwin, would like to forget Mackay in a hurry. He departs. And now the Bangladesh skipper comes in on a king pair.
Who was dismissed LBW for a golden duck in the first innings.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
The beauty of getting the ball in the right area first up to a new batter. It's just a wonderful skill to have, and this one from Mitchell Starc, well, that's a beauty to Mominal.
We haven't had a test hat-trick across the world since Scott Boland dismissed Greaves, Joseph and Warrican in Kingston in mid-2025. He'll be bowling to the Bangladesh captain. He has 2 for 4, Mitchell Starc. I was sitting with you yesterday morning when this happened.
We're at the under-12s, seeing those figures.
So Mamadou went to play at it. In the end, he pulled his bat away, so I guess he left it, but he was in two minds.
Yeah.
Thundered into the top of off stump. Look at this field. Look at this field, Simon Katich.
I like it.
Renshaw, Smith, Webster, Labuschagne in the slip cordon. Green at gully. Nathan Lyons come to short backward point. And there's also a man at short fine leg. A test hat-trick on the offering for Mitchell Starc. Bowling to the Bangladesh captain, who bowls and Shanto leaves outside the off stump. Josh Hazelwood was at leg slip. He'll go back to fine leg. That tells you how much they wanted that hat-trick.
Yeah. Imagine that. So he gets the hat-trick, and the hat-trick is a guy that is on a king pair. Whether that's ever been done before, probably never.
Probably never. Swamp would know.
No.
This might be over today. Might be over by tea.
That was my fear, Tommy.
Yeah, it is a fear.
Big fear. It was done and dusted.
Starc to left-handed batters in this test has 7 for 9.
You might as well go out and bat right-handed if you're a lefty.
Just play reverse
swing
sweep.
it around.
Shanto survived one ball. Still 4 in a gully in place. Starc bowls to Shanto, who drives to extra cover. Confident stuff from the Bangladesh captain. He's off the mark. A relief. It won't stop Mitchell Starc coming back again, but it was a nice shot.
Yeah, he's not going to worry about that, Mitchell Starc. That's what happens when you pitch up. Batter's allowed to play a good shot, and on that occasion it was. Beautifully guided, just straight at mid-off. Good footwork there from Shanto.
Starc, 2 for 8 in this innings, 6 for 12 in the first. Bowls to Shanto. Shanto plays and misses outside the off stump. He's off balance and gives his batter Jadeja type swing. 2 for 9, Bangladesh. On the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, it's grim viewing. Shop the Chemist Warehouse fragrance sale if you're Bangladeshi.
Audio. It's more powerful than you think. What you hear can take you far from here. Can move you to dance, to run, to tears. It's all in your ears. For advertising with real power, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. CRA.au.
Josh Hazelwood happy to play second fiddle. 2 for 9. Bangladesh SEN test cricket for Goodbury. Game-changing batteries from Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable and tough. Hazelwood bowls. 2 times that he drives to cover.
Yeah, Australians here bowling nice full length. They did use their bouncer well, I thought, yesterday, particularly with the newer ball. They just used that to unsettle the Bangladeshi footwork so they couldn't just rock onto the front foot at will. They didn't really use it as much up in Darwin, but I think they might have had a chat in between the tests just to discuss unsettling their footwork, which was so good in the first test.
Townsend facing up to Josh Hazelwood. Hazelwood bowls and the batter leaves it outside the off stump. And Nathan Lyon might not bowl in this test match.
Yeah, and Marnus Labuschagne might not bat again in this
Full
test
stop.
and full stop. Yeah.
It also demonstrates how poorly Australia played in Darwin. Credit to Bangladesh, but this is not a batting order that should be getting 400 against Australia and then a bowling lineup that should be bundling them out, although they have done it again here for 210.
Yeah, and that's the concern. A couple of times now, first innings.
Hazelwood bowling to Townsend. Townsend sways underneath it, carries through to Carey at his waist.
And the fact that the innings was only, just over 50-odd overs old.
It was almost exactly the same length as the first innings in Darwin.
Yeah.
Just over 50 overs.
And there's the bouncer we were talking about. It's clever tactics from Hazelwood. You want to unsettle the footwork pattern, keep him guessing about what's coming next so that you can hopefully pin him on the crease.
Hazelwood bowls. Townsend Inside edge onto his front pad, trickles away to the offside. That gap he's trying to exploit. Josh Hazelwood.
They just don't look as composed. They've looked not as relaxed and just a little bit too eager to feel the battle on the ball in this test match. That's not there to be playing a big booming drive through mid-off, and that's the difference. They controlled their hands so well against the new ball in Darwin, and they've lost that. Maybe there's a few nerves floating around, pressure of expectation to back up what they did last week so well.
Hazelwood's over the wicket, bowls to Tanzit. Tanzit flicks it down to fine leg for a single. Bit of shape into the left-hander will bring Shanto on strike. 2 for 10, trailing by 136 Bangladesh.
And that's why everyone says, you know, it is such a mind game, Test cricket, but also that's why temperament's so important in this game, because there's going to be periods where you're under pressure and you've got to be able to control your own emotions and feelings, particularly when there's a few nerves around, and particularly when you're batting at the top of the order, because it's not an easy job. And where they were so good last week, just been lacking so far, but there's still time for that to turn around if these two can knuckle down.
Bangladesh captain on strike. Hazelwood bowls. Shanto hit on the pad, too high. Over. 2 for 10. SEN Test cricket for good week, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough.
G'day, Alex Carey here, proud ambassador for Goodwe. Goodwe provide market-leading batteries for homes and businesses right across Australia. So visit goodwe.com.au to find your nearest installer today. You're in safe hands with Goodwe.
Test cricketers don't leave performance to chance. Neither do mining or maintenance crews. That's why professionals choose Makita. Powerful, reliable, tough. Book a demo today.
Mitchell Starc has 3 10-wicket matches in his career. He's got 8 so far in this contest. He'll be hoping with plenty more to come. SEN Test cricket for good week, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. 2 for 10 Bangladesh, trailing by 136. 2 left-handers at the crease, and Starc to left-handers in this test has 7 for 13. Tanzit on strike, century maker in Darwin in the first innings. Starc bowls, Tanzit flicks down to fine leg, just like he did the last ball, the previous over to Josh Hazelwood. On this occasion, Hazelwood fields, and they get 1. 2 for 11. Baz, welcome back.
Hello, Tom.
Sorry, Bharat Sundaresan.
There you go.
If you're not sure who Baz is, my new ball partner, Bharat Sundaresan.
Yeah, we met a Daz at dinner, didn't we?
Yeah. From Western Sydney, Blacktown.
That's true.
Someone came up to us and said, and spoke to Baz last night, Kat, and I think we said, where are you from? And he said, I'm from Western Sydney. What's your name? Daz. Dazza.
Airlie Beach is when someone just meet people from everywhere.
Yeah. It was a beautiful dinner, wasn't it?
It was. The local delicacy, Kat.
I heard. You're going to have to explain to the listeners.
Baz is the cooking guy. I'll get him to explain it up at this ball. As Shanto faces up. Starc bowls. Ducks underneath it.
I mean, it wasn't the kind of delicacy you get at the Katich household. That's next level.
Yeah, that is
especially with some rakia at the end.
You're still growing hair on your chest after having a couple of shots of that?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I think you and I were the only ones to go past the first shot.
Correct.
So, yeah. I really earned the respect of Simon Katich that night. And lived to tell the tale.
He did.
But yeah, we had the crumbed steak parve.
How good.
Yeah.
How good.
I love it.
Starc bowling to Shanto, delivers. Shanto leaves outside the off stump. So a Parmigiana topping, like you'd have with a chicken Parmigiana, but a sirloin steak underneath. And to be fair, Bharat and I looked at the menu and we went, you know what? Let's just get it for the occasion.
Yeah.
And it was delicious. At the Metro.
At the Metropolitan. Yep. Big shout out to them.
Yep.
Obviously didn't pay for it.
Absolutely we did. I actually paid for Bharat.
Yeah, so not with that shout out you did.
Yeah.
I met a lovely local earlier today. I sat down with her and had a chat with her earlier, and she was so proud of us.
Was she?
Yep, Erin was so proud of us.
That's great. Shanto almost a ripping catch at gully. Cameron Green dive into his right. It flew head height through the corner, and Shanto tried to pull his bat out of the way of the ball, and then goes down to third man for 4.
Well, not much gets through that gap. Not when you've got someone like Cameron Green with his wingspan and Bo Webster, who's currently at third slip, but it manages to split the gap just in the safety.
We've heard so much about this pitch being similar to the one at the Gabba. If you ever wanted to imagine what wickets look like when they fall at the Gabba, that was right up there.
Yeah.
The splice of the bat flying in the region of gully.
Shanto's on 8. Stark bowls. Shanto down the leg side, lets it go. Carey mops it up.
Yeah, you always felt at the Gabba that big like either 3 slips in a gully or 2 slips and 2 gullies or 3 slips and 2 gullies, just purely because of the pace and bounce and so many catches there. If you don't execute a drive or a back foot punch like that one.
Steve Smith practicing his golf swing.
Second slip. We noticed that before as well, didn't we?
Well, he's got a bit of time because he's going to the Euro League. I was chatting to him before, out in the middle, before play started. And as soon as this is over, he's off to Amsterdam. To
Steve Moore's team?
Yeah. I think so, yeah.
Amsterdam Flame, I think they call it.
Stark bowls. Shanto drives straight back past him for 4 through mid-off. Over pitch from Mitchell Stark. He's had some success with that length so far this test match, but on this occasion the Bangladesh captain was up to the task. And the Bangladeshis moved 2 for 19. And on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, shop the Chemist Warehouse fragrance sale. You can have that. Look at that shot again. Johnny D's up next.
My day. Wake up 7 a.m. Log on to 39 emails. Reply to 21 of them. Attend 3 meetings. Lunch. 2 more meetings, 12 phone calls, run club at 6 p.m, 7,642 steps for the day. Stretch, 5 minutes. Dinner. Your life runs on numbers. So should your fuel. High protein, macro balanced, flavour packed ready meals by Strength Meals Guy. Only at Woolies.
SEN Test Cricket for good week. Game-changing batteries and for Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough. Josh Hazelwood to continue right in front of our commentary position. Short ball that floats right through into Alex Carey, Simon Katich and Bharat Sundaresan alongside myself. Hello, boys.
Hi, John.
Great to see you both. Just been roaming around outside. There is plenty of people in again today. Hills packed. Corporate to our left packed. Hopefully they'll see a bit more cricket today.
Yeah, and Bangladesh need a big partnership here. Just to settle the nerves in that dressing room, because they're all coming out playing a million shots and looking a tad unsettled.
Hazelwood around the wicket to the left-hander. Tunza on strike as he leaves this one alone.
Yeah, people who've driven 8 hours, 7 hours to get to here. And I was in the crowd when Mominul Haq shouldered arms to straight ball, and you could see like hearts just sank. The mood just... Because you do feel for them, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, they waited such a long time to get Test cricket in this part of the country. They were so excited yesterday. Mitch Stark got things going. But now you're looking at a Test match that's going to finish within 2 days.
Yeah, and if it does, it's the 3rd one in 9 months.
Yeah. Hazelwood in around the wicket, bowls to Tunza, who's forward defending solidly.
Third in 7 tests. That's half the tests are finishing in 2 days.
What's the solution here, though? I mean, this one can't be blamed on the pitch. The MCG probably could, but what's the solution to this? How do we fix that?
Well, it's not a quick fix, judging by how frequent it's happening in this last little period of time.
Yeah. It's around the world as well, isn't it, Karamin? Against the turning ball, against the seaming ball, against the swinging ball, like we saw yesterday.
Hazelwood on his way in again to Tunza. On the wicket, bowls to him, inside portion of the bat, and squirts out through mid-wicket. He'll take a single. In fact, he'll come back for 2. Good running in the end. Fielder on the fence was pressed right back, so they were able to get 2 easily.
I think one of the challenges, and I found this at the back end of my career when I was playing Test cricket, was I had an advantage because I was only really playing red ball cricket. I didn't play as much white ball cricket because my game, wasn't as strong in that aspect. So when you do that, I felt like I had an advantage because I'd go back and then play first-class cricket or go to county cricket, and you're playing the one format all the time. I think the chopping and changing can't be helping techniques unless you're an absolute maestro like a Smith or a Coley or a Root, not many guys can chop and change.
Hazelwood around the wicket, Tunsid leaves it alone outside the off-stump line.
Or they end up being slightly stronger in one format, which those three I just mentioned, obviously greats of the game, but and they're at a different level, but they've all been able to adapt their games across white ball and red ball, but ultimately, you know, a couple of them have probably prioritised Test cricket more, and that's where their records speak for themselves. And I just wonder whether, you know, with the proliferation of these T20 leagues, some of the younger players that are trying to be multi-format players hurts one format, and at the moment it's hurting Test match batting.
Pass ball the over, Hazelwood. Bowling to Tunsid again, who lays it this one outside the off stump and doesn't get bat on ball. Into the over. We'll pick this conversation up on the other side of it. For tyre power, your trusted tyre experts, it's 2 for 21.
G'day, Alex Carey here. At home, we use the Goodwee ESA home battery system. It's a game changer. Don't wait for the drop in the federal rebate. Find your nearest installer now at goodwee.com.au. You're in safe hands with Goodwee.
Test cricketers don't leave performance to chance. Neither do mining or maintenance crews. That's why professionals choose Makita. Powerful, reliable, tough. Book a demo today.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. And don't forget you can follow at SEN_cricket on Instagram, X, TikTok for highlights, interviews, analysis and opinion from across the SEN network. Most importantly though, we'll get to that in a moment as Stark comes in and bowls to Shunto, pushes out to cover for a single. There's a poll up on the SEN Twitter page about the steak palmer.
Ooh, big.
So make sure you head there and have your vote. I haven't had a steak palmer, whether I've had it ever or it's been some time, but I can't remember the last time I would have had one.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are raving about it. I might have to go there tonight and have one.
At the Metropole.
Yeah.
I think you should definitely give it a go.
Now, Kat, the important question with this while we're waiting for Stark to bowl, you're from New South Wales, so it's Palmer for us. Is it Palmer for you?
I don't know.
Because it's a long-ranging debate. South Australians usually say it with an I. I refuse to say it that way. Stark bowls down the leg side, Tunsid can't catch up with it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the official lingo is with that.
Well, I said at the pub last night, I said, I'll have a Palmer, and she looked at me and she said, what? She said, oh, you want a Palmy? And I said, no, I want a Palmer. Thank you.
And most importantly, how do you say it in Croatian?
That's a good question, actually. Good question.
Yeah.
I know what chicken is, but
no, right.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to say that on air. But...
No, please don't.
Ignite the debate. 0433 98 11 16. Get your texts in. Are you a steak Palmer fan? Tell us if you're here in Mackay and what you've taken in while you've been here. Stark. So over the wicket, bowling now to Sundaresan, who's trying to flick down the leg side again. Just lost his radar ever so slightly here, Stark.
Yep. Not to overly minimise this debate or chat we were having, Kat, about batting techniques and approaches. I wonder if it's a generational thing as well, right? I mean, and not to blame the current generation for it. And I'm not even talking about cricket, just across the board. I mean, there is a quick fix for everything these days, isn't there? Yeah. I mean, back in the day, if you needed information, for example, you had to go find a newspaper or a book. Yeah. Now all of us just go on YouTube and just figure things out. And when you look at cricket batting and the access they have to information, whatever, are they, even when they're out there in the middle, looking for a quick solution, which is try and play a lot of shots? Or are they ready to dig in?
Stark in, bowls to Tunsid, who leaves us alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, and you hear it a little bit around when the wicket does a bit, oh, there's one with my name on it. And I think back, and you can get into that mindset very easily. We've all been guilty of it. Anyone that's played the game, you play on a surface where it's doing a little bit and you start to get spooked, particularly if you're not in great form. And I think my learning from that was, as soon as I started to think like that, I had to snap myself out of it, because I realised that if you're going to think like that, already it's quite negative. Yeah. And you're basically thinking, oh, well, I can't get runs. Well, if you can think about it positively and think, well, hang on, if I can wear this guy down and just win the next ball, get through the over, maybe it's doable.
Stark in, bowls to Tunsid, who pushes to mid-off, no run.
Because you're speculating whether there is a ball that's coming in 3, 4, 5 balls, maybe 10 balls time. You're speculating. That ball might not come.
There's no ball, sorry, Kat, no ball.
And so that's how I sort of approached it once I got a lot more experience and got out of that phase where you can easily make excuses for your failures in your batting. And as soon as that mindset changed, it didn't happen as much. And I found myself never really thinking like that. And that was playing on some dodgy wickets in England at times in county cricket where, you know, the ball can do a huge amount at the top of the order.
Stark overstepped on the last one, so bowling now to Tunzin. Cuts him in half as he tried to drive and has a few words for the young fella as well. It was fast.
So I know Tommy's going to put the question or the blowtorch on me later with, and probably Justin as well, around why we're seeing this happen. An absolute beauty. That's almost identical to Mominal's three-quarter seam from Stark and just nearly takes out the top of off, cutting him in half, Tanzit. Yeah, if this is part technical, as I'm saying, with the changes between formats in short spaces of time, but also the thinking, because that it seems to be coming out a lot when they talk.
Stark bowls. Tunzin tucks this one down to fine leg. Takes a single. He'll retain the strike for the next over. End of 7 in Australia's innings. They are 2 for 24 for tyre power, your trusted tyre experts.
Audio. It's more powerful than you think. What you hear can take you far from here. It can move you to dance, to run, to tears. It's all in your ears. For advertising with the power to reach 4 times more Australians than ad-supported Spotify, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. CRA.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. John Donehue, Simon Katich and Bharat Sundaresan with you on commentary today for AIA. Protect what matters most, do it for life with AIA. Pat Cummins going to take up the attack just in front of our commentary position. I've been told that this is the Bridge Road end. It'll be Paddy Cummins who's going to get ball in hand. 2 for 24. Trail by 122 runs. Cummins in and bowling now to Tun. Short ball to start him off. Ducks underneath it.
Yeah, you spoke about the chatter within the dressing room, Kat, and I think I might have brought it up last summer. When I was at Lord's for the World Test Championship final, just having a chat with young Sam Constis, who was not playing that game, and to hear a 19-year-old, I think he was 19 then, talk about how, all I'm hearing is this is the most difficult batting era of all time. And for that to come from a youngster, I'm going, okay, that's what he's hearing around him in the dressing room and probably in the cricket circles.
Yeah. Cummins over the wicket, bowls. Watchful Tunzin pushes it out to mid-wicket, no run.
Well, it will be a difficult batting era if guys are going to keep trying to drive on the up like the Poms did last summer in Australia, or play that ultra-aggressive style when the ball's not there to hit. And that's why we talk about a lot, the guys from our area, that you have to earn the right to get in good positions to play those sorts of shots. And yeah, you can do it maybe when you're on 50 and 60 and used to conditions, but when guys are trying to do it in their first 10, 20 runs, then you're playing Russian roulette. And that's probably the difference, is there's this perception that you've got to score quick. Well, you don't have to in Test cricket.
Cummins bowls, Tunzin forward defending, no run.
And we saw it last week. Bangladesh applied themselves, Cameron Green applied themselves, and look what happens, you get runs. Our, I guess, era was, the mindset was, you make the opposition earn your wicket. And that was how it was sort of, if you threw it away, you would get it from your teammates, because you're putting your next teammate under pressure, or the team under pressure. And I reckon a little bit of that, it seems to have gone. Because we saw a number of dismissals yesterday and even last week that guys threw their wickets away.
Yeah. Cummins steaming in, bowling now to Tunzin, who drives from the crease, but only as far as Travis Head at a wide mid-off.
But as someone who has kids playing cricket now, like you can, I mean, can you dismiss the generational aspect of it though? And can you say, no, I mean, you have to go back to the way it was? Because if we are seeing that it's in vogue now, all these short test matches, like how do we convince ourselves that something can change? Or is this the future?
Well, it might be the future, because what I've seen in junior cricket is there's this whole emphasis on, it's about strike rate rather than actually technique and batting properly.
Cummins to Tunzard. Short ball. He helps it on its way. It might be out. Mitchell Stark takes the catch. Down his throat at fine leg. And a big wicket. Australia claimed their third. And that plan worked. Short ball with Mitchell Stark waiting at fine leg. Tunzard goes for 9.
And it's an awful shot, really. I mean, that's the we're ready to go back home shot. It was really a nothing shot. It got a little big on him. But all he's done is it's not a pull shot, it's not a hook shot, it's a I want to go home shot.
Catching practice shot, that's what that was. Mitchell Stark hardly had to move. Couldn't have asked for a nicer catch down at fine leg. Pat Cummins can't believe his luck.
It was almost like he was trying to pull out of the shot last minute, but he was already in the motion.
Yeah. It really sums it up, doesn't it, Ken? And, I'm assuming you see a lot of dismissals like that in junior cricket these days.
Yeah, well, I mean, just that whole, concept around it's about how many we can score as quickly as we can rather than, hang on, are we developing these kids to be able to play proper shots and to be able to bat properly, given they're still developing strength and all of that? And also just the fact that it's limited overs cricket. No one gets a chance to actually bat for an extended period of time. It's 32 over cricket. Kids don't even bat. So how are they going to get better if they're not playing? So there's little things like that are, but then the other part of it will probably come down to coaching, whether coaches will put up with that style of play and allow it to be sort of tolerated. In our era, that wouldn't have been. You would have been. I remember saying it last year. If I'd gotten out like Cameron Green did at the Gabba, I wouldn't have played Test cricket again. I would have been banished because there would have been 12 blokes back in Shield cricket. And this is not having to go at Cameron Green. This is just how it was. There would have been a dozen blokes that would have walked in, taken the spot.
So not after his heroics in Darwin, Sundaresan, he hasn't really troubled the scorers. 2 ducks in the 9 since. Now it's to Mushfiqur Rahim in his 105th Test match, averages 39 at the level. Cummins bowls to him and he leaves this one alone with a big flourish outside the off stump. End of a good over there for Pat Cummins. Trail by 122. We'll say goodbye to Simon Katich. It's 3 for 24 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. So Bharat Sundaresan will stick around with me for AIA, protect what matters most, do it for life. So your call of potentially this game being over at the end of today is looking more and more likely as we go along.
I think I was too generous end of today.
Yes, yeah.
I think this game is struggling to get to the tea break.
Yeah.
At this rate, especially if Bangladesh continue to play the kind of shots that Tanzid Hassan just played. I mean, we were so impressed with so many aspects of his batting in Darwin. He's been a big letdown here in Mackay, like most of the batters from both teams.
3 for 24, so a deficit of 122. Shanto on strike. Stark delivers in the air through the covers. That'll race away for 4. Powerful stroke from the Bangladeshi captain. Little rearguard action from him. He's up to 17. It was a big flourish.
It was a wide delivery. Again, another half volley from Mitchell Stark. And nicely played by Shanto. Was really upset for being given out LBW in the first innings by Kumar Dharmasena. And here there was enough width and the length was perfect for him to just launch into an uppish drive. So I think he's decided he's going to play some shots. 17 of 11 already.
Stark over the wicket, bowling to the captain, who again goes in the air and this time beats the wide mid-off in Travis Head. So back-to-back 4s for the Bangladeshi captain.
Yeah, I don't know whether this is in response to some of the other batting he's seen from his teammates, but Shanto's angry.
Yeah.
That was on the up. Stand and deliver from the Bangladesh captain. There's nothing really wrong with that delivery. Just smashed it to the left of mid-off and that ball's raced away. So he's 21 of 12 balls. He's racing away and he's really trying to make a statement here. I think more to his own dressing room than anything else.
Shanto on strike. 21 off 12. 3 for 32 Bangladesh. Stark on his way in. Doesn't give him another half volley. He gives him a Yorker. Just dug it out. And has some words for the Bangladeshi captain.
Both of you just said that. Am I screaming today?
It was a no ball as well.
Yeah.
No ball.
And
Big no ball, yeah.
Big no ball. We've seen a couple this morning. Mushfiqur Rahim was collateral damage. What you heard Mitch Stark just say, no puff from you, no screaming, was to Mushfiqur Rahim, the veteran at the other end.
Three for 33. Stark is weighing in now to Shanto. Still trying to tuck this one off his hip. Wasn't able to do so, so back down the wicket. I love Mitchell Stark when he's all fired up like this. Because realistically, we spoke to him this morning as well. He's actually quite a lovely bloke. He just gets so fired up and so fearsome when he's out there.
Yeah, well, that's a classic fast bowler for you.
Yeah. How long do you reckon he can continue on for at this? I mean, he's bowling still 140 clears.
Yeah, I mean, no reason why he can't go on till however long he wants to go on for, because of how well he takes care of his own body. And he's spoken a lot about how he likes to train by himself.
Stark in, bowling to Shanto again. This one turn through square leg for one.
And every time you speak about longevity with a fast bowler, throughout the history of the game, I think you'll see that their bowlers who understand their body better than anyone else. They have a great relationship with their body as well. They know exactly what's up with it, what they need to work on. And he spends a lot of time, as he says, in his home gym, so he's always in contact with the strength and conditioning team, the Australian setup. And he enjoys doing that as well. I guess it helps having another professional cricketer at home.
Yes. So 2 balls to come in the over. Stark in, bowling to Mushfiqur just to the crease, defending this one back down the wicket. Stark just rolls it casually past him. Small in stature, Mushfiqur Rahim, but
it's big heart.
What a player he is.
Yeah, always in for a fight, Mushfiqur Rahim. So he wouldn't mind Mitchell Stark getting stuck into him. He's seen it all before. I mean, it's staggering to think that he made his Test debut. Like, you think of Mitchell Stark and his longevity and how much he looked up to Mitchell Johnson.
Yeah.
To put Mushfiqur Rahim into context, Mushfiqur Rahim made his Test debut before Mitchell Johnson did.
Over 6,842 runs in Test cricket. He's their leading run scorer all time. Stark bowls to him now and he drives stylishly down the ground. It'll beat Travis Head. Will it get all the way to the fence? He's sort of lumbering after it. And he'll just scoop it up inside as they take 3. Classy drive there from Mushfiqur Rahim. End of 9 overs, 3 for 37. Shanto 22, Mushfiqur is 3. We're here for Henley Holmes, hard to beat. John Donehue and Bharat Sundaresan, our expert for AIA. Protect what matters most, do it for life.
So
with AIA.
With AIA. And yeah, I mean, his Australian cricket would want his body to be insured forever so that he can keep doing what he's doing. We've spoken a lot about how he just seems to get better and better with every year, every season he plays. I mean, last year's Ashes performance, looks like Nathan Lyon is finally warming up, so he isn't playing as a specialist batter in this game after all. But yeah, Mitchell Stark, the way he carried the Australian attack in the absence of Pat Cummins and Josh Hazlewood. He had Cummins for company in Adelaide, but the rest was on his shoulders, really.
Cummins in, bowling to Mushfiqur now, leg stump line. He pushes it down past Josh Hazlewood at mid-on. He wanted to, he won't get it. Let's take the single.
So that, just an incredible feat, a physical feat, really. And even some of the spells he bowled in Sri Lanka and the Caribbean last year, extremely hot conditions to have it was 35 or already turned 36 at that point. To be that robust at this stage of his career after having played 100 Test matches is quite something.
Cummins bowling now to Shanto, 22. Left-hander faces up, Cummins over the wicket, bowls, drives. Can't beat the fielder at point.
Yeah, Shanto's shot a minute here. I think we're either going to see a blazing century from the Bangladesh captain, or this just feels like can't
go on for too long. He's just playing a shot at every ball. Mushfiqur Rahim just having a quick chat with his captain.
Is this part of the problem, though, with two-day test matches, that people are playing test cricket like this?
Yeah.
Like, he's just trying to blaze everything. Shunto waits, Cummins bowls, forward and defending. That's better from the captain.
Yeah, that's much better. Wonder if that had anything to do with what Mushfiqur Rahim just told him. Just calm down, lunch. Let's bat for another 6 minutes. Get to the lunch break. And the batting really has to be these two. Their most consistent batter and their most experienced batter. You mentioned it earlier, John. Litton Das is yet to make a run in the series. 2 back-to-back ducks. Mehdi Hassan batted well in Darwin, batted okay yesterday. Then it's a long tail, so the game could be over very quickly if this partnership is broken.
Cummins to Shunto again. On the hip, turns it through square leg for a single. And this is just what these two need to do throughout this next, however long they bat. Get a 70-run partnership and just take the singles, take the runs when they come. And it's the only way that Bangladesh are going to potentially get themselves into a position of getting a lead that might be winnable in this game.
Yeah, or just keep them alive in this game, make a match of it. Like I said, they can't lose the series. It looks for all money that they lose this test match, but I've said it a few times, lose it with some respectability. That's what they need to do with the batters.
2 balls left in the over. Mushfiqur waits. Cummins delivers leg stump line. He drives to Josh Hazlewood at mid-on. No run. So might not be far away from seeing Nathan Lyon, as you mentioned. Going through his full gambit of warm-up.
Yeah, it takes a while. Always Nathan Lyon takes generally 2 overs for him to warm up. And yeah, I mean, Steve Smith and Cam Green showed yesterday that you can make runs on this. So that's pretty much what Mushfiqur Rahim must have told Najmul Shanto. Let's hang in there.
Last ball of Cummins over. Bowling now to Mushfiqur, who's trying to flick. There's a big appeal. Umpire not giving it out. Cummins just gesturing that it was going down the leg side. So I think he knew in the end as well.
Close or fairway?
Given not out, he's asking the question. End of the over. 3 for 39. Shanto 23, Mushfiqur on 4 for tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. And this is SEN Test Cricket. We're here for Henley Holmes, hard to beat. Have a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
Yeah, it was missing leg stump comfortably.
Shop the Chemist Warehouse fragrance sale.
I was never going to be out.
No.
Started middle stump and was drifting well past leg stump. So in fact, even the impact was well outside leg stump, so always going to be safe. So Nathan Lyon gets a go. For all that talk of whether he will even play this test match, wasn't needed in the first innings when Bangladesh were rolled out for 64. Made some runs earlier this morning. So, yeah, interesting time in his career as well. Just 1 wicket for him in Darwin.
Renshaw's going under the helmet as well at short leg.
I wonder if he'll get down on his knees like he's tends to do at times for Queensland.
No, because he's changing the pads. Where are you coming? Inside the ball.
So 3 minutes or so till the lunch break.
Did you give that time or give a warning?
This might. I was asking if they're going to be given a warning.
Hi guys.
There's a lot of gamesmanship going on out there. Chatter. It's great for Test cricket. So now it'll be Nathan Lyon bowling from the grandstand end. Matt Renshaw's not ready to go. He doesn't have his helmet on yet.
It's taking forever here.
He is. I wonder if this is a little tactic just to make this the last over before lunch. Shunto on strike. Lyon bowls. Shunto forward defending and watchful as Renshaw chases after at a mid-wicket.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not, because Australia would want another over, if anything. Matt Renshaw just has forgotten how long it takes for him to get ready at short leg.
11:58 local time here. Lyon in, bowling again to Shunto, who's forward with a big stride.
Guys, nice start. So good, guys. Come in.
Here, Alex Carey. He's an SEN favourite. He loves the station, so he's playing role of AIA expert today for us as well.
Very happy with the Crows, Alex.
Lyon bowls to Chateau. Rolls this one out to Matt Renshaw. That was the first thing he said to you again this morning.
Yeah.
Happy with the Crows, got it done.
Got it done, and he'll be there. I'll be there at the Adelaide Oval in 2 weeks' time when they play their home final.
Opponent TBC. Lyon getting through this over quickly. Shanto forward, beats him. Asked the question. Alex Carey was confident. There might have been a little edge on that. And he's going to go upstairs. Pat Cummins is going to ask the question. So this will be the last over before lunch. And are they going to take a wicket?
Did you get a feel? Yeah, I got a little sound. Mark on his back.
TV umpire to director we have.
So Alex Carey says it's a genuine sound. Mana says he heard something as well. Of course he did.
Not out. I've checked the feet placement.
And one of them also claiming there would be a mark on his back. So we're expecting a big deflection here from what Alex Carey is saying. So
this would be a big moment in this match if Shanto falls here.
Oh, that could be the match.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
He's reaching out.
Ooh, it's close.
I think it has hit the... You can see the seam position. Looks like it's changed.
Shop the Chemist Warehouse fragrance sale.
Yeah.
This will be out, I think.
The outside edge.
Yeah.
There is no gap between that bat and ball.
And the classic seam position change. Let's look at it. And nothing.
Ooh,
we were all wrong.
Okay.
Got a flat line there.
Nothing on the Snicko.
So just the revs that Nathan has put on that ball eventually.
And right through.
For all money on the replay, it looked like there was no gap between bat and ball, and there was a little bit of a deflection.
Go back to Nitin Oxfield's third as original.
They don't have a hot spot anymore either, do they? So a reprieve for the Bangladeshi captain. Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Shop Chemist Warehouse fragrance sale.
Oh,
shows no edge.
Great decision, Nitin Menon.
Yep.
Should have never questioned you.
Never. Lyon. In now bowling to Shanto, who's forward. A little bit more watchful, covering the spin on this one.
Too nice, guys.
So, a couple of balls to go in this over. And the lunch break after this. Alex Carey's usually a pretty good guide. Like, he's not one who just throws it up for the sake of throwing it up. Last ball of the session. Lyon in, bowling to Shanto, who's forward, defending onto the onside, and that will be the lunch break here at Great Barrier Reef Arena. 3 for 39 at lunch on day 2. How long will this test match drag on for? Bangladesh trail by 107 runs. Your thoughts, Bharat Sundaresan, for AIA, please?
Well, we've averaged over 5 wickets a session during this test match, 5 wickets in that session. Australia started 101 runs ahead. And for a while there, Cam Green looked well set for another 100. And he was knocked out by a brilliant yorker from Shariful Islam, who finished with figures of 7 for 48. Nathan Lyon and Josh Hazelwood swung their bats around before Australia finally bowled out for 210. Then Bangladesh really not putting up a fight here in the second innings. Mitchell Starc starting off where he left off in the first innings only yesterday. 2 early wickets for him. Back-to-back balls as well. Mominul Haq leaving a straight delivery, really summing up this Bangladesh performance, and a poor shot from Sundaresan to gift Pat Cummins a wicket. So the captain Shanto's played shots, 5 boundaries in his 23. Mushfiqur Rahim is out there as well, but this game has sped along, and like I said, in all likelihood, should be over at some point later today.
So just recapping the scorecard, as you mentioned, Sundaresan out for 9. Bowled Cummins, caught Starc. Shadman Islam, 1 off 3 deliveries. Hasn't had a great series, it's fair to say. Shadman Islam caught Labuschagne, bowled Starc, and then Mominul Haq out for a golden duck, bowled by Mitchell Starc. Shanto, 23 not out. Mushfiqur Rahim, 4 not out. So 3 for 39 at the lunch break here on day 2. John Donehue and Bharat Sundaresan to take you through all the lunch break action on the other side of this.
For Goodwee Batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
Want to maximise energy savings without the fuss? Talk to a certified SIG Energy installer, Australia's #1 home battery. And right now, you'll save $1,000 per 9 kilowatt hour battery. Stackable up to 54 kilowatt hours, which will save $6,000. Add a government rebate on top for serious savings without the fuss. SIG Energy, Australia's #1 home battery. Find your local accredited installer at sigenergy.com/au/offer. Limited time only. Terms and conditions apply.
Audio. It's more powerful than you think. What you hear can take you far from here. Can move you to dance, to run, to tears. It's all in your ears. For advertising with the power to make your whole campaign work harder, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. CRA.au.
This Father's Day, forget socks and jocks. Get Dad something better with better sense at Chemist Warehouse. For the Revhead Dad, BMW M50mm range is just $29.99 each. Outdoorsy dads will love Bilgari Man Wood Neroli 60mm, just $49.99. Or choose Azaro the Most Wanted 50mm, only $69.99. And stylish dads can spritz on new YSLY Ice Cologne 100ml, now $149.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
Hi, Francesco from Floridia Cheese. For over 4 generations, we've been proudly making the highest quality Italian-style cheese. With a passion for tradition, we're offering a little slice of Sicily to our customers, including ricotta, burrata, semi-matured and hard cheeses, and an extensive range of specialty cheeses that are considered the best artisan cheeses in Australia. Floridia Cheese, available at independent retailers. Visit floridiacheese.com.au and follow our socials. Floridia Cheese, traditionally Italian, proudly Australian.
Australia, the 7-seat Isuzu MUX is as versatile as you are. Enough style and tech for your long weekends or the long way home. Up to 3.5-ton towing capacity and 2.2 or 3-litre engine options for touring around the country or just across the city. The Isuzu MUX is made for all the ways you go your own way. Love how you live in the Isuzu MUX. Visit your Isuzu Ute dealer today.
Ever feel like you're ready for more but not sure what's next? Maybe you've outgrown your job or you're ready for something that matters. At Victoria Police, get more out of your everyday. With hundreds of career options, who knows where the job could take you? Wherever you go, you'll be part of a community and team that has your back. Your life outside of work is supported too, with 9 weeks annual leave. If you're ready for more, search Police Careers. Victoria Police, recruiting now. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
The 40 Winks House of Tempur sale is here. Upgrade your sleep experience with up to 50% off our range of Tempur mattresses and bases. The exclusive Tempur Cool Quilt Pro combines cooling technology with plush cushioning. Elevate your entire sleep experience with a Tempur adjustable base. Discover the Tempur Symphony Pillow for personalised support and chat to our sleep advisors in-store to find your perfect match. Hurry, sale ends Sunday. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. 40 Winks, serious about sleep.
For Goodwee Batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
Delivers. Shadman, leading edge, again and out. Caught at backward point. Marnus Labuschagne dives forward and takes a relatively simple catch. And the batter is bowled! 2 and 2 balls! He wasn't sure whether to play or not. Stark has it on a string. Cummins to Tunsit, short ball, he helps it on its way, it might be out. Mitchell Stark takes the catch. Down his throat at fine leg, and a big wicket. Australia claimed their third.
Big morning of Test cricket here on SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries. You're in safe hands with Goodwee, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Beautiful afternoon for it here in Mackay, but will this be the final day of cricket up here after they waited so long for a test match? John Donehue with you. We'll have Simon Katich and Bharat Sundaresan roll throughout this luncheon break. It is a 107-run deficit for Bangladesh. They are 3 for 39 at the lunch break. 23 not out for Najmul Hussain Shanto, and Mushfiqur Rahim 4 of just 6 deliveries faced. Don't forget, big season of Big Bash coming up, and one man who's going to be front and centre to that is Spencer Johnson. So you can get BBL early bird tickets. They went on sale earlier this week, and you'll be able to hear every ball of the 2026-7 BBL season live on SEN. Brisbane Heat fast bowler Spencer Johnson caught up with Ian Healy and Corey Parker on SENQ Breakfast. Have a listen.
Joining us on the line, Brisbane Heat fast bowler Spencer Johnson, the WBBL L12 KFC. The early bird tickets are now on sale, Heel, so there's a fair bit there. KFC, BBL, L16, early bird tickets on sale now. Morning to you, Spencer.
Good morning, lads. How are we?
Very well, thanks, Spence. What about you, mate? You've had a very big last 4 weeks. How did the wedding go?
The wedding, yes, that was rather large. Over in Italy. It was pretty big. But back here now, feeling relaxed and ready for a big summer.
Are you feeling strong? What do you like at maintaining strength when you're sometimes away from the game or travelling a lot with the game?
Yeah, well, I think the reason the hotels that we booked and we were staying at, I made sure they had gyms. Yeah. So I could tick off a few things there. You're in the sun, you're walking a lot, managed to get a couple of runs in, so maintained a bit of strength. But yeah, I've been back now for, I think, 4 weeks. I was up in Brisbane training with some of the test boys to get some load up for some white ball coming up. So, no, I'm feeling good, thanks.
Hey, Spencer, we're talking this morning about rule changes, and cricket's come to the forefront, and there's a couple of rule changes being proposed. Can't get out first ball. Would you be happy with that?
Who's saying that?
Oh, Corey promotes that.
It's absolutely not. No way. It's hard enough it's a batter's game as it is.
Yes. What about getting hit outside the line of off when a batsman is playing a shot at the ball can still be given out?
Well, I think if the ball's hitting stumps, whether you play a shot, don't play a shot, where it pitches, I think it's got to be out, doesn't it?
Yeah, see the bowler's in for that one.
Yeah, see, that's okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's hard enough.
Hey, just reading up about, I found out your duality, mate. You've got Italian in you.
Yeah, I think that was kind of half the reason why we wanted to get married over in Italy. Yes. My grandfather, my nonna, he migrated to Australia in 1960 when he was 20, and we got married about 100 k's from his hometown, so that was pretty special. Yeah.
Hey, Spence, what sort of repetitions do you do to get yourself in somewhat, if you're not playing week on, week out matches, how do you get yourself match fit, like from a training perspective? It's very difficult to go through those sort of repetitions of training, is it not?
Yeah, we never want to spend too much time out of the game, but I think the way we replicate training these days, it is very match-like, especially this time of year. You're spending a lot of time on feet. You obviously saw the test boys. They had their match simulation up in Brisbane, and I think the whole point of that is just to get time in the legs, because that's probably the thing you lose the quickest. But, yeah, it is. Yeah, you never want to spend too much time out, but I feel like you can pick it up quite quickly. This is my 10th year as a professional athlete, so I feel like you don't lose it too well. 12 months out of the game with my back probably took me. My first game back was in India in the IPL, and I was a bit of a deer in headlights there. That game felt like it was over in 5 minutes. But yeah.
And where was that? Where does that feeling come from? What was it? An underdoneness? How did the ball feel in your hand? What was that feeling?
Yeah, I think just the speed of the game, how fast, especially T20 cricket moves. Your thinking process, you deliver a ball, and if you don't process it within the first 2 or 3 seconds, and you're still processing it when you're at the top of your mark to bowl your next ball, you should be quite rattled and frazzled, where you want to be clear and decisive.
Because that's your great strength, Spence, wasn't it? When the Brisbane Heat won the championship, you were the man that did that very, very well. And you have got around the world beautifully, so your experience is high, and still you found the pressure. But you played for the Oval and Surrey, not only the Heat, LA, the Knight Riders, Kolkata Knight Riders, and this was your first go at Chennai. In comparisons between franchises, what is that like?
Yeah, I've ticked a few off, but everywhere's different. There's always different conditions, different players, different roles as well. So I think you just got to be adaptable to whatever's in front of you, and probably not look too far ahead with what worked at the Gabba probably doesn't really work at the one Keddy in Mumbai. So it's been adaptable. You're always going to be playing with some of the best players in the world, so learning off them is quite cool. Different coaching.
Another great challenge for you, Spence, is to get enough red ball games into you, so that you can be on a waiting list on that bench for when our legends do have to retire. You talk about the white ball coming up against England, etc. in, when is that, October, November? How can you get some red ball stuff?
It's definitely, there's some aspirations definitely to play some red ball this year. It'll probably be post Big Bash. I've got a fair bit of white ball hopefully coming up leading into Big Bash, which will be a nice lead up for this year's BBL. But it's playing as much white ball as I can. ODI cricket and one-day cricket these days, the load is probably close to a test match. You'd think if you play 3 in 5 days, that load's as close as you get to red ball cricket. So I was playing that as much as possible, maybe some Shield games to South Australia post BBL, but let's get to the BBL first and tick that off. I was pretty flat last year, missed that.
Hey, Spence, if you could look into a crystal ball and hypothetically speaking, you could play one game, that whether it be in a World Cup final, whether it be a T20 final, whether it be in an Ashes, which one would it be?
Well, it's definitely got the Australian top on, but winning Olympic gold, I think that would be quite cool with the LA 2028 Olympics, Olympic gold, but also an away Ashes win, wherever the 5th test is over in England. I think it's at the Oval, so...
Yes, it normally is the Oval. But you can get that done in 3 tests, Get it done 3-0 and then enjoy the Oval. But,
all 5-0 but... Olympic gold would be quite cool, wouldn't it?
Have you looked into the format of the Olympics? By the sound of it, you might have. It's only going to be like 8 teams, isn't it? Maybe 6.
6 teams. How difficult is that going to be? 6 teams.
Well, Spencer will tell us every game's like a World Cup.
Exactly. I haven't looked too far into it, but I assume we'll be participating, hopefully, and if I'm doing the right things around that time, I'd love to be over there.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you will be, mate. Thanks so much for your time.
What about the tickets, mate? What about
the weather?
Do you know anything about them, Spence, to tell us about?
Well, I know today is the early bird.
Yes.
So I think we had 3 sellouts last year, and one of the sellouts was that 250s played 255 game where Renners and Woodmouth got their 100. Right. So you'd want to get in early. You don't want to miss one of those games again, and I'll be there. I'll definitely be there this year. So.
And Spence, if you could lead us to play a little bit better from away from home, that'd be nice this year, mate.
Well, I've had a look at our schedule. We've got a couple of games away at the Junction, which is in Melbourne, one of their little the outground there.
It's weird, isn't it?
So that could be interesting. We'll see how that goes, but I guess that's probably not really a home game for Melbourne. For the Stars or the Renegades, so we use that to advantage.
Well, all the very best, Spence, for the upcoming season, mate. As you mentioned there before, don't miss the Big Bash League Summer Early Bird tickets. They're on sale now. All the very best.
Thanks, Spence.
Spencer Johnson there, just calling the Junction Oval Little Ground, so that'll go down well in Victoria. But make sure you get your tickets on sale now for the Big Bash. It's going to be another big season of it this year. SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee batteries. You're in safe hands with Goodwee, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. We'll get Simon Katich to run through what we've seen in the first session of play. On the other side of this on SEN Cricket, it's the lunch break for Henley Holmes. Hard to beat.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
G'day, Alex Carey here, proud ambassador for Goodwee. Goodwee provide market-leading batteries for homes and businesses right across Australia. So visit goodwee.com.au to find your nearest installer today. You're in safe hands with Goodwee.
Test cricketers don't leave performance to chance. Neither do mining or maintenance crews. That's why professionals choose Makita. Powerful, reliable, tough. Book a demo today.
This Father's Day, forget socks and jocks. Get Dad something better with better sense at Chemist Warehouse. For the Revhead Dad, BMW M50mm range is just $29.99 each. Outdoorsy dads will love Bilgari Man Wood Neroli 60mm, just $49.99. Or choose Azaro the Most Wanted 50mm, only $69.99. And stylish dads can spritz on new YSLY Ice Cologne 100ml, now $149.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA, we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
Pie, 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 pie.
It's not the footy without a 4 and 20.
Look, I'm not a Sparky, so I don't want to hear all about kilowatt hours. I want to maximise my savings, no fuss. SIG Energy is Australia's #1 residential battery brand. Their batteries are the industry's safest, most intelligent and designed to help you save more. They're backed by local support and a 10-year warranty. Discover why more Aussie homes run on SIG Energy. Find your local accredited installer at sigenergy.com/au/offer.
2026 is the year to upgrade to your ultimate fishing weapon. And Bar Crusher, Australia's leading fishing boat builder, has the perfect weapon for you. Come see for yourself and check out the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats on the market with industry-leading design excellence and quality. To find your nearest dealer, to build your dream boat, head online to barcrusher.com.au.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water. From irrigation and filtration to pumping and lawn care essentials, Nutrient Water has you covered. For the best water management solutions, your local Nutrient Water store has the solutions to help everything grow better. Order online at nutrientwaterstore.com.au or find a store near you. Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
New job, new course, tree change or sea change. Go to the job site that gets you.
View Jobs, Australia's home of regional jobs. Whether it's a builder in Ballarat, nurse in Newcastle, or whichever town you're listening in right now, when you go to viewjobs.com.au, you can find your next local role in the region you love or take the next step with new skills. View Jobs is where locals level up. Australia's home of regional jobs. viewjobs.com.au.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
Vibes are high here in Mackay. The kids are out playing their Milo cricket. Those were the days when we were all growing up and carefree and nothing fazed us, and we're playing cricket out on the test facilities. It's a beautiful day for cricket. It's SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee batteries. You're in safe hands with Goodwee and for Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Simon Katich is alongside me. Hello, Kat. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Go again.
Good afternoon, John, all our listeners.
Interesting session of cricket. So I sit here and I don't want this to be the final day of Test cricket, but it kind of feels like it's getting to that point.
Yeah, if you look at body language and the way that Bangladesh have gone about it, compare it to what we saw in Darwin, it's like two different batting units. And already, a small snapshot just before lunch, Mitchell Starc with the early damage, but just the way that the Bangladesh skipper's gone about it, he's playing a million shots, some big booming drives. How long's that going to last for? And that's the big question now, because there's not much left. A couple more wickets and we're into the bowlers.
Well, I mean, we were speaking about it, you and me and Bharat, about two-day test matches. And I asked the question of Bharat, what Shanto is doing out there, and look, he got away with them, he hit 2 fours. That probably doesn't help what he's doing. He's trying to play T20 cricket in a test match, and that is infesting test cricket a lot more lately with all the leagues around the world. So that is probably not something that's going to help us get this test going.
No, exactly. And in a way, it's a great indication of the chat we were having around that mindset that I mentioned around there might be a ball with my name on it on this surface. Well, there might not be either. So it just looks like that's the way he's playing, because he's come out trying to play some big shots. He's got away with them and played some nice shots, but will he be able to sustain that for the rest of the day and bat for another 4 hours? It doesn't look like it at this point in time, given they're still 107 behind. But look, maybe things will go his way and he'll get through and have a bit of luck along the way. But this Australian attack will come back hard after lunch, and the ball's still new. So it'll be a tricky, at least the next hour or so, it'll be a tricky period to play for them.
And Bharat made a good point as well. It feels like watching him bat, he's angry. He feels like they're angry cricket shots. His team's sort of in a bad position in this game, and now he has to be the one to sort of get them out, and they're frustration shots.
Yeah, it's a very good observation. I think, when the captain gets out the way he did first ball, day one, it's no point batting angry in the second innings. You've got to try and nip that in the bud, do something about in the first innings. And that's why first innings runs are always so crucial, because they can keep you in a test match or set a test match up. And if you don't bat well, and as Bangladesh did yesterday, you lose a test in 2 hours.
So they trail by 107, 39, 3 for 39 here. It feels like these two, Shanto and Mushfiqur, are kind of their last hope. With the form that Lyndon Das is in, he hasn't made a run on Australian shores yet. These two kind of need like a 70 or 80 run partnership just to get them back into the contest. And even still, they'll be short of the target, but at least to let them feel like they're in the game.
Yeah, and the thing is, I can see this being over by tea, and I feel for the crowd, because they're not even going to get 2 full days of cricket. It'll be 1 2/3.
Yeah.
Because, as you say, 2 quick wickets here after lunch, and this game could well be dusted, who knows, even as quick as drinks.
Yeah, and it's a shame, because the sellout today, the place is packed. I think there was a sellout tomorrow as well for day 3, and it's. And the thing is that, we bring the test match cricket to the top end, to Darwin, and the crowds were amazing there, and then you bring it here, where they've been starved of it for so long, and it feels like we're robbing them of their opportunity.
It's robbery. It is. They're not getting value for what they probably thought they were going to get, particularly even today, if it's only for 2 sessions. People paid to come here, and it's a great atmosphere, great facility, and they deserve better. Unfortunately, one team has struggled in these conditions, which was the expectation before this series, so it shouldn't come as a surprise. It's just after a very good performance in Darwin, I know was really hopeful that if they could apply themselves like that again, that at least we'd get another 4-day contest that could go either way.
And we've spoken about the vulnerability of Australia as well at times, and they kind of had one foot on the throat, Bangladesh, and then it sort of, in a session yesterday, it all went downhill. It probably started with the first ball of the day that Stark struck. So it's disappointing from a series perspective, but I think for Bangladesh, they had the confidence in Darwin, and now they've just sort of probably shown everyone this is what we probably were going to be like on Australian shores again here.
Yeah, and I think it felt like with Mitchell Stark's first spell yesterday, the test was done and dusted. The first half an hour yesterday felt like Bangladesh can't get back into this. It would have taken an absolute miracle. Now with his next spell today with the new ball, he's basically put it to bed.
Yeah.
And it's just now a matter of how long they can last this afternoon.
What are you thinking? Can you just crystal ball for me? Will we be here at stumps with the game still on?
I hope so. the Test cricket lover in me hopes so. And I don't want to sound negative, but what I'm seeing, the indicators to me feel like it's going to be done by T.
Yeah.
And last week, the indicators were the complete opposite, because it just looked like they were going to dig in and apply themselves, whereas I'm watching body language at the moment and they're playing a million shots, and it just feels like it's going to be done early.
Quick word before we go to the break on the Australian bowling. So Stark's got 2 for 33. Hazelwood's bowled pretty well, 3 overs, none for 4, 1 for 2 for Cummins, and then Lyon just the 1 over before lunch. How have you thought they've bowled?
Yeah, once again, very, very good. To be honest, they probably haven't been tested that much because the defence and the temperament of the Bangladeshis in this test in particular, they haven't played with the same discipline. They've been a lot looser. They've looked like they've been on edge mentally, and it's shown the way they've thrown their hands at the ball and not really been as disciplined as they were in Darwin.
Let's hope. Fingers crossed. For all of our perspectives, because we love our cricket, let's hope that we've got cricket maybe this time tomorrow, but it's wishful thinking potentially as we watch JL just jump over the fence. He does what he wants around here, doesn't he, JL?
Nothing stops him.
No, absolutely not. Thank you to you, Kat. We're going to get to a break. It's SEN Test Cricket. For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Tom Morris is here. He is ready to go for a big second session on the other side of this.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
This Father's Day, forget socks and jocks. Get Dad something better with better sense at Chemist Warehouse. For the Revhead Dad, BMW M50mm range is just $29.99 each. Outdoorsy dads will love Bilgari Man Wood Neroli 60mm, just $49.99. Or choose Azaro the most wanted 50mm, only $69.99. And stylish dads can spritz on new YSLY Ice Cologne 100ml, now $149.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA, we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
My day. Wake up 7 a.m. Log on to 39 emails. Reply to 21 of them. Attend 3 meetings. Lunch. 2 more meetings, 12 phone calls. Run club at 6 p.m. 7,642 steps for the day. Stretch. 5 minutes. Dinner. Your life runs on numbers. So should your fuel. High protein, macro balanced, flavour packed ready meals by Strength Meals Guy. Only at Woolies.
Every detail about Porsche has to be just right down to the way you pronounce their name. It's this unrelenting attention to detail over 35 years that Porsche demanded when selecting Charlie Battisti & Co. as their certified collision centre for Porsche. So should the unthinkable happen, Charlie Battisti & Co. will restore your vehicle to Porsche's exacting standards. charliebattisti.com.au, Melbourne's finest facility for the repair of prestige German vehicles.
In this week's Round 24 edition of the Metricon AFL Record,
we speak to 300-game milestone men, premiership teammates Bradley Hill and Jack Gunston.
At Carlton, the long shot got the job. We explain how Josh Fraser became the overwhelming choice as permanent senior coach of the Blues.
And we look at the top 10 and potential wildcard finals matchups.
Metricon AFL Record, available at all games in Round 24 for just $6.
Can't get there? Visit aflrecord.com.au to have one delivered.
When you drive an Isuzu D-Max, you'll find adventure is everywhere. With up to 3.5-ton towing capacity and 2.2 or 3-litre engine options across the D-Max range, you're sorted. Anytime, any task. Since 2008, thousands of Aussies have relied on their Isuzu D-Max to go their own way. And they'll tell you, adventure is everywhere. Go find yours in the Isuzu D-Max. Visit your Isuzu Ute dealer today.
If you've ever wanted to volunteer at a major sporting event, this is your chance to make a real difference. The Special Olympics Australia National Games are coming to Melbourne from October 19 to 23 to help create an unforgettable experience for over 850 athletes. More than 800 volunteers are needed across operations, ceremonies, athlete support and more. Sign up today and create an unforgettable National Games for athletes, families and supporters. Visit nationalgames.specialolympics.com.au.
Would we start with the maiden? Start to Crawley.
If you're a sports nut, there's nothing worse than missing something incredible. But with the SEN app, you don't have to. Catch up anytime on the SEN app. There's expert analysis, the latest news, shows, podcasts, and of course, all your favourite live sporting action. Anytime, anywhere, no more misses. Download the SEN app and listen back today. SEN, your home of sport.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
Green faces up again. Hassan bowls to Green, cuts away, wants two between deep backward point and deep cover, but he'll get four. Trueful to Green, pitched up. There's a big appeal to LBW. The ball's gone down to third man.
I think they should just review it regardless. Yeah, that's out. What a delivery from Shoriful Islam.
Hustling in, bowling down to Lyon. Short ball, he pulls strongly over the leg side. Nathan Lyon, that's his signature shot, and he hits it for six. Hazelwood waits, Tyler bowls to him. Slog sweep high up in the air. A catching opportunity should be taken, is taken. And the Australian innings comes to an end on 210 and a lead of 146. Delivers. Shannon, leading edge, again and out. Caught at backward point. Mars Labuschagne dives forward and takes a relatively simple catch. And the batter, he fouled! 2 and 2 balls! He wasn't sure whether to play or not. Stark has it on a string. Cummins to Tunsit, short ball, he helps it on its way, it might be out. Mitchell Stark takes the catch. Down his throat at fine leg, and a big wicket. Australia claim their third. Bangladesh 3 for 39, second session not far away from getting started here in Mackay. Great Barrier Reef Arena. SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable and tough. So the Bangladesh team trailing by 107 with 7 wickets in hand under glorious blue skies here in Queensland. A soft breeze, 25 or so degrees, high humidity as Justin Langer spoke about before, and the job ahead of them. The wickets so far in this innings, Mitchell Stark has 2, giving him 8 for the match, and Pat Cummins with the other one. Nathan Lyon brought on to bowl just before lunch, and he delivered it and made, and Justin Langer's alongside me for AIA. Protect what matters most, do it for life with AIA. Let's talk about Bangladesh for a moment. What do you want to see from them in this second session?
Well, it's remarkable we're in this predicament, really. There's so many wickets have fallen. 23 wickets, lunch on day 2. Just as a little experiment for all the listeners out there, I've always felt that as a coach, you could almost stand in the nets blindfolded and hear how a batter's batting, because you can hear it off the bat. Now, this wicket here, if you'll be able to hear it, I'm sure, through the radio, that it sounds so good. off the bat, we saw Nathan Lyon looked in no trouble until he got an unbelievable Yorker, in-swinging Yorker. Cameron Green looked in no trouble. Mitchell Stark again today has come in, taken those 2 early wickets, a lack of foot movement. They didn't cover the off stump. But this is a really good pitch. So I want to see Bangladesh fight. I want to see them work really hard here. They're up against a great attack, no question about that. But they need to fight hard. We haven't seen enough of it this test match from either team. Now it's time to see if we can do it in this second session of the test.
So Shanto, the captain's not out 23 from 24 balls. He's having a bit of a crack, isn't he? He's hit 5 boundaries. Do you like that method?
Oh, yeah, throwing punches. And I think all the great players, when you're up against a great bowling attack, you have to have the courage to be aggressive. And that doesn't mean just playing shots. It means positive in your body language, leave the ball well, shout when you hit the ball, yes, no, wait. All those body language things, because great players don't like seeing that. They don't like it's like a great boxer. Great boxers expect to just come and knock you out. If you've got a good defence and you can throw a few back, then you put them on the back foot. And that's what you want to see from Bangladesh. Whether that happens, time will tell. Australia have been really dominant. Stark's been dominant. Again, Pat Cummins, brilliant. So, yeah, let's just see if we can see some fight from Bangladesh this session.
Would you like to see Nathan Lyon with more of the ball in this session, or is it a seam bowling type day, do you think?
I think we saw. I'd love to see him. He bowled 1 over before lunch, beautifully bowled, attacked the stumps the whole ball. He had a big caught behind shout that Alex Carey was absolutely convinced was caught behind, given not out from the technology. But I'm sure he'll bowl more, but only if Australia can't make these early inroads. We see Pat Cummins, the captain, getting ready to bowl. This is the end that Nathan Lyon would like to bowl from, probably after Pat Cummins, because of the breeze that's going across the pitch. But these first few overs, Pat Cummins will be raring to go. He was bruised with his team as losing the last test match. He'll be pumped. He'll be ready to go and really finish off this test as quick as possible.
Just an eye on Mushfiqur Rahim here as well. He's made more test runs, significantly more test runs than any other Bangladesh cricketer in history. 39 years old. Test average just a tick under 40 and 14 test tons. So this will be the last time he plays in Australia. In fact, it's also the first series he's played in Australia. He's waited around for this series. Justin, he was playing test cricket when you were still playing. He debuted in 2005. So he's been around some time. So this is a significant moment for him as well.
Yeah, it is. And look, we've talked a lot about Mitchell Stark last session, and I hear Ricky Ponting say it a lot. And John Buchanan used to say it, the Australian cricket coach, you judge champions on their longevity. We talked about Stark, played 107 tests now as an opening bowler. He's kept himself in such great condition. We talk about Nathan Lyon, played 140-something test matches now. Incredible achievement. And this man here, the same. He's been around a long time. Great respect for him, and he'll be proud. He would have been so proud of the first test result. He'll be a proud man, and he'll want to fight really hard in this second session.
So 36 in Darwin, Mushfiqur made, and then in the first innings he was bowled by Cummins, 5 from 42 balls. He's 4 from 6 here, with 3 sips and a gully in place. Second session on day 2 about to commence. Stop microphone's been a great addition to this test match. It's so loud, we can hear almost everything.
Especially we've got Bharat in here.
Yeah. Translating
the Hindi for us. Yeah, it makes a big difference. But no, it has. We've seen it. And it's the beauty of listening on the radio, is that you just get to hear all these different sounds of what happens in the game. And, we can see the bat on ball, but in cricket, there's also the snicks. There's the sound of the stumps being knocked out. There's the voices that we hear. It's a wonderful way of listening to or being involved in this test match.
It's Travis Head, voice at extra cover that you're hearing. Cummins to Mushfiqur. Right him over the wicket. Bowls. Mushfiqur leaves outside the off stump. And that's something that those mere mortals like us who haven't played the game at the elite level just lap up, hearing the noises out on the ground, it is in many ways like club cricket, but in many ways it's so many levels above because the stakes are so much higher.
Yeah, it is, and that's the beauty. I mean, I just walked around the boundary line before, and the joy in the faces of the people up here in Mackay watching. You can smell the barbecue out there. You can't smell it through the radio, but they've got the barbecues going.
There's a sausage sizzle. Cummins steams in, bowls to Mushfiqur, sways out of the way.
Yeah, it's brilliant. They're just so happy to be here. They're having a couple of beers on a beautiful Sunday afternoon, watching Test cricket. Oh, what could be better? You know, it must be nice wherever anyone's listening to it throughout Australia. It must be a nice, whether you're in your car or at the beach or wherever you are at the moment, just about to be involved. I mean, we grew up on listening to Test cricket. Yeah, it's brilliant. It's brilliant to be a part of this.
0433 98 11 16 if you want to get involved in the conversation on SEN. Cummins pushing into the wind. Bowls to Mushfiqur, who leaves it outside the off stump.
There's sign of a good player, and there hasn't been enough of it in all cricket around the world. He's left that ball beautifully. In Test cricket, you've got time. I mentioned before, Tom, about you've got to be really proactive. You've got to be positive, and that's not just playing the big shots. We just saw it then with Mushfiqur. He left the ball beautifully. It's off a good length, and he's got his hands up in the air, hands up above his head. Left it through to Alex Carey, watching the ball closely. That's really good batting. His feet are dancing. He's watching the ball closely. That's Test match batting.
And if he does make a mistake, there's 3 slips in the gully in place, ready to snaffle it. Cummins bowls to Mushfiqur, and that bounces through to Alex Carey. Again, his hands are out of the way, as JL just mentioned.
Again, a wonderful leave. And people go, what are you talking about? Some of the best times as an opening batter when you were playing first-class ball. I mean, Curtly Ambrose, for example. Curtly Ambrose was like ballroom dancing. You knew where he was going to bowl every ball, so you had the courage, and you'd never score any runs off him, but you'd be leaving the ball, and you'd be dancing around, you'd be leaving. Every now and then a bit closer, and you might drop one on the leg side for a single. He'd give you nothing to hit, but it was just such a beautiful flow to be able to leave the ball. And that might, in this day and age, might sound crazy, but it's a nice feeling.
Cummins bowls, Mushfiqur plays this one to the leg side, no run. Just watching the highlights of Curtly Ambrose, and you know they occasionally pop up on social media. Courtney Walsh as well. It just looks like they never ever bowled a bad ball.
Well, Ambrose certainly, and it was like he was the smiling assassin. That was the problem. If you play and miss, he'd smile at you. If you leave the ball, he'd smile at you. If you ever scored a bounce, he'd still be. And then when you got out, he had that. He'd clap his hands both times. He wouldn't be smiling; he'd just be laughing. So those, and there's someone like Freddie Flintoff, and they always smile. You want to be in a fight with them. You want to be them getting angry. They're always smiling, you know, because they were so good.
Not as much of a smile yourself when you were batting. I think I remember one moment. Cummins bowls to Mushfiqur. Mushfiqur defends on the back foot. We'll pick up on that. End of the over. 3-4-39 Bangladesh. We're here for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-64-64-64.
G'day, Alex Carey here. At home, we use the Goodwe ESA home battery system. It's a game changer. Don't wait for the drop in the federal rebate. Find your nearest installer now at goodwe.com.au. You're in safe hands with Goodwe.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
This is SEN Test Cricket for Goodwe. Game-changing batteries and from Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable and tough. Nathan Lyon to continue. He bowled before lunch at Maiden. And he'll be bowling again to Shanto, the left-handed Bangladesh skipper with a slip and a short leg in place. They're the catches. Line bowls and Shanto just pushes it into the covers for no run.
Yeah, perhaps not his preferred end here. Look at the breezes. But that said, Nathan Lyon's more of style of bowler. He comes over the top of the ball. He gets bounce. He gets spin. So it might not be have such an impact for Nathan Lyon as perhaps some other spinners. But it's nice to see him in the game.
Lyon bowls to Shanto, flighted, defends to extra cover, no run. Talking about bowlers who smile. So you said Curtly Ambrose would have a smile. Tell me if my memory's correct here. Did you smile at a bowler once without a tooth?
Shoaib Akhtar, yeah.
Shoaib Akhtar.
Had my teeth knocked out at one point.
Lyon bowls, Shanto, outside edge. Past Steve Smith at first slip, it wasn't a chance. All the way along the turf, Cameron Green will chase it. He could have come back for 3. They'll settle for 2. And interesting, Cam Green bowls it back in, doesn't throw it back in.
Yeah, very interesting. I'm not sure whether he... I'm not sure what's happened there with Cameron Green. He bowled the ball. I'm not sure whether he dived in the first innings and hurt his shoulder, but he looked in a bit of pain there.
Yeah. So he didn't bowl in the first innings, albeit They only bowled 34 overs, the Australians. Line to Shanto. Outside edge almost. Plays and misses.
Well, look at that spin. The master in action. The Bangladeshis who bowl on spin-friendly conditions most of the time. And look, he's extracted beautiful spin. This is masterful. And we talk about shouldn't they pick Nathan Lyon. He has to play every game for Australia from now the next 20, if he holds up.
Changing the field. Matt Renshaw's gone from short leg to second slip. Ball spinning away from the bat line. Bowls. Yeah. Shanto defends. If you can smile at Shoaib Akhtar, you can smile at anyone, JL.
Yeah, but it's funny because you asked about smiling. I remember Bob Muleman, who used to coach me, used to say he'd watch on the TV, and as soon as I got hit on the body or something and I'd get grumpy, he knew I'd be okay. Right?
Line bowls to Shanto, defends on the front foot. 2 runs from the over. 3 for 41 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts.
Want to maximise energy savings without the fuss? Talk to a certified SIG Energy installer, Australia's #1 home battery. And right now, you'll save $1,000 per 9 kilowatt hour battery. Stackable up to 54 kilowatt hours, which will save $6,000. Add a government rebate on top for serious savings without the fuss. SIG Energy, Australia's #1 home battery. Find your local accredited installer at sigenergy.com/au/offer. Limited time only. Terms and conditions apply.
We're here for Henley Homes. Call 1-800-64-6464. Justin Langer alongside me. Bangladesh trailing by 105 with Pat Cummins bowling over the wicket to Mushfiqur. The Bangladesh veteran delivers. Mushfiqur leaves outside the off stump.
He's playing well here. Nice dancing feet, Mushfiqur. But this is why this Australian cricket team, it is literally relentless pressure. I mean, at the moment, they come out after lunch. Who's going to bowl? Nathan Lyon, who is bowling beautifully, and he's bowling in partnership with Pat Cummins. And they open the bowling Australia with Mitchell Starc and Josh Hazlewood, who literally gives you nothing. The pressure is always, and it's no wonder they have so much success. There's a lot of talk about the Australian batting at the moment, but it's been the bowlers who have helped them win so many test matches. It's no wonder because it's relentless pressure.
Cummins has 1. Bowls to Mushfiqur, leaves again outside the off stump.
You can also see the ball today. Yesterday, we talk about the trampolini bounce or the tennis ball bounce. There's obviously a little bit of moisture in the game. It was just holding and just going slower through to the wicket keeper today. Today, it's a lot quicker. It's getting through. Alex Carey's a lot further back. It's beautiful. It's very similar, which I love. I think we talked about before the game, actually, Tom, that it's very much like a Gabba wicket. And it's nice to see that replicated in Queensland. It's not at the Gabba, but it is in Mackay, and it's a very similar pitch that we all love, which is at the Gabba.
No test match at the Gabba this summer. We're here instead. Cummins bowls to Mushfiqur. Short one, ducks underneath it. And we spoke about it pre-game on Channel 7, JL, but for those of SEN listeners who weren't watching that particular segment, the Gabba does still want to host Test cricket, and they want to host the first Test matches of summers, but there is a view that although the conditions remain excellent for cricket, the stadium itself is tired, which is part of the reason they're building a new one.
Yeah, they're building a new one, right? And the other thing is, this is absolutely perfect. But there's 6,000 people, but you imagine on a Ashes Test match, what do they get? 50,000 at the Gabba. So the economics of it is a little different, but Test matches this time of the year, this is brilliant to watch.
3 dots this over. Cummins bowls to Mushfiqur, leaves outside the off stump.
I want to say the leaves in the modern game, I'm sure the listeners are saying, oh, isn't it boring? No, this is great.
Yeah.
I'm really enjoying this. Is really good competition, competitive cricket. You've got one of the great bowlers of all time bowling to one of the veterans and one of the greats of Bangladesh cricket. He knows. You play on these wickets with the bounce, he's going to feed the slip. So he's just feeder dancing, he's leaving the good ball. Pat Cummins is going to have to come in closer to him.
Cummins bowls to Mushfiqur, uses his bat off the back foot, guides it down to the backward point region, no run.
Great footwork. Jeff Marsh, who was one of my first captains in West Australia, another Australian opening batter, he used to say to me early in my career, let them come to you. So particularly at the Wacker or at a ground like this, the Gabba, know where your off stump is, let the ball come to you. In other words, if it's outside your eye line, just let it go, because then they'll come to you. You can punch the ball down the ground, you can hit the ball through mid-wicket, or they might bowl a bit short where you can play the pull or cut. So that's what he's doing. Mushfiqur at the moment, he's saying to Pat Cummins, you come to me. I'm going to let everything go outside the off stump.
Cummins bowls to Mushfiqur. That is straight, and Mushfiqur's up to the challenge. Defends it down to mid-on for no run. A maiden, 3 for 41 Bangladesh, trailing by 105 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
G'day, Alex Carey here, proud ambassador for Goodwe. Goodwe provide market-leading batteries for homes and businesses right across Australia. So visit goodwe.com.au to find your nearest installer today. You're in safe hands with Goodwe.
RJ Sanderson and Associates, taxation, business and self-managed super fund specialists. Take the stress out of tax and get your complimentary 2026 tax tips from rjsanderson.com.au.
3 for 41 Bangladesh. We're here for Henley Holmes. Call 1800 64 6464. Nathan Lyon bowling to Shanto. 2 slips in place. Defends down the pitch, no run. Get the impression that Lyon would prefer to bowl to the left-hander. And Cummins is very happy bowling to the right-hander at the moment.
Yeah, and like Nathan Lyon's record against left-handers is elite. It's interesting though because he's got a long off. Most left-handers have a long. He's got a long off. They've obviously studied Shanto well. He's going to need a new shot, perhaps a sweep shot.
Lyon bowls to Shanto. Yeah. Defends.
You just sense they've taken Renshaw out from bat pad. They've got 2 slips. Lyon's getting nice bounce, getting nice spin.
Come on, boys.
Shanto looks at any moment he could get out here. So I sense he might start playing the sweep shot to try and mix up this momentum and this rhythm that Nathan Lyon's got.
Lyon delivers to Shanto. Back foot drive to short cover, no run.
You just feel at any moment here, Shanto's going to pop forward and nick one to Renshaw at second or Steve Smith at first. I wonder if he's going to employ the sweep or something, come down the wicket, something to break up this rhythm.
Lyon bowls. Shanto pushes back to him on the bounce. Lyon fields.
Beautifully bowled, beautifully bowled. I didn't realise until I coached Australia how good Nathan Lyon is. I used to sit behind him with the baseball mitt and takes the ball, just watch him at training. He used to bowl for hours and hours, and you just see the shape he gets.
Lyon delivers to Shanto. Little leading edge back to him, takes it on the half volley.
You're right, Tom. He loves bowling the left-handers. He's got that line perfect at the moment. He's got nice shape out of his hand, and you really feel it's just a matter of time before he gets Shanto here. Shanto's going to have to do something different. Otherwise, the edge is coming. He might get a leading edge like that's just dropped short of Nathan Lyon.
He has taken many great catches off his own bowling. Lyon bowls to Shanto, lunges forward and defends with bat and pad together. Another maiden, 2 on the trot for Australia. In the 4 overs since lunch, Bangladesh have made 2 runs for AIA. Protect what matters most, do it for life with AIA.
Yep. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie. 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 Pie, 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 pie. Pie, 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 pie.
It's not the footy without a 4 and 20.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwe game-changing batteries and for Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable and tough. Pat Cummins steaming in. Bangladesh 3 for 41. He bowls to Mushfiqur. Mushfiqur just hit on the hand, I think. Just bounced up a bit. Guided it safely into the turf, but Pat Cummins probing away.
It's often one of the things that batters from India or Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, when they come to Australia, particularly when they play at grounds like the Wacker, the Gabba, now here in Mackay, that extra bounce, they're not used to it. In the subcontinent, most of the balls, that same length would rarely rear over the top of the stumps. But here, the extra bounce, you see he's been hit on the thumb. That would have hurt. They're not used to the extra bounce. And that's why most times the subcontinent teams come unstuck here in Australia. Not dissimilar to Australians going to India or the subcontinent where it spins a lot. We're just not used to it. So that would have hurt. That's hit him on the thumb. He keeps going though. He's a tough little player.
Cummins bowls to Mushfiqur. Playing a miss outside the off stump. He was fishing at it. 1 for 2 from 4.2 Cummins figures.
It's one of the things you talk about in Test cricket. Maidens. You get 3 maidens in a row and you almost always get a wicket. It's a statistic that everyone talks about, and you guarantee that everyone in the Australian team will be saying that. Keep dotting them up, keep dotting them up. Don't score. That's the biggest pressure in the game, is when you're not scoring runs. And that's what the great bowler, you talk about Ambrose before, Cummins, Hazelwood, you can't score. That's pressure.
Cummins bowls to Mushfiqur, defends on the front foot, almost a single into the point region. Marnus Labuschagne was quick enough across the turf to save it and keep the right-hander on strike. You talk about the difference with playing in India and Sri Lanka as opposed to, say, Australia and South Africa. Did you used to have to pick another bat? Or did you use the same bat wherever you went around the world?
Well, I had a thing with my bats. We loved our bats. Punter and I loved our bats.
The kookaburras?
Kookaburras. Yeah. But if I opened the batting and I got to the first session, I always changed my bat for the second session. If I got to tea, I always changed my bat because I had these beautiful bats, and it's almost a reward. So the first session was always a little bit lighter. The second one might be a little bit heavier.
It's amazing. Leg slip in place now. Cummins bowls to Mushfiqur. Bit wider at the crease. Mushfiqur defends into the gully region on the ground.
You try telling someone like Simon Katich, that our great mate Kato, he's going to go, what are you talking about? He'd use the same bat, the same pads, the same gloves for 10 years if he could. But I used to that was just my little routine, I guess. But at times in India, I felt you needed a lighter bat because I played the sweep shot a lot more. But everyone's different. Damien Martin, who was a little whippet at the end of his career, he used to use 3-pound-2 cricket bats.
Did he? The Diablo?
The Diablo. And then Sachin Tendulkar, really heavy bats, where other players have really light bats.
4 dots in this over. Cummins bowls to Mushfiqur, defends down the pitch, no run, more dot balls.
I picked up Steve Smith's bat this morning and Marnus's bat this morning. There's good wood in it, but they're still nice and light.
So how heavy was your bat when you played?
Early on, it was about 2.5 which is Kenny Muleman used to say to me, no, you're not wearing that Muleman's cricket centre. It was like a second home for me when I was a kid. Got my bats there, and he made me use the lightest of bats. He said, you've got to have fast hands, you don't want to, you've got to get your feet moving and you've got to have a light bat.
Cummins bowls to Mushfiqur, bumper to finish the over. 3 maidens on the trot.
Great pressure.
3 for 41 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
G'day, Alex Carey here. At home, we use the Goodwee ESA home battery system. It's a game changer. Don't wait for the drop in the federal rebate. Find your nearest installer now at goodwee.com.au. You're in safe hands with Goodwee.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Bangladesh 3 for 41 on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Shot the Chemist Warehouse fragrance sale. We're just having a look at the vision of Mushfiqur getting a ball to the hands. It's his right hand that came off the bat from Pat Cummins. It just bounced a bit more, so there's a bit of medical treatment for him. We're talking bats in the meantime, which... JL, I'm sure you're familiar with the SEN audience. I think cricket bats is the number one topic.
Is it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Classic.
The text line blows up. I mentioned the Kookaburra Diablo. Ricky Ponting had the Kahuna. You had the Bubble.
The absolute belter.
The belter?
I used to go into Kookaburra and I'd say, this is an absolute belter. That's a good idea for us. The absolute belter. I think Alex Carey used that last summer maybe. But yeah, there's some great bats. The Sword, I used the Sword at one point.
So a lot of these bat brands are bring these bats back. Like the Diablo's back now.
Yeah,
the orange Diablo.
It's really cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Bubble, I'm not sure if the Bubble's been back for it, but the Kookaburra Bubble, that was huge.
Yeah. Did you ever have was it the graphite on the back of the bat, like what Ricky had? Line bowling to Shanto, 2 slips in place. Shanto defends to the onside.
I have one in my cellar actually. I have this my cellar. Most people's cellars are wine, but I've got like this bat room, and all the bats overscored 100 since I was 14 years old. I had Kim Hughes' bat. My dad picked up an auction with my first 100 overscored. SS Jumbo.
SS Jumbo. Line bowling to Shanto, who's on 25. Delivers. Shanto defends. Welcome, Bharat.
Good afternoon. I'm enjoying this conversation.
Yeah, I've got this bat room, and I've got all the bats that were all signed by all the teams. At the end of a series, you get all the players. So it's the best memorabilia room you've ever seen. I love it. But all the bats, I've got the Yeah, the SS Jumbo that Kim Hughes had. My dad picked it up and I stole it one Sunday morning. I went down to Murray Reserve. We weren't allowed to play it. We could pick it up my brothers and I.
Line bowls to Shunto. Flatter. Uses his wrist to work it to forward square leg. That's the first run in 3.5 overs and gets himself off strike.
You'll see Matt Renshaw now straight away come into bat pad, go from second slip with the right hander. He's getting nice bounce and spin here, Nathan Lyon. So he'll be looking to feed Matt Renshaw. But yeah, bats. Oh,
you go forever.
Over the day, I love them.
You still love them?
Well, I pick them up every morning. The first thing I do, I go and see the boys out there, and I'll pick up their bats. I picked up Matt Renshaw's bat this morning while he was signing some autographs. Yeah, it used to be a great thrill getting the new cricket bats and look after them. Someone like Mike Hussey was an absolute bat. Tragic. He used to have a scale.
Lines around the wicket to Mushfiqur. He bowls. Mushfiqur defends on the back foot.
He used to carry scales in his cricket bat, so every bat had to be exactly, not 1 ounce out. It had to be all exactly the same. I used to love, more important than the bat and the grades, I used to love the handle. I used to love a handle as skinny as this pen in front of me.
Line bowls to Mushfiqur. Lets it go down the leg side. Carey mops it up.
Whereas others like to have lots of grips because it made it feel more balanced. Yeah, but I used to like this. I actually took all the rope off my handle on my bat, and it made everyone said, "Oh, break no." It's just so I could make it as skinny as possible. Oh. So yeah, I used to get. That's where I get my bat speed from, I think. But yeah, everyone's a bit different. But yeah, bats. I could talk bats forever.
I can tell, I love it. Line bowls to Mushfiqur. Opens up the blade on the back foot, plays it to short third man. Josh Hazelwood will chase it, they'll settle for 1. 2 runs from the over. 3 for 43 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts.
This Father's Day, forget socks and jocks. Get Dad something better with better sense at Chemist Warehouse. For the Revhead Dad, BMW M50mm range is just $29.99 each. Outdoorsy dads will love Bilgari Man Wood Neroli 60mm, just $49.99. Or choose Azaro the Most Wanted 50mm, only $69.99. And stylish dads can spritz on new YSLY Ice Cologne 100ml, now $149.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
3 for 43, Bangladesh, trailing by 103 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre expert. We are talking cricket and we are talking bats. Bharat, Sundaresan and Justin Langer.
Also, Mushfiqur, it'd be really interesting. He got hit on the bottom finger last over. His feet are dancing it though. He's leaving the ball belt, but now after being hit, he's going to have to keep that courage to keep getting in behind the ball.
Cummins bowls to Mushfiqur. Mushfiqur leaves outside the off stump.
Love his footwork patterns here. It's interesting he got hit on that bottom index finger. Now, obviously you can't see it. You guys can see it, Bharat and Tom, but this bottom finger of mine, it's literally still numb. After all, I haven't played for 20 years, but I got hit so many times on that knuckle. It's like a steel knuckle now, and he got hit. For some reason, when you get across, cover the off stump against fast bowling and a bouncing ball, you often get hit on there, but that's still numb. This whole finger's still numb after all these years.
Cummins to Mushfiqur in test matches. Has taken him 3 times for 11 runs from 93 balls. He delivers now. Almost an outside edge to make it 4. Carey takes the catch, but it was a play and miss. It was a slightly fuller delivery that Mushfiqur was lulled into playing.
This is how he got him out in the first innings, by just changing his length. That time he attacked the stumps. This time it was the outside edge, and in fact, it's gone right between bat and pad. So, not quite cut him in half.
That's what they say about the great bowlers. They can beat them on the inside and the outside. And that's a beautiful delivery. Like you say, Bharat, very similar to that first innings. And this is the strength of Cummins. He can go both ways. He hits the seam.
Cummins bowls to Mushfiqur. Mushfiqur defends it into covers, decides against a run with Marnus Labuschagne tracking it across to his right from point.
What a contest. What a contest we're seeing here. Do you call Pat Cummins a veteran? How old is Pat Cummins? 31, 32? But
15 years of test
cricket. A great player against a veteran here in Mushfiqur. This is enthralling stuff. The scoreboard's going nowhere, and Australia will be happy about that. And in a sense, Bangladesh won't be upset either because they're wearing them down. They know they've got to wear down the Australian attack.
Cummins bowls to Mushfiqur. Sways out of the way. Where's this Test cricket been, Baz?
I know. Test match cricket at its best, this.
It is. We saw it in Darwin. Periods, just hardcore, old school Test cricket. Couldn't help but find the romantic in you over there.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I just, this is tough. We're just saying on air before with Tom and I that when you're batting like this and you're leaving the ball and your feet are dancing and you know you're in it and you want to give him nothing, this is, in the modern world where you want to hit everything for four, this is great cricket to watch.
Cummins bowls to Mushfiqar, pitched up, driven down the ground. He'll pick up at least one. Josh Hazlewood will chase it from mid-on. Toe of the bat means he only gets one. Nevertheless, gets himself off strike for the last ball of the over. 3 for 44, trailing by 102, Bangladesh.
That's such a great point, JL. I mean, it's been nearly 30 years since it happened. But the clip, when you talk about battles between Test match or within Test matches, the clip between Alan Donald and Michael Atherton, that gets replayed more than any other now. But you think about Baz Ball and all this fast-paced Test cricket, 30 years from now, they all look the same. So you're not going to pick out anything from there and, you know, really get excited about it. But Atherton versus Donald still stands the test of time.
But the other one I remember is Michael Clarke in South Africa as well. I mean, that was brilliant.
Were you there for that? Were you an assistant coach at that point? Or?
No, maybe I was. I just remember seeing it come up on socials so often. It was like some of the great battles with Shoaib Akhtar that we talked about before. You know, so many people, particularly in India, go, those battles with Akhtar.
Cummins bowls and Shanto defends. No run. 3 for 44 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
SEN Test cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Bangladesh 3 for 44, trailing by 102.
And you didn't even have to wait too long, Justin, to figure out how tough Test cricket is, right? Your first Test innings itself, Ian Bishop steaming in.
Yeah, first ball in Test cricket, got hit in the helmet by Ian Bishop. I reckon I've told the story about 500 times to corporate events.
Give it to us again.
Never on SEN Test cricket.
No, that's it. Line bowls to Mushfiqar, outside the off stump, cuts it away to backward point, no run.
Yeah, first ball in Test cricket, my gosh. And then my 100th Test match, I got hit in my first ball by Mackay Natini as well, and was out of the Test match. So it just goes to show, doesn't matter how long you play for, it's tough work. Test cricket is really tough, how it should be.
Line to Mushfiqar. Leg stump line, doesn't play a shot, hits him on the pad.
Don't make me Tyson throw it. It's unforgiving, isn't it, JL? I mean...
Well, imagine being in Marnus Labuschagne's shoes right now. You know, because everything's analysed. People are all going to have an opinion on it.
Lines around the wicket. Bowls to Mushfiqar. Mushfiqar defends into the short legs hands, Matt Renshaw.
It is unforgiving, and that's how it should be. And that's why it's been so disappointing over last year. Two-day Test matches. Yeah, you've got people have come over from England. We've got people, this massive build-up, and you have 2-day Test matches.
3 dots this over. Line delivers. Mushfiqar goes to sweep shots, and Matt Renshaw had his head down. The call was catch it. It was bat pad.
I said on air this morning, Tom, when we were speaking, I remember there'd be times when Steve Waugh would come out before the Test match and he'd say to Haydos and I know it's green, but we're going to win the toss. If we win it, we're going to bowl first, but we need you guys to dig in.
Bat first.
Yeah.
Line bowls. Back foot is Mushfiqar, punching it to deep forward, square leg for 1. He moves to 7.
And every instinct in you is going, no, please, captain, please bowl first. But then when he said that, we need you to fight for the... And they've set up the game. You felt like Superman. And that's what times you have to do. And we haven't seen anywhere... We didn't see it last summer. We didn't see it yesterday. We didn't see it, in a sense, in Darwin last week. You fight through... When Haydos and I had one mantra for our whole time together, just wear them down, it'll get easier.
Line bowls. Reverse. Over Steve Smith's head at first slip from Shanto. And that will run away for 4. A sign of intent. 10 runs in the first half an hour of play. Changing commentary coming right up with Donehue stepping right in. Bangladesh 3 for 49. We're here for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464.
Every detail about Porsche has to be just right down to the way you pronounce their name. It's this unrelenting attention to detail over 35 years that Porsche demanded when selecting Charlie Battisti & Co. as their certified collision centre for Porsche. So should the unthinkable happen, Charlie Battisti & Co. will restore your vehicle to Porsche's exacting standards. charliebattisti.com.au, Melbourne's finest facility for the repair of prestige German vehicles.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. John Donehue jumping in for Tom Morris, alongside me for AIA. Protect what matters most, do it for life with AIA. Bharat, Sundaresan and Justin Langer. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
You talk about the relentless nature of Test cricket. So now Cummins has bowled a great spell. Now they've got to face Josh Hazlewood, another all-time great.
Hazlewood, right arm over and outside the off stump. Mushfiqur lets it go.
Yep. The unrelenting nature of this Australian bowling attack, isn't it? All of them are first ballot Hall of Famers, all with over 300 wickets now. Josh Hazlewood having joined that list.
We've talked a lot about it, that only real... If you've got physical courage, which most players have, the only pressure you're under is when you can't score runs. And that's the brilliance of Cummins. It's the brilliance of Hazlewood. It's the brilliance of Nathan Lyon. Not only are they brilliant, but you can't score runs against them.
Hazlewood bowling to Mushfiqur, who's on 7. This one rises on him as he leaves it alone outside the off stump.
Unless you fight your life out like Mushfiqur's doing now. Like you fight it and eventually it'll get easy. I said before about the one mantra we had with Haydos or Ricky, but just wear them down because it will eventually get easier. But you have to do the hard work to earn the right to then be able to cash in.
I know we've got to say goodbye to you in a sec, JL, but why are we... I'm not sure if you've been talking about it for the last couple of minutes, so forgive me if you have, but why are we getting a lot of these 2-day test matches? No one really just digging in like we're seeing with Mushfiqur right now. Hazlewood bowling to Mushfiqur. Hit on the pad. Big appeal from the Australians. Looked a little bit leg side. Umpire's given it not out. Pat Cummins just gesturing that it's going down leg side and they won't review.
Yeah, I wrote a column about it yesterday.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it's got down to basic batting technique. You know, I'm loving what I'm seeing with Mushfiqur here because he's covering his off stump, his feet are dancing, he's letting the ball go, he's making the bowler come to him. There's foot movement on the right, on both feet. Just take this test match alone. Almost every dismissal has been batters, their front foot has not gone past the front line.
Yeah.
Even today, like the 2 opening batters, one was going to the leg stump, feeds.
Hazlewood bowls, Mushfiqur lets it go outside the off stump.
It's just basic technique and it's footwork patterns, things that, like, I coach young guys now and prefer, I've just come back from England, there's a couple of batters who are in our 100 team who are also wanting to become best players and you have some hits with them and you say some things to them which are so basic for us in the game and their eyes light up like you're teaching them magic for the first time. No, I'm serious. Like footwork patterns. Get out at the front foot, get your balance stance, get your head forward in your stance, all that, and they go, oh yeah, and then they start hitting some on drives, they start hitting some cover drives.
Hazlewood over the wicket again to Mushfiqur. Leaves this alone again outside the off stump.
And it's like their eyes light up like you're teaching them magic and you're just teaching them basic. And I think back to what I said yesterday, my first ever net session at the Wacker, I got out and Graham Wood, our captain, who played a lot for Australia in Decorate, kept ran down, what are you doing? Do not get out the nets. This is the only time. And I'm facing bouncing balls at the Wacker with a sea breeze behind their back. And I'm still talking about it all these years later. Yeah. These days, most batters don't even bat in the nets against bowlers. They have throwdowns or face spinners.
Last ball of the over, Mushfiqur waits. Hazlewood steams in, bowls to him and he drives straight back to the bowler, who whips it back to Alex Carey. End of the over. It's a fascinating conversation. 20 overs have been bowled for tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. It is 3 for 49.
This Father's Day, forget socks and jocks. Get Dad something better with better sense at Chemist Warehouse. For the Revhead Dad BMW M50mm range is just $29.99 each. Outdoorsy dads will love Bilgari Man Wood Neroli 60mm, just $49.99. Or choose Azaro the Most Wanted 50mm, only $69.99. And stylish dads can spritz on new YSLY Ice Cologne 100ml, now $149.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. Nathan Lyon going to continue from the grandstand end here in Mackay. He's bowling to Shanto, the captain from Bangladesh. Big stride forward and defends.
The thing I've always said in Australian cricket is that we were so blessed. Like Rod Marsh would be at the head coach of the Cricket Academy. He'd bring in all his old mates, Greg Chappell, Ian Chappell, Kim Hughes, all these guys, and they give you these little tips of advice which makes such a difference.
Lyon bowling to Shanto, walking up the wicket, just hits it back to the bowler who has a shot at the stumps. And a little bit antsy there, Shanto.
We were blessed to have these incredible mentors, great coaches, great players you play with that would give you this advice. And I don't know, I just feel that whether people become a closed shop, people are getting too sensitive to constructive criticism or feedback.
Lyon over the wicket again. Shanto walks up and turns this one out to the leg side. They'll get a single.
But certainly two-day test matches, unacceptable. It's no good for the game, you know, for so many reasons. Last year was disappointing for the crowds, for the kids who get to watch their heroes on TV or listen on the radio or get to the ground. Economically, it's a disaster for Cricket Australia, who put money into grassroots cricket. And, you know, we're talking about very well-paid professionals now, and you get tired of hearing, oh, it's just the pitchers, oh, it's the curators, it's the ball moves a bit.
Mushfield on strike to Lyon, flicks him to the leg side. They'll take one to mid-wicket. So there's due to be a sellout here tomorrow, JL, as well. This being the 12th Test venue, first time we're ever here. Feels like they're being robbed of Test cricket as well, and they waited so long.
Well, yeah, and then you go back even, you know, the people who get paid to be on security, you go, oh, no big deal, you know. But you learn the business of sport is such that you must demand excellence.
Shanto on strike, Lyon bowls to him and he's forward defending.
And obviously when you play, you don't think about it. You're just doing your best job, and you don't need to know about the business. You're just there to do your best to win games, high performance. But when you have those two-day tests or even three-day test matches, especially when we know Australians and people around the world are still so passionate about Test cricket.
Last ball of the over. Lyon bowling to Shanto, who lofts it high down the ground. A catching opportunity underneath it. The catch is taken. Mitchell Stark, long off, takes the catch, and the Bangladeshi captain goes.
Well, that's pressure, but that's some of the dumbest cricket. We're just talking about it now. No, seriously, that is some of the dumbest cricket I've ever seen. And I was saying to Tom before, you could realise Nathan Lyon's getting into the rhythm now. He has just literally tapped that straight to long off, which is a rare position for Nathan Lyon. He's hit it straight down Mitchell Stark's throat. That is just dumb cricket. Unacceptable.
Yeah, it's right up there with some of the more forgettable cricket we've seen in this test match from both batting groups. The captain looked to be in a hurry before the lunch break, settled down a bit the last half hour or so, and, well, he'll have no voice in that dressing room if he has to pull anyone up, because JL's right, that's a dumb shot. I think I'm ready to go home shot again.
Well, great bowling, but again, if you're feeling the pressure, maybe pull out the sweep shot, maybe get down the wicket. But he's literally just punched that straight to long off.
He looked like he was playing an angry innings. You and I spoke about it before, Bharat, that, you know, the 2 fours that he hit through the covers, they were nice earlier, but when his team was 3 for 20, did he really need to be doing that? And that shot again, JL.
But I would suggest before that there was more percentage in that, because there was only one man in front of the wicket. Travis Head was a very square cover, no mid-off. And so he, on a very good batting wicket, he capitalised on some wide bowling from Mitchell Stark. So I've got no issue with that. batting is about percentage, and that is literally as dumb as you'll see.
Now, Lytton Das, who hasn't made a run on Australian shores this time around, comes in. Is there a word? So there's a king pair. Is there a word for 3 ducks in a row? The king pair is sort of first ball in both innings, and I don't know if it happens all that often, to be honest.
Ask Ajit Agarkar. Remember that run, Jail, the Bombay Duck?
Yeah, he was tough.
So he's only yet to trouble the scorers. Mushfiqur will have the strike, though, with Hazelwood bowling and it's forward defending. So I like this cricket from Mushfiqur. He's fighting it out.
Yeah, he's fighting hard, isn't he? Fighting really hard.
So you deal with different generations of cricketers now, JL. I mean, the IPL and the 100, where the established stars, but also the youngsters coming through. Is there a difference in terms of how receptive they are to just information?
No. I think they all want to learn. Honestly, you go to India, you talk to, and I literally got home from India Australia 3 days, England, even 3 days. So there you go, jet lag.
Hazelwood over the wicket, bowling to Mushfiqur, who leaves it alone again outside the off stump, ball rising.
And they all want to still learn. Absolutely, no question. The Indians, 100%. The English guys, 100%. I think the Australians as well. One of the high performance managers said something very interesting to me a few months ago from Australia. He said, it seems there's a bit of a them versus us mentality with the past players. I'm going, what are you talking about? The criticism because of the media, blah, blah, blah.
Hazelwood, top of his mark. Bowling now to Mushfiqur, who's forward and driving. That's a glorious cricket shot. Punched it past mid-off, all the way along the carpet, races into the rope. That was a classical off-drive.
Yeah, there's your reward. Again, he's played beautifully, let the ball go outside the arm, taken a few on the body. Hazelwood has to come to him, bowls a little fuller, perfect punch down the ground. But he said to me, there's a bit of a... And then he said, we don't discourage our young players to come and talk to you old guys. I said, there's a very big difference here. You might not discourage, but are you encouraging Matt Renshaw to go and speak to Matthew Hayden or...
Hazelwood over the wicket. Mushfiqur waits. Did that hit him on the back of the head? Had his bat up in the air as he tried to duck out of the way of it. It'll roll down to the boundary for 4 and it's leg buys.
Or Marnus Labuschagne to go and talk to Michael Clarke, or Cooper Connolly to go and speak to Michael Hussey. There's a difference between encouraging it, like Rod Marsh used to do, or Greg Chappell used to do, or they'd encourage you to go and have curious minds to get better. And if you still speak to all these young players, honestly, and you talk about some of these, because what happens when they start moving their feet to the ball, they start hitting the ball down the ground. They start hitting the ball through the offside. They start middling the ball and they cover the off stump. They can play the cut and the pull and their eyes light up. They love it. So I think we're missing a trick at the moment.
Hazelwood. Ball full of length. It's left alone outside the off stump.
The other thing is, in past days, you had to go and find your own way. Now there's the professional setups of the state teams and they feel like they bring in and they've got to find things for their coaches to do, which is really great. As long as they're getting the right people in to help these guys get better, because they all want it. I don't... Now dealing with young guys for so long in coaching, they all want to get better. They all want to learn because it's more fun. It's more fun than sitting in the change room wondering and not knowing what you don't know.
Last ball of the over. Hazelwood in now to Mushfiqur. Full ball and he defends out to the leg side. I could talk about this all day, Jael, but I know you've got other commitments that you need to get to, so thank you for that. End of the over. 4 for 59 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA, we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
SEN Test Cricket for Good Week, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. Could listen to Justin Langer chat batting all day, but he's got other commitments, so Bharat Sundaresan has stuck around for AIA. Protect what matters most, do it for life with AIA. Lytton Das.
Why am I always just sticking around? I'm just like sitting next to you, John.
Absolutely. Coming up here on the couch. Hey, I have no issues with you being here all day. So now, it's Lytton Das who needs to stand up for his country.
Yep. I'll stand up for himself, really.
Well,
Scored a
true,
run
yeah.
to start with.
Yep. He's kept pretty well throughout the series so far.
Taken a couple of really good catches.
Hasn't troubled the scorers with the bat. Stark steaming in, bowling to Lytton Das, and nearly chops that one on. That was a nervous prod as he walked down the wicket at Stark and just dropped it at his feet. No run.
Yeah, that is anything to go by, just that first delivery. I think Lytton Das might have walked out to bat in a white ball mindset. A very attacking batter, batted all round the up and down the batting lineup for them in white ball cricket. So just get a feeling he's going to play some shots as well.
3,356 runs at an average of 36 in Test cricket. So no mug, we know that with the bat. And we've seen what he's done in World Cup. Stark in, over the wicket bowling to Lytton Das, who's forward defending out to cover. 6 centuries as well he's got in Test cricket.
Yeah, I mean, he's a batter who keeps, in some ways, taking the gloves from Mushfiqur Rahim, who did that job for such a long time. And there are a couple of other outright keepers in the squad. One of them has gone home since the Darwin Test, but he's another mainstay, part of the engine room in this batting lineup, but has really not got that key out of ignition or not turned it anywhere.
No. Stark on his way in, bowling to Lytton Das, still on 0, leaves it alone outside the off stump from full ball. Something's beeping away in our box here. Not quite sure what it is.
Yep.
So apologies to anyone who can hear that.
It's not a fire alarm, don't worry.
No, it's not. I've got no idea what it is and where it's coming from. So hopefully it's not bleeding through too much. But
the beauty of live radio.
Yeah, we are in a very small sort of commentary position here, so sort of hear everything that's going on. I don't know whether that's the stump mic or what, but
I hope it's not the stump mic.
No, we've been entertained all day by it. So Stark in, bowling now to Lytton Das in the Yorker. He dug it out beautifully. Really well bowled and really well dug out by Lytton Das.
And Pat Cummins also, soon as the wicket fell, soon as Shanto really gifted his wicket to Nathan Lyon, he's decided he wants his enforcer back, especially with Lytton Das on strike, and having yet to open his account in this Test series. Go for the kill, because if you get him out or break this partnership, it's just the all-rounder and then the longish tail.
Stark in to Das, and this one beaten outside off stump. That was a big steeping delivery. What a ball that was.
Yeah. Travis Head just having a few words with Manas Labuschagne. Again, walking at Mitchell Stark, not sure how good an idea that is. Shortened his length and he was in no position, just fended at it. Lucky the ball didn't catch the splice of his bat, so Lytton Das continues to live dangerously, still looking for that first run.
Stark in, bowling to Das again, who edges to the gully. Couldn't get it past Cam Green, so nervous times once again for Lytton Das. They trail by 87. It's 4 for 59 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
The 40 Winks House of Tempur sale is here. Upgrade your sleep experience with up to 50% off our range of Tempur mattresses and bases. The exclusive Tempur Cool Quilt Pro combines cooling technology with plush cushioning. Elevate your entire sleep experience with a Tempur adjustable base. Discover the Tempur Symphony Pillow for personalised support and chat to our sleep advisors in-store to find your perfect match. Hurry, sale ends Sunday. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. 40 Winks, serious about sleep.
Josh Hazelwood will continue from a commentary position and driving through the covers beautifully. Mushfiqur Rahim, that'll race away to the boundary for 4. Seeing him nicely, Mushfiqur.
Yeah, this will be his last innings on Australian soil. He's waited such a long time, 21 years into his Test career, to finally get a chance to play Test cricket in Australia. He's probably the happiest man, or happiest Bangladeshi man anyway, on the planet maybe, when they won in Darwin. Got himself a couple of stump souvenirs, and here he's picking himself up some nice runs. Off drive in the previous over, and now a cover drive of Josh Hazlewood.
Hazlewood in again, bowling to Mushfiqur on 16 beaten. Ball just moved away late on him. It was a good delivery that Mushfiqur just left alone.
And this one jumped off the surface. A steep Gabba bounce that we haven't seen consistently on this Mackay pitch. Josh Hazlewood admiringly just looks down at the surface.
Hazlewood, top of his mark, turns and goes again. Down at Mushfiqur, and he's defending this one back down the wicket for no run.
Yeah, he's batting like someone who has waited for it for a long time, cherishes playing in Australia. Sort of completes a set for him as well. And he knows he'll never get this opportunity again at 39, so he wants to fill his boots up, even if it means he'll be the last man standing. That's what it looks like, considering some of the shots his partners have played at the other end.
Yes. Mushfiqur waits, Hazlewood into him, short ball, he lets it go by, ducks underneath that one. With a bit of venom. Josh Hazlewood.
He had to go down quickly, Mushfiqur Rahim there. 54 balls he's faced. So after the heroics of Darwin, Bangladesh going down pretty meekly here in Mackay. We're still not even halfway through the second session on day 2. And already sense that this test match is not long for the world.
4 for 63, trailing by 83 runs. Mushfiqur on strike, waits. Hazlewood hits him, and you can hear the Aussies in the stump mic saying, "That's good. That's good bowling." 1 ball left in the over.
I've been hit twice, and they're absolute concrete.
Marnus Labuschagne as chirpy as ever.
Yeah, not the same, is it? Nobody giving him any feedback for his chirp. Still tells you in sport, John, the unforgiving nature that Justin Langer was talking about. Success can cover up for a lot of other things, make you very popular.
Yes.
But when there's no success, it can feel quite lonely out there on the field.
Hazlewood, last ball of the over as Mushfiqur lets this one go through to the keeper. 4 for 63, there's still a bit of work to do for Bangladesh. They trail by 83 runs for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
This Father's Day, forget socks and jocks. Get Dad something better with better sense at Chemist Warehouse. For the Revhead Dad, BMW M50mm range is just $29.99 each. Outdoorsy dads will love Bilgari Man Wood Neroli 60mm, just $49.99. Or choose Azaro the Most Wanted 50mm, only $69.99. And stylish dads can spritz on new YSLY Ice Cologne 100ml, now $149.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
SEN Test Cricket for Good Week, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. John Donehue and Bharat Sundaresan with you here in Mackay, day 2. Stark at the top of his mark now. He's bowling to Lytton Das, still yet to get off the mark, and this one he pushes to mid-on. No run. So tense times for them. Bit of work to do for these two.
Yes, so to get bowled out for 64 is so far back in the game, even though they bowled out Australia relatively cheaply, 210, still left themselves with a mountain to climb, and their grip is slipping very rapidly. It's all downhill from here.
Certainly is. Stark bowling to Das. Forward defending, desperate to get off the mark, but he can't.
Yeah, he doesn't matter whether you understand what's being said between the two batters in the middle or the cultural differences that might exist between these two teams. The one thing that they all know what it feels like is to get off the mark, especially when you're coming off 2 zeros and Travis Head closing in the covers, ensuring that Liton Das's torture continues for as long as it may, or maybe Mitchell Starc can knock him out again.
Starc in bowling, short ball through to Alex Carey on the leg side. As he just drops the fielder at mid-wicket back. So imagine a couple more short balls coming his way.
Yep, Josh Inglis on the field for, I think it's Josh Hazelwood. I'm pretty sure it is. So, he sent Inglis back to deep backward square leg, but Liton Das just looks slightly stiller in the crease in this over. Is he expecting the short ball? Will he slip in the really quick yorker that he did in the previous over?
Starc bowls, edging, gone! Liton Das is out for another duck. It's been a horrid trip to Australia for Liton Das. And Bangladesh sink further into their hole. 5th wicket falls. And we might be drawing to a premature close here, Bharat.
It's coming quickly. And that flight back home couldn't come quicker for Liton Das. It wasn't the full yorker, it was instead just that ball that hangs outside off stump. Liton Das was trying to feel for everything, desperate to get off the mark. All he manages to do is to guide it straight into the hands of Bo Webster at third slip. He'll have nothing to remember this tour by Liton Das with bat in hand anyway. Duck, duck, duck. Off you go.
5 for 63 now. Australia just 5 wickets away from victory. And it looks like it will be a drinks break. So we'll take a quick break here on the Tyre Power Scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. And it's SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee game-changing batteries and Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Tom Morris is going to be up next.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and whyever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA, we'll help you do it for life. AIA. Health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
'26 is the year to upgrade to your ultimate fishing weapon. And Bar Crusher, Australia's leading fishing boat builder, has the perfect weapon for you. Come see for yourself and check out the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats on the market with industry-leading design excellence and quality. To find your nearest dealer, to build your dream boat, head online to barcrusher.com.au.
This Father's Day, forget socks and jocks. Get Dad something better with better sense at Chemist Warehouse. For the Revhead Dad, BMW M50mm range is just $29.99 each. Outdoorsy dads will love Bilgari Man Wood Neroli 60mm, just $49.99. Or choose Azaro the most wanted 50mm, only $69.99. And stylish dads can spritz on new YSLY Ice Cologne 100ml, now $149.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Line bowling to Shunto, who lopped it high down the ground, a catching opportunity. Underneath it, the catch is taken.
No, seriously, that is some of the dumbest cricket I've ever seen.
Going now to Mushfiqur, who's forward driving. That's a glorious cricket shot from commentary position and driving through the covers beautifully. Mushfiqur Rahim, that'll race away to the boundary for 4. Starc bowls, edging, gone! Liton Das is out for another duck. It's been a horrid trip to Australia for Liton Das. And Bangladesh sink further into their hole.
It's not quite Ajit Agakar, but 3 ducks in a row for Liton. 3 ducks in a row for Liton Das. Means he leaves Australia without a solitary run to his name as Bangladesh struggle at 5 for 63, still trailing by 83 runs. Not just struggling to make Australia bat again, but struggling to get through the day. Mitchell Stark has 3 for 33, 9 for the match. He's bowling to Mahedi. Left arm over the wicket. Mahedi plays it to Nathan Lyon at forward square leg for no run. G'day, Bharat.
Hello, Tommy. As my ex-boss would say, on his way out of Australia, little Das will walk through the metal detector and nothing will beep.
That's it, perfect. That's it.
Yeah, and he gets back home and to his wife and kid, ask him, what have you got for us, Dad?
Stark bowls to Mahedi. Outside half of the bat, plays it into the gully region along the turf. No run, end of the over. A good one for Mitchell Stark. Trailing by 83, still Bangladesh. We're here for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA, we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
The Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Shop the Chemist Warehouse fragrance sale. Tom Morris with you. Bharat Sundaresan, my new ball partner. We're back again Tuesday night from 8 p.m. with me and Simon Katich with us. G'day, Kat.
Good afternoon, Tom, Bharat, all our listeners.
Bangladesh 5 for 63, trailing by 83. Hazelwood bowl into Mushfiqur, the veteran, driven through covers. In fact, he punched it through the covers and he's got it nicely. The chase is on in the outfield. That's Josh Inglis down there. It is. He fields it. They come back for 2, 5 for 65. Mushfiqur 18. Mahedi yet to get off the mark.
So what the conversation going to be like in the Das household, Cat, when he gets back home? His wife wonders why he was away for so long.
Yeah.
Would you like eggs for dinner?
It's a cruel game. And Mitchell Stark worked him over beautifully. He should have had him out in the first innings to that short ball that got dropped by Webster. And then he ended up getting him LB. And he just changed his line and his length beautifully, setting him up for the nick.
Hazelwood to Mushfiqur, leaves outside the off stump.
Got him feeling the ball on bat early, a couple of straight ones, a short ball early, and then eventually went a little bit wider, throwing out in the channel. And there's nothing worse than when you're on a pair and you're feeling for the ball, you just want to get away, and he fell for the setup. And the rest was done by Bo Webster at third.
And he's not a rookie test cricketer. He's played 56 test matches, 6 test match hundreds, an average in the mid to high 30s. 0 runs in Australia, 3 knocks. Hazelwood bowls to Mushfiqur. Mushfiqur sways out of the way and finishes up on the turf with his knees, bending backwards like he's doing the... What do you do under the bar?
The limbo.
The limbo.
The limbo.
Thank you. Cat got it for me.
He was known for his limbo skills.
Oh, yeah.
Opening the batting, gritty left-hander and the limbo.
But Cat told us last summer that he became more flashy towards the end of his career. Less gritty, more flashy.
Yeah.
You said that? Yeah, you said that. You said because you weren't seeing it as well.
Oh, no.
So you should just smash it.
Yeah, not at test level.
No.
No, first class cricket.
Yeah. Hazelwood bowls to Mushfiqur. Ducks underneath this.
No, when you're not quite moving as quickly as you did in your 20s, you just got to see it and then load up when you're loading up and back yourself.
Yep. Yeah. Hit the ball. But you do feel for... but look, if you are Leighton Das, I'm sure this thought isn't occurring to him right now, but 20 years from now, collect a lot of cashies on the dinner circuit. Cat, remember the time we won a test match in Australia? Yeah, but what did you do there?
Yeah. I took a couple of good catches. He took a good one off Carey.
He did.
Hazelwood bowls to Mushfiqur, pitched up, driven down the ground. They'll get at least one. Well fielded by Pat Cummins, who tracked it across from mid-wicket. Stays at a single. He moves to 19, and they're trailing by 81, Bangladesh. In fact, 80.
And it was a real shame before that dismissal because Mushfiqur and Shanto were showing some good resolve. There was a really tough spell from Pat Cummins, and then Hazelwood was relentless. Nathan Lyon was really persistent. And then the shot to bring about the dismissal of the skipper was just... he's on 31, worked hard to get to that stage. I was showing plenty of good resolve, particularly Mushfika, and then he just lets his mate down.
Mahedi's yet to get off the mark. Trina Gully in place. Hazelwood bowls, pitched up, driven back past Josh Hazelwood through the mid-off region. Marnus chases it down, slides, fields it, throws it in, keeps it to 1. That is his value in the team at the moment. End of the over. 5 for 67. We're here for Henley Homes. Henley Select helps first home buyers start. Call 1-800-646464.
This Father's Day, forget socks and jocks. Get Dad something better with better sense at Chemist Warehouse. For the Revhead Dad, BMW M50mm range is just $29.99 each. Outdoorsy dads will love Bulgari Man Wood Neroli 60mm, just $49.99. Or choose Azaro the Most Wanted 50mm, only $69.99. And stylish dads can spritz on new YSLY Ice Cologne 100ml, now $149.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Simon Katich and Bharat Sundaresan with me for Chemist Warehouse. The replay screen, shop for Chemist Warehouse fragrance sale, 5 for 67, Bangladesh trailing by 79. Mitchell Stark has 3 for 33 from 7, hunting a 4th and therefore a 10th for the match. Over the wicket, bowls to Mahedi, outside edge along the turf into the gully region.
As this test match comes to a close, we've discussed him a lot in the last day and a half, but if you're Marnus Labuschagne there at point, just how these things work out in sport, right? He's trying to be his chirpy self, but not really getting any feedback from any of his teammates. It's so different to when he was at his peak and he was the energizer bunny for the team.
Yeah, at some point, your teammates know that he's had a really good run, and at some point, you have to earn your spot in the team through sheer performance, and that's not been happening. So it wears thin after a while.
Stark bowls. Mahedi plays and misses outside the off stump, back of a length.
Yeah, I don't know whether we discussed this on air, Cap. Like, I mentioned it earlier to Mel McLaughlin about my chat with Marnus this morning, where he just said, I don't know what else I could do. The way I got out yesterday, and he's gone and since chopped off that bottom part of the thigh guard, which is what the ball ricocheted off onto the stumps yesterday. It's a sign of where your head's at.
It is, yeah. You're looking for reasons, and I don't think they're the right reasons to be looking at.
Stark bowls. Mahedi flicks down the leg side. There's half an appeal for LBW. It looked leg side. Alex Carey gestured as much with his left arm and won't be going upstairs for that.
Because I had a great piece of advice early in my career from first captain of WA that I played under. Well, didn't play under, but he was captain of WA, Jeff Marsh, and he said, if you get a bad decision, don't blame the umpire, blame yourself. And he was spot on, because, you can get bad decisions, but if you control how you play, you take the umpire's decision out of the equation. And in a way, it's like this. My thinking with his dismissal yesterday is, 1, he's lucky to be 4, because he nicked one that could have gone easily to slip for his only scoring shot. 2, he's got a bat in his hand, which comes before he hits the thigh pad. And then the other part of it is you control your footwork, and his footwork at the moment is not where it needs to be successful.
Stark bowls. Mahedi sways underneath it.
So, he can count himself unlucky, and you have these things happen, and it seems to happen when things aren't going well, but he's got to look beyond that, I think, if he wants to get back to where he was, because at the moment, he's not giving himself the best chance to have success, because what he can control, he's not doing well enough at test level, and the results are showing. And at the end of the day, and I say this all the time, probably sound like a broken record, you know where you're at by the way that the opposition bowl to you or how they are. And they're sending you a signal as to whether your game's in good order or not.
Stark delivers, pitched up, big flashing attempt to drive outside the off stump by Mahedi, swing and a miss. Stark has a smile.
And I think if you're not paying attention to the end result of what they're trying to do to you and expose you, then you're not looking at the right area for the answers.
Can I ask you, Baz, I think last time the Australian selectors dropped him, almost to jolt him into action.
Yeah.
Shield runs, got back in. Is it different now?
It is. It's very different. I think that was the first time he'd been left out. And we'll come back to it in the next over because there's a sequence there as well to how it happened.
5 dots so far for Stark. He's about to complete his 8th over. Bowls to Mahedi. Driven upishly, well fielded at cover. Josh Inglis diving to his left. On the bounce. He's wanting Marnus's spot.
Coventry City.
Goalkeeper for Coventry City, like 5 for 67. We're here for Henley Holmes. Call 1-800-646464.
To the doers. Why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and whyever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA, we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodweek, game-changing batteries, and from Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. Pat Cummins has bowled 6 overs, 1 for 3. He's replacing Josh Hazlewood from our end here at Great Barrier Reef Stadium. Bangladesh trailing by 79. He'll be bowling to Mushfiqat, who's got an excellent record over. The right-hander faces up now. Defends off the back foot into the backward point region. There is a man on the fence. It is Josh Inglis, the Coventry City goalkeeper. Fields it. They come through for a single, 5 for 68.
Yeah, so if you go back to last year, the WTC final. So people forget that he lost his number 3 position before we went to England. So he was forced, they wanted to keep him in the team, and they got him to open the batting. He batted, I think, for around 60 balls in the first innings, survived against a very good South African attack, then got out. Didn't make too many runs in the second innings. And I remember having a chat with him saying, look, you think they will leave you out and it's a good thing for you.
Yeah.
This is the break you needed. And he wasn't convinced. He said, nah, I still think, I batted well enough in this game.
Cummins bowls to Mahedi, short one, ducks underneath it.
And I think maybe opening is my position. And then, anyway, as it turned out, the selectors did the right thing by announcing that they were going to leave him out even before they headed to the Caribbean. And I remember having a chat with him in the foyer of the hotel in Barbados, and he came up to me and he said, no, I thought about what you said, and I agree. I think this is the break I needed. I'm relieved felt like the last 15 test matches I've been batting. Every time I go out to bat, there's an axe hanging over my head. So now that's gone, and I feel a lot better. I'm going in the nets, and I'm thinking about the right things. It's about scoring runs, not tinkering too much with my technique and worrying too much about it.
Cummins bowls to Mahedi. Cut shot, out! Caught by Alex Carey. It was short and wide, and all he could do, the right-hander, was feather it through to the Australian keeper. Cummins has 2 for 4 from 6.3. And Bangladesh are now 6 down, still 78 runs in arrears.
Yeah, I can't help but just look at Mushfiqur Rahim at the other end. He just dropped his head and just stood there, saying, why have these guys even come out to bat today? Because he's there putting his heart and soul into this innings. And the others are just playing rubbish shots at the other end and getting out.
Yep. Spot on, mate. Where they were so good in Darwin, they've been so poor here, and you've got to question the attitude, because it's just been remarkable to see this complete opposite style of play with no discipline and no resolve, apart from their most experienced bat in Mushfiqur, who's 39 years of age, which not easy against this attack on this sort of surface, and he's gutsing it out.
Just watching that on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, shot the Chemist Warehouse fragrance sale.
It's all wide. I think the batting's so poor, we should just continue our Manas Labuschagne discussion. It doesn't deserve our description. Sorry.
That there is a great indication of what goes into the bulk of the pie chart, mate.
Yep.
Your pie chart.
Your pie chart.
Well,
I'm waiting for it.
It can be, yeah.
Have you actually drawn it yet?
Nah. I'm just going to explain it to you.
Well, hopefully it all adds up to 100.
It's almost... There's not much in there to be like taking away from the 100%. It's almost 1 or 2 things. So it could be a 50-50 split.
I'll write it down when we're ready. Cummins around the wicket to Hassan, the new batter. Ducks into the ball, hits him on the arm.
So that last dismissal, I've looked through yesterday with the 18 dismissals, and I think who got good balls, who played poor shots or bad shot selection, and the bulk of them from yesterday were poor shot selection. use Alex Carey as an example. We used a couple of left-handed openers that played at balls that were probably on 6 stump line that in Darwin they would have left. So there was a lot of that, which you can say, is it that? Is it the mindset? Is it the technique? And I think it's a combination of all the three put together, and whatever percentage you want to put for either of them, I think it just depends on what conditions are in front, because we've seen the ball swing here and the mindset of the Bangladeshi batsmen have been the complete opposite to what it was in Darwin.
Comes to Hassan, gives himself room outside the leg stump and looks to fly it through the offside. Second ball he's faced.
So what's happened to their technique within the space of a week? Well, your technique's controlled by your mind. And what state of mind are you in? Well, not as good as it was the week before, because even we talked about it earlier today, just through the body language of watching them bat, they just looked like they were edgy and wanting to feel bat on ball. That was the complete opposite last week. So to me, it's a big thing is the mind and the shot selection and their thinking, and then that leads to, bad technique and dismissals.
Still 32 minutes till tea, and there is a chance that this test match is over by then.
Yeah.
And if it's close to being over, they'll take the extra time, won't they?
They should.
6 wickets down, 78 runs behind before tea on day 2. Cummins bowling to Hassan. Works it away to the leg side. They'll come through for a single. He doesn't look overly comfortable. He's jumping at the crease. 6 for 69. And what about the fact that... Let's end the over. 6 for 69 from 28 overs. Henley Sledge helps first home by start. Call 1-800-6464.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water. Everything grows better with Nutrient Water. From irrigation and filtration to pumping and lawn care essentials, Nutrient Water has you covered. For the best water management solutions, your local Nutrient Water store has the solutions to help everything grow better. Order online at nutrientwaterstore.com.au or find a store near you. Everything grows better with Nutrient Water. Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Bangladesh 6 for 69, Nathan Lyon bowling. We're talking Marnus Labuschagne.
Yeah, so that's the sequence, and then he goes back and remember him sending me a few clips in August last year saying, look, I'm back, brother, because he was so happy with his batting. Then he went on to make the couple of hundreds in Shield cricket, a few in one-day cricket, comes back into the Ashes, doesn't start very well in Perth. Second innings, Travis Head helps him out with the innings that he plays, so he's unbeaten, 40-odd in that run chase. And then from that point on, I think he had 1 half century, and that's about it. And by the end of it, he's where he was before he was dropped. So to your question, Tommy, that sequence kind of tells you now if he's left out, they know how good he is at Shield level. He's Queensland captain, he should go make runs. But on what basis do you pick him again?
Well, it's got to be on the quality of the bowlers that he's getting the big hundreds against and how he's doing it.
Line around the wicket to Hassan. Hit on the pad, that's sliding down the leg side.
Sure?
Alex Carey asked if he's sure.
Guys, going down.
Line says to Pat Cummins, going down. Alex Carey says, are you sure? I love that access.
Yeah, I think Marnus asking Alex Carey if it was sure or not.
Oh, right.
Carey was very, very clear there.
Spun too much.
Line goes again. Hassan nudges forward. Plays it to 45, no run.
Yeah, a lot's going to depend on the quality it's against, what sort of context the game's in. Is it on a green seamer day one and he's got 100 when no one else gets runs? All that stuff's got to be taken into account.
Line bowls to Hassan. Down, beats the man at short leg slip, and no run.
Then it gets tougher, doesn't it, Kat? This was different the first time you're dropped, especially the bank that you'd built. If you are dropped a year after that, within 7 matches of you making a comeback, just feels like the road just got longer to come back.
Line to Hassan. Looks to play it to the leg side. Hits him on the pad again. Struggling with this leg to middle stump line.
And the only thing that's in his favour slightly is that no one has really nailed opportunities when they've got them from outside, and that's probably why we're in this situation, why it's gone on so long.
Line delivers. Hassan this time flicks it confidently to deep forward square leg for a single. He's 6 for 70 Bangladesh, trailing by 76.
So it's going to be interesting to see which way the selectors view it, because when you look at it from that perspective, you say, well, we can't do any worse if we try someone else because this is what we're getting anyway. But you might get a bonus if someone else comes in and surprises you. You just don't know until you try it. And I think they're probably almost at that point, judging by Andrew McDonald's comments after Darwin.
Mushfiqur on strike, facing line on the back foot, defends. One run from the over, 6 for 70, trailing by 76. SEN Test Cricket for good week, game-changing batteries and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough.
This Father's Day, forget socks and jocks. Get Dad something better with better sense at Chemist Warehouse. For the Revhead Dad, BMW M50mm range is just $29.99 each. Outdoorsy dads will love Bilgari Man Wood Neroli 60mm, just $49.99. Or choose Azaro the Most Wanted 50mm, only $69.99. And stylish dads can spritz on new YSLY Ice Cologne 100ml, now $149.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Bangladesh 6 for 70, trailing by 76 runs. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. You can follow at SEN_cricket on Instagram, X and TikTok for highlights, interviews, analysis and opinion from right across the SEN network. Tom Morris with you, Bharat, Sundaresan and Simon Katich with me, talking about Marnus Labuschagne. Just look at his overall stats here, Baz and Kat. 72 one-day internationals he's played as well. Averages 33, strike rate of 81, which in the modern day is underwhelming. 200s in that format, 13 50s as Cummins runs into bowl over the wicket to Hassan, and Hassan plays and misses outside the off stump. I wonder, it's an open question, whether spending time away with the Australian white ball team, which hasn't been overly beneficial for the white ball team, has hurt his red ball cricket.
I don't know if you were on the conversation before, it might have been with John. That's exactly what I said. I think that's contributing to what we're seeing in Test cricket now. Just focus on one format and do that really well, because if you're trying to do a couple, then you run the risk of this happening. And I think he's a classic example of that.
Yeah, completely agree. Because he's got an extended run in that format without really contributing as well.
Cummins bowls to Hassan, ducks underneath it.
I mean, he was part of that one-day squad in Bangladesh and Pakistan, wasn't he? And by the end, he was batting number 7. Like really scratching the surface to get some runs going. And that's time you get to spend at home, maybe working on your batting or just spending time with his family, who I know he's very close with. You're right. I mean, it's 72 ODIs in today's day and age is a lot of games.
It's a lot of tours that he's not available for Queensland.
It's just that consistency of playing the same format for extended periods of time. And then when you do have that break, maybe playing first-class cricket, you're at home, you're not away as much.
Change of field. Cummins going around the wicket, and he's pushed Bo Webster from third slip to leg slip. Cummins bowls to Hassan, short, pulled away high in the air, should be out, gone. Caught it short leg, straight up in the air. Hassan never looked comfortable. And the catch is taken by Travis Head, who then took off the bails as if he was executing a double play. This is ending all too rapidly for Bangladesh. They have lost their 7th.
Yeah, disappointing when you think of how proud Phil Simmons and his coaching group would have been of them up in Darwin, and now to see this real lack of fight. Got a senior player at the other end who's batted beautifully in Mushfiqur, and he's just watching the carnage at the other end, one after the other, gifting their wickets away. And they're in all sorts of trouble here at 7 for 70, still trailing by 76.
Well, if in Darwin they had earned the respect of Australian cricket and world cricket in general, they are losing a bit of it in Mackay, the way things are going here. And Simon Katich leaves us for now to head to the TV box at the other end of the ground, same direction where all the Bangladeshi batters have been going in quick succession. Tommy, it's been such a disappointment, and you can see Mushfiqur Rahim, I can't get over just his body language every time a wicket falls. Kumar Dharmasena wasn't happy with that dismissal either. He walked up to Mushfiqur Rahim and seemed to suggest, what kind of shot was that? We've seen some shocking shots today.
And he would know Kumar Dharmasena, who played a bit of cricket himself.
A lot of cricket.
Yeah.
World Cup winner. It's just disappointing Test cricket.
What about the fact that at 7 for 70, Bangladesh is in danger of losing by an innings and a substantial number of runs, despite Australia only scoring 210 themselves.
That tells you everything. Yeah, there'll be some stats going around, shortest matches in Australia in terms of time and overs. All of that will come into picture. The Perth Test finished in the last session on day 2, when Travis Head played that innings.
Yeah.
In fact, the entire innings was played during one session.
Cummins has 3 for 5, bowling to Tajul around the wicket, left-hander, back on the crease, steals a single square of the wicket on the offside, gets himself down the non-striker's end.
So Darwin was a memorable test for multiple reasons. The way Bangladesh played, Cam Green's 100, Josh Hazelwood's comeback, the fact that it was played out over 4.5 days of hard-nosed test cricket. This has been shambolic. The ball just smashed into his glove, really. I'm not sure what kind of shot Hassan Mahmood was playing, but, you know, it shouldn't have come down to him anyway. It's a top order led by the captain. It's been woeful batting. So, like I said, they earned the respect of the cricket world and Darwin. But here they've kind of succumbed to the debate that has existed around them for such a long time. Are they good enough to play test cricket here? So on a slightly more Australian pitch, they've really been found out.
Yeah. Mushfiqur's holding strong. He's facing Cummins around the wicket. Plays and misses outside the off stump. Just another question on Marnus. Can you think of an example of an Australian batter who has been ranked, let's say, between, I don't know, 9th or 10th and your 15th best one-day international cricketer that has been left at home to play first-class cricket instead of touring with Australia, even though they probably would be in the side, albeit not a first-selected player? It happens for bowlers. Go and get some workload playing first-class cricket. But if you assess Marnus' career, he's had a reasonable impact on the one-day team, but he's not been a frontline player.
Yeah.
Cummins bowls to Mushfiqur, short.
I mean, we'll come back to it.
Yeah. 7 for 71. Henley Select helps first time by start. Call 1800 646464.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA, we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
Bangladesh trailing by 75 runs, 7 wickets down. It isn't even tea on day 2. I just have to see it to believe it. Perfect batting conditions. You know, if you look up, Lyon bowls to Tajul, cuts it into the turf, hits Alex Carey. So you asked you about Marnus Labuschagne and whether, if you reflect on his career now, he can't say no to playing for Australia. No. The Australian selectors should have had greater foresight about his strengths and weaknesses and availability.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look back at his one-day career, a lot of those one-day careers have come in the off-season. One-day matches, I should say.
Line bowls to Tajul, drives to cover point, no run.
If you break it down, I think 80% of them, I mean, a lot of them came in the World Cup in 2023, have come in April, or not during the April's IPL, but June and July and August. Went to South Africa and played a lot of ODIs before 2023.
Line bowls to Tajul, defends.
So I don't think he's missed a lot of first-class cricket because he's been part of the one-day side, but I think it's been more just push to make him a successful 50-over cricketer. 72 is a lot of games, I repeat. If this was 1999, maybe not so much, when so many more 50-over games used to be played.
Yeah. Line bowls to Tajul, back cut, straight to the fielder.
I mean, you look at the 2023 World Cup as well. He himself said he felt blessed to have got match after match after match. Because someone got injured, or there was a Glenn Maxwell incident, and right towards the end when Marcus Stoinis was left out, that's how he gets to play in the semi-final and final.
Line bowls to Tajul, back cut again to Travis Head, no run.
At one point he was even practicing his wicket-keeping during that World Cup, just in case. So,
but it's more about the rhythm.
It is. That's what I'm coming for. It feels like they've really tried to make him into a one-day cricketer, the replacement for Steve Smith, the grafter in the middle, but it's just not come good, as you can see.
Last ball of the over, line to Tajul, defends on the front foot, no run. 7 for 77. Johnny's in next.
Hi, Francesco from Floridia Cheese. For over 4 generations, we've been proudly making the highest quality Italian-style cheese. With a passion for tradition, we're offering a little slice of Sicily to our customers, including ricotta, burrata, semi-matured and hard cheeses, and an extensive range of specialty cheeses that are considered the best artisan cheeses in Australia. Floridia Cheese, available at independent retailers. Visit floridiacheese.com.au and follow our socials. Floridia Cheese, traditionally Italian, proudly Australian.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. John Donehue. Alongside me in the expert chair is Nostradamus. Bharat Sundaresan called it earlier in the day. I was trying to play optimist. You were playing realist.
Yeah.
Just because I love Test cricket, I wanted it to go longer, but you spend enough time around them. Yeah, how it all works.
The first innings was a giveaway from Bangladesh. They are not here to stay and fight this time around.
Cummins bowling down to Mushfiqur. Back of the length delivery opens the face and guides it to point, and they scamper through for 1.
So
it's wildly disappointing.
Oh, it is. It's So the Mushfiqur Rahim just telling Taijul, who's also a very experienced cricketer, saying, "I'm going to trust you, but you let me know if you are not very comfortable facing more than 2 or 3 balls."
Yeah.
So, Phil Simmons is a proud man, was a proud coach, was so happy and chuffed with how things went in Darwin. It's not going to be too chuffed. There's nothing for him to be chuffed about except maybe Shoriful's performance.
Cummins is going to operate around the wicket now to Taijul Islam. Bowls and he's forward pretty solidly defending on the offside.
So, it's been so disappointing, and it's taken the fizz out of this series. We expected Australia to fight back. We expected them to level the series here. But they've really been handed this test match on a platter. Pat Cummins won the toss and elected to field. But we heard Mitchell Starc yesterday. He felt like they bowled better in Darwin than they did here. Yeah. He's getting wickets of half volleys yesterday. Oh, not good.
Cummins has got 3 for 7. Around the wicket again. Taijul waits and he's back jumping and hopping and defending to the offside.
So from an Australian perspective, if they thought this 2-match series in August would be exactly what they need to just tick a few boxes and get themselves into order, get back into the rhythm of Test cricket before they head to South Africa, I don't think they've achieved that. No. Except if you think about just Josh Hazlewood and Pat Cummins playing back-to-back tests and looking, touch wood, for their sake, fit.
Cummins in again, into the left-hander. It's short. It's sizzling past his head as he ducks underneath it.
And Cam Green establishing himself at number 5 with 100 and a 50. There's really nothing you can take forward from this series if you are Australia. You had Jake Weatherall, you dropped him, you brought Matt Renshaw in. It's very unlikely he's going to get another innings. Manas Labuschagne, we've discussed a lot now. He's sunk further in terms of not being a certainty in this Test 11 anymore. And that's about it. Bo Webster, what do you do with him at number 7? He's had 2 disappointing Test matches.
Cummins bowling now. He's over the wicket, flicking down the leg side. Less than comfortable from Taijul Islam out to backward square.
So it'll... when they head to Durban, a lot of them will be already there playing some ODIs.
Yeah.
When they head to South Africa, play that warm-up game in Potchefstroom early October before heading to Durban for the first test that starts on October 9th. We'll be there, SEN Test cricket.
Yes, absolutely.
I wonder who'll be there for Australia in the top order, but it'll feel like another fresh start, really. Yeah. They would have gained very little from this, except those 3 things. Hazlewood, Cummins, back in the side, and then Cam Green's batting. Mitchell Starc just being Mitchell Starc.
Last ball, the over. Cummins bowls. Mushfiqur lets it fly through to Alex Carey. So, end of the over. Bangladesh still trail by 73. And for tyre power, your trusted tyre experts, they are 7 for 73.
This Father's Day, forget socks and jocks. Get Dad something better with better sense at Chemist Warehouse. For the Revhead Dad, BMW M50mm range is just $29.99 each. Outdoorsy dads will love Bulgari Man Wood Neroli 60mm, just $49.99. Or choose Azaro The Most Wanted 50mm, only $69.99. And stylish dads can spritz on new YSLY Ice Cologne 100ml, now $149.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee. Game-changing batteries and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable and tough. Tommy's checking out the catering at the back.
Yeah.
He's also Googling places to stay in South Africa and gyms to go to.
Oh.
He's a gym junkie, our man, Tom.
He is.
Legends game on Thursday night. He'll be a part of it as line bowls. Defended down the wicket from Tajul.
I just want him to find a gym for us in South Africa, though. Tommy, are you on the job?
Tommy, you listening to us? You'll find a gym for Bharat and you in South Africa, won't you? Yeah. You'll be running up and down Cable Mountain. Lion, bowling again, and Tajul's forward, pushing. That'll be a fun trip for you guys.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I've been to South Africa since 2013. Last time I went there, it was a momentous occasion when the great Nelson Mandela passed away. I remember being in Johannesburg. It's still one of the craziest things that has happened in my life.
Lion, bowling again to Tajul Islam, who's forward and defending. And obviously the captain will be alongside. Jared Waitley will be on that trip. You and I had a moment the other day when we were setting up where You're the Voice by John Farnham started playing.
Yes.
And we both thought that Jared was going to pop up and say, "Good morning."
Yeah, exactly. Your station.
Yeah. The Crisis Talks had come to Mackay.
There you go.
Shout out to Jared, who's back in Melbourne. Lion bowling. Tajul. Has he chopped it on? No, he hasn't. It's close. The Australians liked it, but it was a very, very nearly a bowled that would have caused the 8th wicket. Have a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Shop the Chemist Warehouse fragrance sale. A couple of options there. Bowled or caught behind. Lion in. Tajul lets this one go past through to Alex Carey.
So when the post-mortem was conducted on this test series, interesting to read the diagnosis. What really comes through.
Last ball of the over. Lion bowls to Tajul again. Outside the off stump. Leaves it alone. No run. So end of another over. 73 they trail by. They're 7 for 73 for tyre power. Your trusted tyre experts.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA, we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable and tough. We're freewheeling until the end of this test match, or the end of the session anyway now. Pat Cummins is going to continue from our commentary end. He's bowling to Mushfiqur Rahim, who's stuck around for the Bangladeshis, and he's forward and defending. He's faced 68 balls for his 21 Mushfiqur. He can probably hold his head up a little bit high.
He certainly can. In his final outing in Australia, he's proven he's the ultimate professional in this Bangladesh setup. And maybe, hopefully, the younger members in this team and the captain watching on from the dugout, learn a lesson or two from what it means to play Test cricket.
Cummins over the wicket, bowls to Mushfiqur and lets it go again outside the off stump. So 3 for 7 for Pat Cummins now. And this was the bounce back I think we all expected from Australia. Going to win by probably an innings here in Mackay. The fact that it happened so quickly was probably not what we were expecting. But
yeah, I mean, in some ways, you'll say, oh, it's a very convincing comeback from Australia. Yes, it is. We look at the result. But because the Bangladesh batting has been so poor and in Australia themselves didn't impose themselves with the bat or in good batting conditions.
Cummins bowling to Mushfiqur, who's driving on the up through the covers. He takes one as Marnus Labuschagne runs around to his left.
I think because as a result of that, you just don't feel fully satiated. You still feel like, yeah, okay, well done, Australia.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like, yeah, this is a kind of comeback. This is the Australian Test team really standing up and being counted and showing Bangladesh that there is a big gap between them and Bangladesh. Because Bangladesh, the way they bowled yesterday, kept their team in the contest, at least, to an extent, but the batting's just been so shoddy across both innings that was to no avail.
Cummins bowling to the left-handed Tajul Islam, who's opening the face, guiding this to point.
That's the Nick Greeny.
So there's been I was just looking at a graphic on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, shop the Chemist Warehouse fragrance sale. This will be the 5th two-day test match if it finishes today, in Australia, I should say, in Australia. So 3 of them have happened in the last, 2 years and then 2022, so...
Yeah, the one at the Gabba, South Africa, that was the pitch.
That was the pitch.
It was all over the place.
The greenest Gabba pitch I think we've ever seen.
It started getting a bit dangerous towards the end.
Tajul on strike, Cummins in, bowls to him, he flicks to the leg side, there's a man out there, he's not going to get there. As it was coming in off the fence, Big Bo Webster, one of those ones where you're sort of half in, half out, and he just let it bounce in front of him.
I think he reacted just a little late for that. Not sure he picked it up. You could see big strides. By the time he got going, the ball was already dipping, so just landed in front of him.
Cummins, last ball of the over, bowls to Islam, and he's fending, opening the face. To point, no runs. 7 for 76 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. They trail by 70 runs. John Donehue and Bharat Sundaresan with you for AIA. Protect what matters most. Do it for life with AIA. And we're here for Henley. Henley Select helps first home buyers start. Call 1-800-6464-64. At least the weather's been beautiful across this series. It's just sitting out there. Some of my friends that have come up from Melbourne, just to our left, and they're sitting in the sun, and I tell you what, you could get used to sitting on a hill watching cricket, just in general.
Well,
they're loving it.
Yeah, such a great experience. Something I would dream of when I was growing up in India. No grass banks anywhere in India.
No.
A lot of stands all around.
How do you reckon an Indian crowd would go with a grass bank? They'd love it. They'd pack it out. Lion in, forward defending Mushfiqur.
Yeah, in a country largely with no concept of personal space. That would be interesting.
It's true.
No, but they love it here. I mean, when the Indian fans come here, or even the Indian origin fans who live in Australia, love the grass banks. You see them.
Lion bowls, and Mushfiqur's back and dabbing this one into the offside.
Yeah, you see them at times under the hill at the Adelaide Oval and everywhere else as well. So, yeah, I mean, it's a pity that we don't play too much Test cricket at the Wacker. It was such a great experience to do commentary on TV for the Women's Test 3 or 4 months back at the Wacker.
Lion bowls now to Tajul, who slaps it behind point. It'll race past the fielder and down towards the boundary. Webster will try and stop it. I think he did. He's made a good fist of it. Long limbs. He's knocked the rope about. In fact, it was Cam Green, wasn't it? Another tall man.
Yeah, he's not sure whether the ball made contact with his hand at the same time. The trailing leg was hitting the Toblerone. No, he's done a great job, I think.
He's done very well. I'll have a look at it. The Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Shop the Chemist Warehouse fragrance sale.
The trailing leg, at least in this replay, is kind of blocked by the rest of his body, so we'll just need another angle. This should tell us.
This will, yeah. Is his foot on the line? Oh, he's done really well, I think, here.
Yeah.
I think that should be fine. They got 3 out of it, I believe.
Oh, is he though?
It's close. They're having another good look at this. Is his finger touching the ball as he crosses? So his knee goes in.
Yeah.
Oh, this is tight. It's really tight.
It's a good thing we won't have a bearing on the game, but...
So I think we're all clear.
Yeah,
they got
we're
3.
going to stick with 3.
So Travis Head moves to a sort of deep backward square, but he's 20 metres in from the fence.
The top edge sweep.
Lyon bowls now to Mushfiqur, who drives down the ground. Beautiful shot past the close infielder at Marnus and down to long on for 1.
He's just kept going on, Mushfiqur Rahim. Playing a really good innings. Fortunately, it's coming amidst this carnage at the other end. And he's made himself proud.
Lyon bowls to Tygel, who drives and flicks it back to Nathan Lyon. No run.
Well, lads.
Yeah, it's grass bank. So, yeah, being at the WACA and seeing a lot of people supporting that test, the grass banks is a great sight underneath that historic scoreboard.
Last ball of the over. Line bowls to Tygel, who drives past Marnus again and down to long off for 1. End of the over. Couple off. 64 is the deficit. Bangladesh 7 for 82 for tyre power. Your trusted tyre experts. I was having this conversation with our great friend Paddo the other day, who's a big cricket lover, as you know. We were talking about some of the best grounds in the world, and I am of the belief that grounds with grass banks are just perfect for cricket. So this one, there's a heap of them in South Africa as well that you guys will probably see. There's heaps in England, which we know, and then obviously the Adelaide Oval, and we're obviously lovers of the MCG, but the thing I reckon that enhances the Adelaide Oval so much for cricket is the bank and the people that just inhabit it. It's just a great way to watch cricket.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cricket ground that transforms into a venue for the test match. Unlike it being an arena like the MCG, to an extent even the SCG or the Optus Stadium, the Gabba, they are arenas which host cricket. But I think the Adelaide Oval is probably alongside maybe the Belrive Oval in Hobart, or whatever it's called right now, the Bloodstone Arena.
Ninja Stadium, I think
Ninja Stadium. So there's still cricket grounds that turn into test centres or test venues for the test.
Mitchell Stark back into the attack. Bowling. Now knocked him over! Tygel went to flick it on the leg side, and his middle stump was taken. Mitchell Stark at his very best, and the Aussies are roaring to victory here.
Well, 10-wicket haul for Mitchell Stark again in Test cricket. That was just honing into middle stump. Tygel Islam just got his pads out of the way. He said, nah, I don't want to get them in harm's way. His bat was nowhere near it. And the ball just cannons into middle stump. So Mitchell Stark, who did this a couple of times last year, once in the Ashes, once in the Caribbean, picks up another 10-wicket haul. What a performance it's been from him. 10 for just 45 in this game. His second best match bowling figures at this point, but if he picks up one more, he'll go past that. So he picked up a 10-wicket haul in Perth last year, and the previous test Australia had played, Sabina Park in Kingston, he'd done that as well. So he's just gone through Bangladesh, and just when you thought we might sneak a little tea break in, isn't to be, so which would mean that the game would, in all likelihood, should finish in the 5th session of the match. It's just staggering when you think about it that way. At least the Perth test went to the 6th session.
Yes. So 8 for 82, Bangladesh trailing by 64. Got sent a stat before by one of our men back in Melbourne, Bryce, who works on the SEN track product and big Queenslander and big cricket fan. He said, if Australia will win this game by an innings, which they will, their total of 210 would be the 4th lowest score to win a test by an innings. Lowest total since 2021, which was the Scott Boland game when they rolled England for 185 and 68 after scoring 267. So some history being made here as well.
Yeah.
Tuscan Ahmed, new batter to the crease. Mitchell Starc sniffing more wickets. His best bowling at 11 for 94 in a match. Looks like it might be beaten. Starc in and a hit on the pad, but it's down the leg side. Crowd rising with every ball that's bowled as they know this will be it.
Yeah. Yeah, this should be it. I mean, this could be done. And this over, he's still got 4 balls. Tuscan Ahmed in the first innings showed that he's in no mood to hang around. And Shariful Islam was the same. So poor Mushfiqur Rahim might get stranded at the other end in his last appearance on Australian soil. Still 8 minutes for the scheduled tea break, but I don't think the tea break will be taken now.
Starc steaming in, bowling to Tuscan again. Driving from the crease, confident cricket shot. He won't get to the fence. You heard him say get a Gary. Nathan Lyon tracking it back. He'll pick it up just inside. They'll get 2, so Tuscan will remain on strike. That was very little footwork and just playing with instinct from Tuscan Ahmed there.
Yeah, it was. And Mushfiqur was wondering why they weren't running the second run fast, because this means Tuscan stays on strike. Mushfiqur ideally would have wanted to see off the Starc over. Isn't to be. And now Mitchell Starc's going around the wicket. So this is going to be short. And Tuscan Ahmed showed in the first innings that he will take on the short ball. Not very convincingly, but he'll still take it on. So slip drops back to a deep third, a very fine deep third. Almost a deep fly slip, you could call it. The 2 men back for the hook shot. Square leg is quite deep as well.
So even the batter knows probably where this is going. Starc around the wicket, bowling to Tuscan that was fully double bluffed him and dug out well by Tuscan Ahmed. Starc has a shot at the stumps and hits. Mitchell Starc just getting chirpy, been picked up on a stump mic. Stump mic has been the ultimate third expert throughout this test match for us.
Yeah. Really has. Can we even call it a test match? We're just getting
this longer. It's a longer one-dayer.
It is.
It's just an extended one-dayer, isn't it?
That's what it felt like, really.
Test match light, maybe. 8 for 84, Starc. Around the wicket, 2 balls to come. Tuscan, this one is short.
When you think about where we were at this stage of the Darwin test, Bangladesh was still just settling into their first innings. Mushfiqur Rahim was batting on that occasion as well with Najmul Shanto. Tanzid Hassan had made his 100. They were building on, at this point I think, getting past Australia's first innings score. There was so much test match cricket left at that point. But here we are, very well could be within 2 deliveries of finishing this test match off.
Starc. Last ball of the over, steaming in, bowling around the wicket to Tuscan, who gets leg side of the ball and lets it fizz past his eye line from a short delivery. Starc. Plenty of chatter out there. It's 8 for 84, trailed by 62 runs for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. And don't forget you can follow at SEN_cricket on Instagram, X and TikTok for all highlights, interviews, analysis and opinion from right across the SEN network. Check it out. Plenty of Bharat's colourful stuff, all his interviews and any clips that you've missed from this match. I was going to call it a test match, but again, we don't know really what to call it at the moment. So Nathan Lyon is going to continue from the grandstand end. He's got a slip, a leg slip from Mushfiqur. He's got man under the lid. And a short in mid-wicket as well as the crowd lifts. Lyon bowls to Mushfiqur, who drives down the ground to long on. So he's not changing his game, Mushfiqur. He's going to be patient. He takes the single there. 25 from 74 for the all-time leading run scorer of Bangladesh. So they're crowding the bat here as well.
They know there'll be a wild shot here. coming from Taskin Ahmed at some point.
This man press back at deep backward square. Lion in. Tuscan, edge of the bat. Squirts just past Cam Green at slip. Just feel like the Aussies are about to get another breakthrough here.
It's coming. It's defended one.
Yeah.
Can he defend more than one? I have a feeling he's going to play a wild shot at any point.
Lion bowling to Tuscan, toe of the bat. He was lucky that didn't get through his defences.
Yeah, I had a few Bangladeshi journalists on my flight from Darwin to Brisbane and to Mackay, and they spoke about how 6 or 7 other Bangladeshi journalists were arriving for this test.
Lion in, bowls to Tuscan. He's forward and pushing it to cover.
Yeah, they were talking about the excitement levels built up after what had happened in Darwin. All of them looked at me and said, I think they're going to be in for a disappointment. We just got lucky. They'll be jealous of us. We got to see a win. They won't. How right they were.
Exactly right. So T will be taken as scheduled unless a wicket falls here. Lion bowls to Tuscan, who hits it high and hits it long. It might go all the way. It does. That's a big 6 from Tuscan over long on.
And, well, something for the Bangladeshi fans to cheer about, because that's gone straight into the Bangladeshi section.
Yes.
They're claiming a catch here.
In the crowd, on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Shop the Chemist Warehouse fragrance sale.
24 of them, let's see.
Oh, was it taken or was it off hands?
No,
dropped. So Lion bowling to Tuscan as he dabs this one behind point. End of the over. 8 for 91 for Taipo, the trusted tyre experts. It was a clean cricket shot, wasn't it?
It was. So it bounced off.
Yeah, there's
it was taken.
Oh, it's a great catch.
It's a great catch off the ricochet. So a couple of the Australian fans went for it.
Big fella in the hat.
Yep, it bounced off their hands and low to his right, and he's very proud of himself, as he should be. So finally, something for Bangladeshi to be Bangladeshi, apart from Shariful Islam, to be proud of in this test match. And they're already seeing it on
He's back
their
up.
screens. He's back up.
Tipping his hat, doing a bow. They've been well supported here, Bangladesh.
They have.
In Darwin and in Mackay.
Yeah. Yeah, the scenes at the end of the last test at the Marara Oval, where you saw Bangladeshi fans celebrating and staying back and celebrating with the team. Really very special.
So Stark on his way in again. 4 for 35. Bowling to Mushfiqur Rahim. Over the wicket. Full ball, and Mushfiqur opens the face, guides it to Cam Green at gully.
So Mushfiqur Rahim really stands between us having a tea break.
Yes.
And watching this test match play out for a little longer, or for it to just end.
I believe Tommy and Kat are going to have a chat to the man you spoke to this morning at the tea break, the curator of this wonderful wicket.
Oh yeah, I had to give him a cuddle this morning. Felt bad for him.
He's a bit of a character, isn't he?
He is.
Typical Queenslander. He loves life, which we love. Stark in and bowling now to Mushfiqur Rahim. He's back defending. He's watchful. The Bangladeshi veteran. Doesn't take the single, so he's looking to expose Tuscan Ahmed. Mitchell Stark, I assume you can pick up a little bit of what he's saying.
He's just asking. He's talking mainly about Mitch Stark's angle of delivery as well, and what kind of a challenge that is.
Stark on his way in. 8 for 91, bowling now to Mushfiqur. It's edged. It's fallen just short of second slip, and it'll roll down to the boundary for 4. Tense moment. And Steve Smith was diving and sprawling all over the place as we look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screens. Shop the Chemist Warehouse fragrance sale. Got big on the bat.
It did. That bottom hand, the index finger on that bottom hand has taken a pounding in this test match for Mushfiqur Rahim. Copped a very painful blow to his thumb, the right thumb in the nets a couple of days ago. Just wears it and braves on. This has been very impressive from the veteran. Doesn't want to give it up.
So it should be the last over, barring a wicket for the tea break. Stark in, Bushwicker waits, defends on the offside. 2 balls to come in the over. So Australia's obviously next couple of challenges, South Africa and what they pose over the next little while.
The World Test champions yet to play a test match on home soil after they were crowned World Test champions. In fact, it'll be the first test match South Africa are playing on home soil in nearly 2 years when we get there.
Wow. That is remarkable, isn't it?
This is ridiculous.
How does that happen?
Yeah, South African cricket has been through its own rejig over the last few years.
Stark to Mushfiqur on 29. Bowls and defends. No run.
So
feels wrong.
Oh, very much so.
Is that an ICC thing?
No, it's just that's a bilateral thing. They've just not found themselves in a position to host Test cricket. So hopefully this will kick things off because they have 3 tests against Australia and 3 against England.
I'll tell you what, how excited are the South African fans going to be? We talk about the crowds here. That series, because of how starved they've been of Test cricket, is going to be chock-a-block.
Oh, it would be. Sure, tickets are already
absolutely
sold out for a lot of them. The Test cricket there, especially when it's up against Australia.
Last ball of the session, potentially. Stark in, bowls to Mushfiqur. He leaves it and lets it go through to Alex Carey. So delaying the inevitable a little bit more. We are going to take a tea break here at Mackay. It's 8 for 95. Bangladesh trail by 51 runs. SEN Test cricket for Goodwee, game-changing batteries, and for Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough. A quick comment from you, Bharat, before we head to the tea break and what you've thought.
Well, another unmemorable session of Test cricket, to be honest. Bangladesh, very poor, except Mushfiqur Rahim, who has valued his stay in the middle, valued his time, the opportunity he's got to play Test cricket in Australia. Some shocking shots from Captain Najmul Shanto to start with. Liton Das, his 3rd duck for the series, so he'll go home without having scored a run here. And a memorable performance from Mitchell Stark, his 10th wicket. Went through the defences of Taijul Islam around 10 minutes ago. A wicket for Nathan Lyon in there as well. So, yeah, nothing really to write home about. Just this test match petering out to a pretty disappointing end where Australia will level the series. They're just 2 wickets away. So, never felt like this test match would get into day 3. For a while there, it looked improbable we'll get into the last session. But here we are about to get into the last session, and there's a couple of the other dismissals from Bangladesh. You wonder where their head's at. I've said it a few times already today. It feels like their head's already on that flight path back home.
Absolutely. SEN Test cricket. This is the tea break on SEN Cricket for Henley Holmes. Hard to beat. Tom Morris and Simon Katich up next on SEN Cricket.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test cricket.
This Father's Day, forget socks and jocks. Get Dad something better with better sense at Chemist Warehouse. For the Revhead Dad, BMW M50mm range is just $29.99 each. Outdoorsy dads will love Bulgari Man Wood Neroli 60mm, just $49.99. Or choose Azaro the most wanted 50mm, only $69.99. And stylish dads can spritz on new YSLY Ice Cologne 100ml, now $149.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Hi, Francesco from Floridia Cheese. For over 4 generations, we've been proudly making the highest quality Italian-style cheese. With a passion for tradition, we're offering a little slice of Sicily to our customers, including ricotta, burrata, semi-matured and hard cheeses, and an extensive range of specialty cheeses that are considered the best artisan cheeses in Australia. Floridia Cheese, available at independent retailers. Visit floridiacheese.com.au and follow our socials. Floridia Cheese, traditionally Italian, proudly Australian.
Ever feel like you're ready for more but not sure what's next? Maybe you've outgrown your job, or you're ready for something that matters. At Victoria Police, get more out of your everyday. With hundreds of career options, who knows where the job could take you? Wherever you go, you'll be part of a community and team that has your back. Your life outside of work is supported too, with 9 weeks annual leave. If you're ready for more, search Police Careers. Victoria Police, recruiting now. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Look, I'm not a Sparky, so I don't want to hear all about kilowatt hours. I want to maximise my savings, no fuss. SIG Energy is Australia's #1 residential battery brand. Their batteries are the industry's safest, most intelligent and designed to help you save more. They're backed by local support and a 10-year warranty. Discover why more Aussie homes run on SIG Energy. Find your local accredited installer at sigenergy.com.au/offer.
The 40 Winks House of Temper sale is here. Upgrade your sleep experience with up to 50% off our range of Temper mattresses and bases. The exclusive Temper Cool Quilt Pro combines cooling technology with plush cushioning. Elevate your entire sleep experience with a Temper adjustable base. Discover the Temper Symphony Pillow for personalised support and chat to our sleep advisors in-store to find your perfect match. Hurry, sale ends Sunday. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. 40 Winks, serious about sleep.
2026 is the year to upgrade to your ultimate fishing weapon. And Bar Crusher, Australia's leading fishing boat builder, has the perfect weapon for you. Come see for yourself and check out the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats on the market with industry-leading design excellence and quality. To find your nearest dealer, to build your dream boat, head online to barcrusher.com.au.
Everything grows better with nutrient water.
Everything grows better with nutrient water. From irrigation and filtration to pumping and lawn care essentials, Nutrient Water has you covered. For the best water management solutions, your local Nutrient Water store has the solutions to help everything grow better. Order online at nutrientwaterstore.com.au or find a store near you. Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Everything grows better with nutrient water.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
Delivers. Shadman, leading edge, again and out. Caught at backward point. Marnus Labuschagne dives forward and takes a relatively simple catch. And the batter, ball! 2 and 2 balls! He wasn't sure whether to play or not. Stark has it on a string. Cummins to Tunsit, short ball, he helps it on its way, it might be out. Mitchell Stark takes the catch. Down his throat at fine leg, and a big wicket. Australia claimed their third. Bangladesh 8 for 95, still trailing Australia by 51 runs. We are 5 sessions into this match and we have already seen 28 wickets with the Aussies on the verge of levelling the series 1-1. Tom Morris with you, Simon Katich with me, and Kat, we are delighted to welcome a new member of the SEN cricket family into the commentary box this afternoon. Peter Kazikoff is the curator here in Mackay. Peter, thanks so much for joining us, particularly at a time when there's already people out there looking at the wicket that you've created.
Yeah, it's actually a bit weird. Usually I'm out in the middle expecting the wicket, so yeah, no, happy to be here.
Tell us what your thoughts are on what you've been able to produce.
I think me personally, I'm happy how the joints come up. It's obviously the game's gone a lot quicker than I would have liked, or everyone would have liked, to be honest. But I think the bowling attack from both teams has been exceptional. Mitchell Stark's got on a string out there. You'd probably think, and it showed that the Bangladeshis can't handle the pace in the bounce, especially on that wicket. Was hoping a bit more from the Aussie top order yesterday, just to try and get the match going a bit longer. But that's how it is. It's how it panned out. Nothing I can do.
Well, I tell you what, Pete, every one of us that saw that surface yesterday morning couldn't believe there was 18 wickets fall by the end of yesterday, because there was a time, I've said it earlier today, where when Steve Smith and Cameron Green were going, there's maybe 45, 50 minutes to stumps. If Steve Smith doesn't get out, Australia probably come back today 3 down. So, yeah, it's been a real surprise to think that this test match on this surface, which is a very good surface, very much Gabba-like in the way it looks and the pace and bounce of it. So, yeah, well done on what you prepared. I don't think you can be judged on the actual fact that the test is going to finish in just over 5 sessions. It's probably more to do with where the modern game's at.
Oh, definitely. Like the I think it's a wicket where if you get through the new ball, you can really cash in, and that hasn't been the case so far this match, unfortunately. But yeah, it's a great deck once you're in. It's a new ball wicket, always has been, very similar to the Gabba.
And in terms of the clay content and everything, is it similar to what's produced at the Gabba?
Yeah, it's exactly the same. So it's sourced from the same area. We source it from down south at the back of Ipswich, and yeah, obviously similar characteristics, bit different in terms of types of grass. This is Legend Cooch, a bit more coarser, so, but all in all, it's a similar surface to the Gabba.
How much grass is on it?
So we're at 3.5 out there.
Yeah, and how does that compare to other pitches that you've worked on, and also other pitches out here in the past?
Yeah, it's obviously a different wicket compared to like club cricket or women's cricket, where the bowlers just sort of need a bit more bounce and a bit more pace on the wicket. These guys are world-class bowlers, so you don't want to put too much heat. I say that now, even though we're standing on a 2-day test match, but yeah, like I said, it's at 3.5, and I'm wholeheartedly happy with my wicket.
Yep.
Like I said, it's out of my control once the umpires walk out, and the fast bowlers have just done a world-class job.
And in terms of preparing, shield wickets and test wickets, in terms of what's coming up, when's the next opportunity, do you think, for another longer form match here?
I'm not too sure on long format. There is potential of a match here in ODI next year, top end New Zealand series. But yeah, we're always looking to host high level content. We've sort of worked our way up through the men's A series and Sheffield Shield ODIs, and here we are today with the test match. Looking to the future, obviously, with the redevelopment, the knockdown of the Gabba. Obviously, Alan Borderfield and us, hopefully we get more Shield games, first class games.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Pete, tell us about your journey.
So me, from Brizzy, so I worked at the Gabba as a schoolboy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to...
what era was that, when Cat was making lots of Shield runs?
Yeah, Cat was around, yeah.
It's a long time ago, mate.
Yeah. So he actually said before...
Don't give away your age.
There was always 2 slips and 2 gullies, or 3 slips in a gully back then.
Yeah. Nah, so I started...
Not when you were batting well, though. They were spread everywhere.
Yeah, I grew up around Wollongabba, so I used to finish high school and walk down to the Gabba, and used to put the covers on. Well, Kevy and the boys used to have some after-work refreshments, and we'd put the covers on. And yeah, when I finished high school, they sort of hit me up, do you want to do an apprenticeship? Because they looking for a career, and yeah, 17 years later, I was still there.
But how did you get this gig, heading up the curating here in Mackay?
Yeah, so obviously they wanted to do a redevelopment host international cricket. They had, the stands put up and have like media facilities and change room facilities to ICC standard, and they just sort of needed a head curator that worked in that sort of line, and yeah, I got approached, and I thought, why not move the trip up north? So it's been great.
We've been super impressed by the facilities. I mean, the outfield's like a billiard table. The wicket itself, I think, is a fantastic cricket wicket, because I think everyone's in the game. If you get through that new ball, we've spoken about a lot. It didn't happen in this test match, and I think the swing played a part as well. It swung yesterday morning, and the Bangladeshis aren't used to that sort of bounce, and they paid the price against Mitchell Starc. But in terms of the surface you produced, I think everyone that I've spoken to from the broadcasting perspective that's been out to see it thought it was a magnificent surface, and something that we all probably remind us a lot of the old Gabba when we used to go up there in the sort of mid-90s and early 2000s. So well done for what you produced.
Cheers, mate.
Can I just ask you, Pete, as well, what's the most difficult thing about producing a test pitch?
I think it's definitely the moisture content. It's actually quite cool having a test match in August. We've had first class games here in October where it's a lot warmer and it tends to crack earlier. This probably is just starting to dry out. You can just see it. We went to the third day where you would see it start to crack. And Nathan Lyon, I think with that bounce, would have an absolute ball out there. You know, I can just see a little bit of results. He was bowling before and just had a little bit extra bounce he was getting was really good.
And what are the plans for the ground moving forward in terms of will there be more stands put up eventually or any other sort of facilities at it?
Yeah, definitely. So we're looking at, on the eastern side, a redevelopment of just sort of indoor facilities, indoor nets, recovery, sort of swimming pool, gym, a bit more function rooms, more media facilities, that sort of stuff. So it's great.
And what else is this ground used for across the year?
AFL, so we have AFLW, obviously local cricket, local AFL. We've got AFL grand final locally next week. So
next week,
yeah. Once you guys bump out, we'll be putting the sticks up.
Well, we might get a couple more days to do it. So how does that play out then? How many pitches are on that square?
Yeah, so it's a 5-pitch square. Yeah. Basically, we'll just have to pump some juice in it to make it soft so it's comfortable for them.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
AFL footy. 5 days after, a few days after.
Yeah, it's about a week and a half. Well, we've got a couple extra days up our sleeve, obviously.
Yeah,
so it's good for them.
And how many staff you got working for you?
There's 6 of us full time, and obviously being a massive occasion, we've got 2 or 3 casuals that help us out.
Okay. And what sort of feedback have you got from the players on this deck pre-game and then during the game?
Really good, really good. As soon as they arrive 3 days after the match, so sort of this looks great, and everyone expected it not to play like it didn't. We're all shocked.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been positive from both teams really. Phil Simmons said to me, looking at that, he goes, "Wish I came out of wants me want to come out of retirement." So that's saying something. Everyone's been really positive. It's just a shame that it's gone the way it has. But that's Test cricket.
Was the plan to get to day 5 and have it spin? Do you think it would have spun on day 5?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, usually get a bit of grip here, just with the course nature of the legend coach.
Yeah.
I think Mitch Swepson came around a Shield game. He took 5 for an Indian A fella. I'm not sure his name, but he had some success too. Yeah,
it's perfect. Hey Pete, one of the best things about Simon Katich is that he's a direct shooter. He gives direct feedback, and he would not be saying that this pitch is a good test pitch if it wasn't. And there's been a couple of pitches over the last couple of years around the country that we've questioned. Certainly at the MCG was one, and they put their hand up. And Perth against India a couple of years ago. I think we speak on behalf of the entire SEN team and the cricket fraternity. Like, this is a fantastic cricket wicket. Bounce, just enough seam, just enough spin as well on day 2. And if you bat well enough, you can get through. So well done on what you've produced. One thing you don't have control over is the forward defence of the Bangladesh cricketers or even the back defence of the Australians. You should be very proud of what you've done, and hopefully more cricket up here in the future.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
Peter Kazakov joining us on the SEN tea break coverage. We'll be back with the 3rd session in a few moments' time. Bangladesh trailing by 51 runs.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA, we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
This Father's Day, forget socks and jocks. Get Dad something better with better sense at Chemist Warehouse. For the Revhead Dad, BMW M50mm range is just $29.99 each. Outdoorsy dads will love Bulgari Man Wood Neroli 60mm, just $49.99. Or choose Azaro the Most Wanted 50mm, only $69.99. And stylish dads can spritz on new YSLY Ice Cologne 100ml, now $149.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Pie, 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 and sauce.
It's not the footy without a 4 and 20.
New job, new course, tree change or seat change. Go to the job site that gets you. View Jobs, Australia's home of regional jobs. Whether it's a builder in Ballarat, nurse in Newcastle, or whichever town you're listening in right now, when you go to viewjobs.com.au, you can find your next local role in the region you love or take the next step with new skills. View Jobs is where locals level up. Australia's home of regional jobs. Viewjobs.com.au.
Every detail about Porsche has to be just right down to the way you pronounce their name. It's this unrelenting attention to detail over 35 years that Porsche demanded when selecting Charlie Battisti & Co. as their certified collision centre for Porsche. So should the unthinkable happen, Charlie Battisti & Co. will restore your vehicle to Porsche's exacting standards. charliebattisti.com.au, Melbourne's finest facility for the repair of prestige German vehicles.
In this week's Round 24 edition of the Metricon AFL Record,
we speak to 300-game milestone men, premiership teammates Bradley Hill and Jack Gunston.
At Carlton, the long shot got the job. We explain how Josh Fraser became the overwhelming choice as permanent senior coach of the Blues.
And we look at the top 10 and potential wildcard finals matchups.
Metricon AFL Record, available at all games in Round 24 for just $6.
Can't get there? Visit aflrecord.com.au to have one delivered.
Australia, the 7-seat Isuzu MUX is as versatile as you are. Enough style and tech for your long weekends or the long way home. Up to 3.5-tonne towing capacity and 2.2 or 3-litre engine options for touring around the country or just across the city. The Isuzu MUX is made for all the ways you go your own way. Love how you live in the Isuzu MUX. Visit your Isuzu Ute dealer today.
If we start with the maiden, start to Crawley.
If you're a sports nut, there's nothing worse than missing something incredible. But with the SEN app, you don't have to. Catch up anytime on the SEN app. There's expert analysis, the latest news, shows, podcasts, and of course, all your favourite live sporting action. Anytime, anywhere, no more misses. Download the SEN app and listen back today. SEN, your home of sport.
For Goodwee batteries, you're in safe hands with Goodwee and Makita XGT. Powerful, reliable, tough tools for mining. Australia and Bangladesh on SEN Test Cricket.
Line approaching. First ball after tee. Bowl into Tuscan. Tuscan caught it first slip. Steve Smith snaffles it. Nathan Lyon with his second. And Bangladesh are 1 wicket away from losing inside 6 sessions.
Beautifully bowled from Nathan Lyon. Just tossed that up nice and wide of off stump. Invited the drive. Caught the outside edge. Steve Smith did well because he was obscured by Alex Carey's left knee. But once it came out from behind it, he snaffled it beautifully. Didn't go too quickly to him, so he had time to adjust. And Tuscan departs for 8. Bangladesh now 9 for 95, still 51 behind Australia.
Yeah, just one thing we haven't seen in this Test series is Steve Smith plucking a really good slip catch. Caught Smith ball line, that number just keeps increasing. There you go. And he's back level with Joe Root. Comes to most number of Test catches. 219. That battle's going to go on for a little longer.
42 less tests. Yeah, that's saying something.
219 catches each as starting 11 players. Obviously, Joe Root was 12th man for a couple of catches.
Yeah, that is true. Don't get me started with that.
Sorry, I had to bring it up.
Yeah. Well, there is a game when both of them played together for Prospect.
Oh, that's right.
In 2011.
Okay. Bangladesh are 1 wicket away here from losing inside 2 days, and they're still 51 runs behind. Bharat told us this morning that this will most likely be finished within 2 days, and not for the first time. He wasn't wrong. Line bowls, Shuraful defends into the offside, no run.
It's been comprehensive. Not another great advertisement for Test cricket, but it is what it is. What can you do about it?
Line has 2. Bowls to Shuraful. Out! Mitchell Stark, you can't keep him out of the game, takes the catch at backward point. Line picks up his 3rd. And Bangladesh are bundled out for 95. 64 in the first innings, 95 in the second. What we expected in Darwin, we got in Mackay, and the series ends 1-1.
Well, a very convincing comeback win for Australia in what has been largely an unconvincing series performance from the home team. We expected them to come back hard against Bangladesh after the shock loss in Darwin. And this has been a bowling masterclass from Mitchell Starc and co. But you wonder if Australia have gained that kind of positives that they would have wanted to gain coming into the series.
Well, they certainly did in this test match with the ball, and it was done and dusted, I thought, in the first half an hour yesterday. As soon as Starc collected that fifer early on, this test felt like it was done and dusted. So a comprehensive comeback from Australia, but there's still plenty of questions to be answered on the composition of their team moving forward, particularly the batting lineup and particularly probably the top three. So Renshaw's into this top three now. He gets his opportunity to move forward. What they want to do with Travis Head's going to be the talking point, whether he goes back down to 5 or they continue with him opening. And then Marnus Labuschagne at 3. It feels like he might not be on that plane to South Africa, given that he failed here again, and it's been a continuous pattern in the last 3 seasons.
Yeah, all I want to say though is, it's another test match on Australian soil, which is finished well within 2 days, but it had nothing to do with the surface. We just had the curator here in the box. You feel for him, you feel for the people around the ground. They've packed the Great Barrier Reef Arena. I just feel like Mackay deserved better.
Yeah, I agree.
So, if my maths are correct, 124 overs this test match. Well done to Bharat Sundaresan. And as the players shake hands, it just gives us time to reflect a little bit, Kat, on what has just been a remarkable couple of days of cricket. Not always for the right reasons, it must be said. Just looking at the shortest completed test matches in history. South Africa versus India, 107 overs. That was in Cape Town in January 2024. And this is one of the very shortest we've seen. In fact, I think it might be the shortest we've seen in Australia since 1932, if I've got that right.
Nearly 100 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? It's disappointing. Like, let's call it as it is. This is disappointing for cricket in this region. It's disappointing for the governing body, for the broadcasters, and the fans are the lifeblood of the game. And to not get to day 3 and not have any sort of contest.
Thank you, BJ. Got Cam Green with me. Well done. Congrats on
Let's get down to Adam Gilchrist. Gilly.
Yeah, thank you, BJ. I've got Cam Green with me. Greeny, well done. Congrats on the win. And your personal form in this series, you must be really pleased after leading into it with not much cricket to come out the way you have.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a good series. I think it's a bit of a shame, obviously, what happened last week, but for the boys to come out this week and do that, it's pretty special.
Well, they say you learn more out of losses than victories. What was it that you learnt yourself? Because you look so relaxed again today, and you must be really looking forward to South Africa now to try and give it another run.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, we've got 20 tests coming up this year, so yeah, you want to get off to a good start, and I feel like I have done that. So now it's just building on that and finding something that works and just continue with it.
What about your breakdown in your training between batting and bowling? Such a fine all-rounder. You debuted in first-class cricket as a bowler. What's the percentage breakdown, and how much time, now that you're comfortable with your batting, it seems, do you turn your focus to your bowling?
I think I've always put a lot more time to my batting. I'd say it's probably a good 80-20 split. I think it's just kind of keeping my body as ready as possible for bowling, and then putting most of the rest of my time into batting. So, yeah, I'd probably say an 80-20 split. Yeah.
Yeah, nice. And thinking ahead to that South African series now, white ball cricket, that's the next cricket on the radar. What's the sort of the mindset and the changes and preparation for that?
Yeah, I think it's really exciting. Obviously, got a World Cup coming up in a year's time, so I always feel like there's a World Cup coming around every single year. So, another one to look forward to. Obviously, we won the last one, so we know kind of how to go about it. It's just coming together as a team, and obviously playing in South Africa, that's where it's going to be. So, yeah, pretty crucial tour for us.
And how did you find the top end experience, the fact that it was two, I guess what you'd call out grounds, not traditional test grounds, and the first one ever here in Mackay? Must have been good fun getting out and taking it to the people.
Yeah, 100%. We love our time in Mackay. I think the last time we were out here, we had a lot of fun, a lot of good cricket, and I think that the facilities here are world class. It's probably not what we were expecting when we came out here. I think the training wicket's been awesome. Obviously the ground's awesome, and then the building's been great as well. So I think they've done a really great job.
Yeah, good on you. Well, you guys did a great job this test match. Congratulations, mate. Go and enjoy. And bounce.
Yeah, the wicket was pretty good. I don't think
it was. You did the heavy lifting up in Darwin, and here the other boys just come and take over on one with a bit more seam and bounce.
Yeah, the wicket was pretty good. I don't think it was necessarily should have been a 2-day game, but there was enough there for it. I think it quickened up a little bit today, but we might have found something. Stark into the wind looked really good.
Yeah, tell him he can have that job full time. Yeah, on the pitch, it's going to be scrutinised, isn't it? 2-day results send off warning signs, but you just felt it was a really nice service. Bowlers are allowed to bowl really, really well sometimes.
Yeah, I think so. I think there was obviously a little bit of seam movement day one in the morning, but as you expect that, in most test matches. But, once that shine went off the ball, it sort of didn't do a great deal, it felt, from a bowler's point of view. But, it's always going to get scrutinised if it's 2 days. But, I think it played better than that.
Nathan Lyon looked very good too. Obviously no opportunity really in the first innings, and it was challenging conditions up without too much bounce up at Darwin, but he looked like he slipped into a nice rhythm.
Yeah, he did a great job there, again from this end into the wind, but I think just the bounce, when he's getting that bounce, doesn't need to spin it too much, just when getting that bounce in the shoulder of the bat. A lot of lefties in Bangladesh, which helps. He looks very good.
What's the program from you, mate? You'll obviously relax and celebrate a test win, as you should do, but obviously white ball cricket is the main ticket on the item. Are we likely to see you as part of that white ball series at any stage?
Yeah, I think so. I feel pretty good after, Darwin was a tough slog, but got away with not as many overs in this test. We've got to freshen up over the next week or so and probably make a few calls there, but I feel everything's feeling good, and white ball, it's always good to play for Australia at any stage, be that the format, so we'll see.
And I just asked Cam about the experience of taking it off-road, test matches. You're a boy from the country, regional New South Wales. Must have been nice to get up here.
Yeah, it was. Darwin as well. I mean, we played in these two grounds last year, but I guess test cricket's a different story. And, just to see all the kids out and about today, the crowd feels really close in these sort of grounds. They feel a part of it, and, signing autographs around the boundary and different things. So, being a guy from a small town, it's nice to get back.
Good on you, mate. Well, I think they loved having you up here. Congratulations. Well done. There you go. A couple of happy campers in the Australian.
So Adam Gilchrist with Josh Hazelwood and Cameron Green, just been crunching the numbers, Cat, as we do on SEN Cricket. It's the third shortest completed test match of all time. That is a test match that has a win or a loss or a tie at the end. So the shortest was...
Yeah, thanks, BJ. But Nathan Lyon, congratulations, mate. Great to see you back at the bowling crease. Didn't get an opportunity in the first innings. I want to talk more about this morning. Your batting felt very good out there.
Some days.
We got
I enjoyed the opportunity to bat with Cam. I thought he's been exceptional this series, but if I can try and chip in with the bat here and there, I'm doing my job.
Tell me about Cam. Obviously, a terrific couple of games for him. He found his feet up in Darwin and then looked as comfortable as anyone.
But here and there, I'm doing my job.
Tell me about Cam. Obviously, a terrific couple of games for him. He found his feet up in Darwin and then looked as comfortable as anyone in challenging batting conditions here. Did you see anything in between games that he did or was continuing to do to see that progress?
No, I thought our preparation has been really spot on. We had a couple of really good training sessions and match simulations up in Brisbane leading to the first test, and even then I thought Cam was batting exceptionally well, so it's great to see him get reward, especially with the 100 last week, but I thought he batted pretty well this innings here.
And you must have been thrilled. The ball looked like it was coming out beautifully right from the very start. That over before lunch nearly created the chance, but it just continued a nice little match-up with Shanto as well, which a battle that you came out the victor.
Some days. I felt really good. The ball's feeling really good out of my hand. There's a couple of things I want to keep working on, trying to improve on, but all in all, when you've got a bowling attack like this, it's pretty hard to get a bowl sometimes.
And it was a big workload for a lot of you up in Darwin, and that's your first game back after major surgery. Quick turnaround, relatively quick turnaround. How do you feel now? Body's holding up?
I feel really good. I've done the work. Credit to Cricket Australia, Cricket New South Wales, but also my fitness coach back home, Tom Carter. He's been absolutely exceptional. And so I'm probably feeling better than I've ever had in my career, to be honest.
The pitch? pretty quick turnaround. 2 days, another test match, fourth one in Australia in the last 20 test matches in Australia. Pitch is okay?
I thought that pitch was brilliant. I don't think it's an 18-wicket pitch. On the first day, I thought it was absolutely brilliant. So hats off to the curator. I think we thought it was a pretty nice wicket, pretty similar to the Gabba. But you got some pretty good bowlers bowling on it, so making it challenging. So all in all, I think it's a good cricket wicket.
All right, mate. Well, you guys executed beautifully. Well done. Go and enjoy a test win. There's Nathan.
Nathan Lyon talking to Adam Gilchrist. I was just saying before, Kat, that this is the fourth shortest completed test match of all time. That is a test match that has a win or a loss or a tie at the end of it. So the shortest was in Cape Town in 2024. The two other test matches that were shorter than this in 1932 and 1935 in Melbourne and Bridgetown. So as far as modern day test matches in Australia, we have never seen a shorter match, 750 deliveries in total.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable, and the fact that they're cropping up very regularly in this last period of time here in Australia is a concern in terms of how Test cricket's played, because watching yesterday, it doesn't feel like we're watching Test cricket when you have 18 wickets fall in a day.
So this is the right time for you to give us your cat pie. Give us the pie chart on why Test batters nowadays are less capable to bat time, and as a result Test matches are finishing in a couple of days.
Yeah, look, just having watched a number of those tests over the last few years, I think it's sort of relatively intertwined and interrelated in a way, because one can lead to another. So I've sort of split them all evenly in thirds, and the three things that stand out to me from what I've seen here particularly, which is sort of front and centre, and the first thing's shot selection. I just think there's a lot of players getting out to shots that, and even in Darwin as well from an Australian perspective, a lot of players getting out to shots that just aren't on to that delivery that's bowled. And whether that links into this now, which is, in this current modern era, the mindset to attack all the time is probably there rather than defend. And as I mentioned earlier when we were chatting around this mindset or concept around on wickets that have a little bit of life or there's some swing in the air with pace and bounce, the mindset has become, there's a ball with my name on it, so I better get in before that ball comes. Well, that mindset to me is negative and can lead to collapses like we're seeing now. So that to me links into the shot selection, and then the third part of it is footwork or technique, which from a batting perspective, and I sort of looked at it from an opener's perspective, if you don't have those two things in your game, whether it's sharp footwork or a good technique with your bat swing or your head position or front elbow or any of those things that can contribute to making big scores and runs, then you're in trouble. And we're seeing that more and more regularly in Test cricket, because this Australian attack is very, very good, and I thought Bangladesh at times here were pretty good, particularly Shariful Islam. They were much better in Darwin with their discipline with the ball. They got a little bit short and wide here and probably got carried away with the bounce. But when you're facing good attacks, then that's where that comes in. It's crucial, because the whole point of footwork is to nullify the threat of the length that the bowler bowls. And when they bowl a good length ball, which you expect them to do more often than not in Test cricket, because they're all very good, highly skilled bowlers, that's why they get to this level, your footwork is about turning that good length delivery into either a scoring opportunity on the front foot or the back foot, because of the sharpness with which you read the ball coming out of the hand. And I think that's an area of the game now that is a cause for concern when we get these sorts of conditions, because it's lacking at times, it's non-existent, and that's why guys get into ruts, because their technique and the positions they're finding themselves at the point of release is exposing them once the ball gets to them half a second later.
So how do we fix it is the next question.
Yeah, it's tough, because ultimately in Test cricket only you can bat for yourself. So yes, the coaches have a role to play, the selectors have a role to play, because they're the ones that are going to be able to identify talent now with some of these things. Who can do these things that leads to playing good Test cricket, and particularly at the top of the order where it's even more crucial against a new ball. So there's a couple of things there. The individuals themselves, you've got to be able to do it. It's all well and good. We've heard Bharat talk about Marnus and the nets and preparing well and being happy with how he's prepared. But, the way the modern player prepares is probably different to how we did. We faced a lot of bowlers, probably only batted for 10, 15, 20 minutes in the nets, whereas now there's a lot of long sessions, a lot of wangers, And the thing I would question around that is that's fine for volume, and you need to do that if you want to feel better with your technique. But ultimately, how do you practice your decision making? Because each ball is a contest. Each ball, you've got to make a decision with your footwork, back, forward, lead, play, attack. And that all happens in half a second. And if you're not practicing that week in, week out, either through first-class cricket or your training, then how are you going to get better at it? And that's the worry I have with the preparation from what I have heard of, from what Bharat tells us, and don't watch a lot of it at this level, but you hear and see the videos from time to time, and there's a lot of wanging going on rather than guys facing bowlers and having to challenge their decision making.
That's right, the competitive.
I know when I got to open the batting in that last phase of my career, the one thing that stands out to me now, and I don't think it's a coincidence as to why I played my best cricket in that last 3-year phase, opening the batting, was because every time I walked in the nets, I faced bowlers. And I said to Mitchell Johnson or Hilfenhaus or Siddle or whoever, I faced a new ball every time, and I didn't care if they bowled off the front line.
I love that. We're going to go down to the presentation now with Adam Gilchrist.
The NRMA Insurance Test Series, Australia hosting Bangladesh, and of course it's been levelled at one apiece. NRMA Insurance and Cricket Australia would like to thank the match officials, the umpires, the scorers and the match referee for their job that they do and their commitment to the game. It is also a great pleasure now to name the NRMA Insurance Man of the Match and indeed the Man of the Series, and with 12 wickets at 12 it is Mitchell Starc from Australia. Well done, Starkey. Congratulations, mates. Well, the word rust was thrown around a lot for the Australian team up in Darwin, but whatever the case, you turned it around and it looked like you in particular, a well-oiled machine. You must have been thrilled with the turnaround.
Yeah, much better week. We knew we weren't at our best or what we expect of ourselves in Darwin. Bangladesh played really well, so take nothing away from them there. But yeah, what we expect from ourselves this week is what we got, particularly with the ball on a wicket that aided us with the ball. So yeah, 1-1 series, but a much better week for us.
You're a humble man. You always have been. But I'd like to know, what is so special about becoming, entering the top 10 wicket takers of all time?
Don't know yet. I'm still playing. So Nathan did remind me that I've just stepped on the first rung of the ladder and he's still up there looking down on me. So still got a way to go.
But the endurance, I would imagine, the fact that you've been able to, you committed so long ago to Australian Test cricket, you say no to certain contracts and lucrative money, that must be a big thrill, the fact that your body has held up.
Yeah, it's still hanging together. It's I thoroughly enjoy being part of this group. Test cricket's, I've said it before, it will always be the pinnacle for me. And later on, when we get to sing the song in Kes's 50th and he's leading it, that's one of the main reasons why we like to do it or love to do it. So I'd like to milk my body for all I can for Test cricket, and that's how it'll remain.
Yeah, indeed. And Mackay, you enjoy the experience here?
Yeah, it's been a nice wicket. I guess a lot of similarities to the Gabba, which the Queensland boys let us know quite quickly. But it's been a lovely couple of days of weather and a few points on the golf course and a good Test match win.
Good on you, mate. Well, are we going to see you in the white ball series over in Africa?
Yeah, there's a couple of white ball series before those Test matches in South Africa. So I'll just get told what I'm doing and I'll pack the bag accordingly.
Have passport ready to go. Good on you, mate. Congratulations. Mitchell Starc, the player of the match, player of the series. I'll now call on Najmul Hussain Shanto, Bangladesh captain. Najmul, well, a week can make a difference. Different conditions, but a reminder in this match of just what a quality team Australia are.
Yeah, obviously, I think we all know that how good they are, and they, as I said in the press conference, they have been experienced for last almost more than 50 years. So yeah, they shows their character, and then as Bangladesh Test team, we didn't play our best this Test match.
Yeah, the conditions are, I guess, differing from Darwin. You applied yourselves with bat and ball with great discipline up in Darwin. Was it just that different challenge? That what was caught the team, particularly with the bat, out a little bit?
Yeah, obviously, I think this is a different condition, and there is a little bit more extra bounce and swing in the air. So it's challenging for us. But as a team, if we wanted to go forward, we need to adjust this condition, and I hope this experience will help going forward.
A lot of people will say a 2-day test match, there must be something wrong with the pitch. How did you rate the pitch?
It's quite difficult for all the batter. If you look at their batting also, they also struggle, and the way Shariful, Taskin Hassan bowled, really happy to see them, and it's quite difficult wicket to bat, to be very honest.
But let's reflect on the series as a whole. What a proud moment last week was, and there's so much positivity you can take from the learnings of both Darwin and here, and as you say, try and progress forward for Bangladesh cricket with hopefully some similar type results as to Darwin when you're offshore.
Yeah, obviously I think it's a very proud moment as a team, and we shows our character, and then we discipline, as you mentioned, that the first test, and we need to be consistent, and I believe if we able to get more chance, similar kind of condition year and year, it will help us, and that's what we want, that not long time, like 23 years of came here and play 2 test matches. It's not easy. So if we have that able to chance to play every single year, it will help us to improve our game.
Indeed. Well, it's been wonderful to have you and your team out here. Wonderful attitude to the game. A very, very happy, smiling, engaging team. So congratulations. Well done on a good trip. Jamal Shanto, and I'll get Pat Cummins, Victoria skipper today. Well done, Pat. It's, as I say, what a difference a week can make.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of things went right these couple of days, where a lot of things went wrong last week. But yeah, we needed to bounce back, and it was a great couple of days from the lads.
Yeah, the fine. It looked sharp. Well, obviously from the very first ball, Mitch Stark's done that before, but just a catch in the gully, everything that didn't quite go so right. And fielding is a real barometer for a team, and it was on all those little facets right throughout the match.
Yeah, that's it. I thought everyone was really sharp. It's a bit like the opposite last week. If you get a really good first hour or two, it can set up the rest of the match. And I don't think we can expect to get 6 for 20 or whatever we had every match. But it was a great start and didn't really let up after that.
A real positive out of this series, this 2-match game series, Cam Green. There's a lot of discussion around him if he will ever really release that handbrake. It feels like that's happened just in the space of a couple of innings.
He looked in total command of his batting this whole series, so really happy for him. Again, held our innings together yesterday and this morning, so hopefully he can take a lot of confidence out of that. We know how good he is. He's now keeps putting up some really solid performances in Test cricket. We know he's good enough, so lots of cricket coming up. Hopefully he continues it on.
And what about taking the game out to the people, out to Darwin, up to Mackay, the first ever Test match here? They've loved having you here. How's the team found that?
It's been great. Yeah, slightly different feel, just being at different stadiums to what we're used to in the middle of summer. But really well supported. So many people out here. I think the conditions both weeks have been excellent. Really Test quality conditions. So no complaints. We've loved it. So hopefully we get back up here some point.
And will we see you as part of the white ball setup heading over to Africa?
Yeah, I think I'll get over there for some of it. We'll work that out in the next couple of days. But plan to play a little bit of white ball leading to the red ball.
All right, well, it was all about the red ball here. Congratulations on this result, and levelled the series. So what I will get you to do is go over with Shanto there, the captain of Bangladesh, the trophy there, the captains for a photo opportunity. So that closes out the post-game presentation here after a terrific couple of games. It is 1-1.
1-1. Thanks to Adam Gilchrist and the rest of the crew down for the presentation. I love this summary of the series and this match from Simon Katich and Justin Langer. What are you reading? How do you read what we've seen today and over the past couple of days, JL? Oh, just turn that on. Go again.
As expected, I think after Australia were humbled in Darwin by a very good Bangladesh team, the way they've fought back has been brilliant. So they come out like warriors from the very first ball. Mitchell Stark, who's a very, very proud Australian who loves Test cricket, he led the way, and he did it the whole Test match. So a great effort by Australia. Disappointing batting all round, and disappointing that we've had another 2-day Test match. I mean, Test match cricket spent the longest form of the game. There's a lot of people who love it, and there'll be a lot of disappointed people that's over in not even 2 days.
Spot on. And you can just sense the disappointment. Nathan Lyon had an appeal before lunch today, and when it was given not out, the pro-Australian crowd were relieved because they wanted to see this Test go on, and you can't blame them for that. Yes, you could say it's un-Australian, but the crowd up here have loved being close to the action. They wanted to be here for the full 5 days. Unfortunately, some are going to miss out in the next 3, and it just doesn't feel like we're watching Test cricket when they continuously go for 2 days.
Can you summarise Australia's performance for us, guys, and what we saw over the past 2 Test matches? What did we learn about this team?
We learned that Cameron Green's going to be a very important part of it. He played beautifully. He played well in the first Test in Darwin in the second innings, obviously, and he played well again today in a low-scoring game. We learned that Steve Smith is still pivotal to this batting order. We've learned that there's going to be some big questions asked of this Australian batting side, and there's some big series coming up. South Africa, New Zealand have got a very good bowling attack, fast bowling attack as well. So we've learned there's going to be some questions asked about that. We've also learned that Australia, we've witnessed again one of the all-time great bowling attacks. There was some discussion about Nathan Lyon not playing this Test match, which is completely absurd in my opinion. He's a genius. He's been brilliant for Australia for so long, as have been the 3 quicks. So Mitchell Starc led it. Patrick Cummins, captain, would be delighted with that result and bowled beautifully, as did Josh Hazlewood. So for me, that's what we learned about Australian cricket over the last 2 days.
The interesting thing will be how they prepare for South Africa. Massive series, 1 plays 2, and we saw them a little bit off the boil in Darwin. Can they afford to be like that leading into the first Test in Durban in sort of early October? That's the challenge, because there's a white ball series prior to that. I don't think there's any red ball cricket. There is an A team going to India to play India A, but those conditions are so far from South Africa, it's not funny. They might be similar to Durban, but not in Cape Town and probably Port Elizabeth, where they play the second and third Test. So the question for me is what the makeup of this top 3 probably looks like moving forward, and what they want to do with Travis Head, because we've just seen signs. He was very good during the Ashes, been nullified a little bit here against the new ball. Is that going to be something that they consider for South Africa, given that they do have new ball threats there in Rabada and Jansen and Ngidi, and whether that dynamic, because that dynamic then changes the whole makeup of this team because of Green having done well, Carey at 7, so then that maybe forces a squeeze with Webster.
Yeah, there's another thing to think about too that I've thought a lot about over the last few months, is that there's so much discussion about no more one-day cricket, 50 over, something's got to give, and you understand for the scheduling, but if players don't play 50 over cricket, the gap between T20 cricket and Test cricket is so stark, whereas in one-day cricket you at least get some time to bat, you've got time to build innings, you've got time, you've got to work really hard, whereas T20 cricket, there's no time to breathe, you just go from ball 1. So the high performance people have to think about that. And I know the broadcasters like one-day cricket. There's something has to give in the scheduling, but in terms of cricket, then maybe the only way the Australians can really prepare, Cato, is through one-day cricket, 50 over, not T20 cricket in South Africa.
We'd love having JL part of the team. It's just a shame it's been so short and sweet. You are welcome back anytime you want. Really appreciate your work over the past day and 3 quarters, JL.
Thanks, Tom. It's been great fun.
Justin Langer joining us on debut on SEN Cricket. Hopefully we can see him in the future. Cap, we will be seeing you in the future, no doubt about that. Thanks so much for your analysis over the past couple of days, and also in Darwin. Thanks to Sundaresan, of course. You can join us in the new ball on Tuesday night, and also John Donehue for his commentary. Mitch Scott back in the studio, and everyone else who made it possible. Big thanks to all the partners as well that made this possible. Chemist Warehouse, AIA, the Tyre Power Scoreboard, and we've been here for Goodway, game-changing batteries, Makita XGT, powerful, reliable, tough, and for Henley Homes, call 1-800-64-6464. The series result, 1-1. The game result, or the Test result, Australia by an innings and 51 runs. We'll see you in South Africa.